This week, 288 of the world's best amateur golfers have been taking on the challenge of one of England's finest courses, Royal St George's. But glory at one of the most prestigious amateur championships in the world isn't the only thing up for grabs, with the winner securing exemptions into the Open, US Open and an invitation to play in the Masters. Some of golf's elite have lifted this trophy and gone on to major glory. So who will rise to the occasion and become victorious in the 130th Amateur Championship?
Well, this is it. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Royal St George's in southeast England, as nearly 300 players from 45 countries have now been whittled down to just 2. It's Ethan Fang of the USA against Irishman Gavin Tiernan for the 130th Amateur Championship. Both players have already come through 2 rounds of stroke play and 5 rounds of match play. Tiernan even played pre-qualifying to be here, so it's been a true marathon test, and 36 more holes lie ahead of them today. The amateur roll of honour includes some of the biggest names in golf, and the winner picks up a beautiful trophy, but also a place, as Simon was saying there, in the field at Portrush, Shinnecock Hills, and an invitation to Augusta, no less. The stage is set for a thrilling day of match play drama. George Harper Jr. will be in the commentary box a little bit later on. Simon Holmes, our on-course reporter, but Kat Downs alongside me right now. And Kat, this should be a really good showpiece for amateur golf.
It's going to be fascinating, isn't it? The 2 best players in the field have made their way through. You know, there's no arguing about how they've managed to win their place in this final. You know, the amount of golf they've had to play to get here. 139 holes so far each, and more for Gavin Tiernan, because he's had to come through pre-qualifying as well. So, you know, it's been a marathon, hasn't it? And it's going to be a fascinating matchup between these 2. The world number 7 in the amateur rankings against the underdog, but this is an underdog in Gavin Tiernan, who's grown up playing links golf, whereas Ethan Fang is making his first visit to Europe. So it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see who comes out on top over the next few hours. And also an interesting, you know, format of the competition. It's 36 holes, so there's plenty of time for the players to settle into this match. Nobody has to start pushing early on, but later on today, when those 2 trophies are on the line, you know, with the Claret Jug at Portrush, an invitation to compete for that in 3 weeks' time up for grabs. You're going to see some players coming under some real pressure, and it's going to be a huge test of stamina, of mental strength, and of the game of these young men.
One interesting factor is that exemption to the Open, with it being in Portrush. Gavin Tiernan is from Baltray in County Louth, just north of Dublin. A place at an Open would be special, but a place at an Open at Portrush extra special for Tiernan in particular. And interestingly, the last time we had an Irish winner of this amateur championship was in 2019. James Sugru won at Portmarnock, and he won a place in the Open at Portrush 6 years ago. So there is an interesting little omen there. But Ethan Fang, the American, who is closest to the camera here, wearing the stripy top, black cap, he has looked impressive all week. As Kat said, not just his first time playing golf in Europe, his first time visiting Europe. It's quite remarkable. First time he's ever seen a golf course like this, and here he is in the final, having beaten so many other opponents.
Interesting that they're making them stand behind the trophies here. Ethan Fang saying yesterday that, you know, it's hard really to block out what's on the line, and he took some time yesterday before teeing off in his semi-final to have a read of all those past champions. You can see there written on the plinth that's holding up the enormous amateur championship trophy, those big names in the game of golf, and he's just taking a moment there as well to read the inscriptions on the bottom of the Claret Jug. Colin Morikawa's name etched on there a few years ago, 2021, when he won that famous trophy playing around these treacherous links on the south coast of England at Royal St George's.
And we have seen winners of this championship do well at the Open a few weeks later. Christo Lamprecht, you might remember a couple of years ago, was actually in a share for the first round lead at the Open at Royal Liverpool.
Well, it's the ultimate test of links golf, isn't it, this amateur championship? And then a few weeks later, playing the Open, you're all warmed up.
Good morning and welcome to viewers on Sky Sports Golf. A beautiful scene here at Royal St George's for the final, the 36-hole final of the Amateur Championship. It's Ethan Fang on the left there of the USA versus Gavin Tiernan of Ireland. They have come through a mammoth test of golf. 2 rounds of stroke play, 5 rounds of match play already, and another 2 rounds ahead of them today to claim the trophy on the right, the Amateur Championship, which has some of golf's greatest names on it, the likes of Jose Maria Olazabal, Sergio Garcia. Tommy Fleetwood's been a runner-up in this event. Matteo Manassero, the youngest ever winner in 2009. More recently, Christo Lamprecht last year. Jakob Skov Olesen of Denmark won this event and then made the cut at the Open at Royal Troon. So there's a lot on the line today. It's not quite winner takes all.
1 minute, gentlemen, 1 minute.
Some good things come the way of the runner-up, but the winner takes that trophy, the title, a gold medal, and exemptions to the Open, next year's US Open, an invitation to the Masters at Augusta as well. There really is a lot to play for today. This is Gavin Tiernan. He has the yellow E logo of East Tennessee State University on his top, and Ethan Fang, who has been so impressive, his first ever time visiting Europe, not just playing golf but visiting Europe. He is from Plano, Texas, attends Oklahoma State University, and we're set for a thrilling final here. Cat Downs alongside me in the commentary box, George Harper Jr. here a little bit later on, and Simon Holmes, our on-course reporter. We'll have every angle covered for you between now and around about 5:30 this afternoon local time.
Good morning and welcome to Royal St George's Golf Club for the final of the 130th Amateur Championship, which will be played between Ethan Fang and Gavin Tiernan. The referee for the match is Charlie Moran, and on the tee from the United States, Ethan Fang.
So to get us underway in this 36-hole final, the 20-year-old from Plano, Texas, Oklahoma State University student, Ethan Fang, the world #7 in the amateur rankings, and a quarter-finalist at last year's US Amateur Championship at Hazeltine. A lovely, calm morning on the links. The wind picking up yesterday afternoon. It's expected to do the same today.
From County Louth, Gavin Tiernan.
And applause from his opponent for 19-year-old Gavin Tiernan, looking to be the first player ever to make the final after coming through pre-qualifying. 139 holes he's played around Royal St George's so far this week. 36 more to go if he's to prevail. Two balls in the fairway. It's a good start for both players. And Simon Holmes is down there for us. What's the scene, what's the mood down on the first tee this morning, Simon?
Yeah, on the first tee you have those magnificent trophies, and at the moment both players have got one hand on those, but you need 2 hands to lift them, so it's going to be a 36-hole tussle. Conditions are absolutely magnificent. I mean, the RNA have organised everything. The weather is an 11 out of 10. Slightly into the wind here, but a very, very little wind on the first, so still probably coming from the east side. I'm expecting it to turn during the day, coming a little bit more across them. The difficulty with this golf course, all of the different holes, they all run in a little bit of direction. Speaking to the players, there are a lot of them sort of battling that conditions where you've got to be so precise around this golf course. There isn't that much rough this week because it has been so dry, but nevertheless, losing control of that spin, losing control of your carry number into these incredibly difficult greens, that's really the key. Short game will be tested. It's going to be a mental battle, there'll be no doubt about it. A stamina battle as well. Going to be a great contest. Hope you enjoy it.
Well, it's great to see so many spectators out there nice and early. And it's worth saying that because this championship final takes place over 36 holes, if you want to come along this afternoon, you can do. Spectators free of charge. As we look down this first hole, and it's an imposing first hole here at Royal St George's, par 4. Pretty much its original design since the late 1800s, and we come across a swale here known as the Kitchen. Tiger Woods had a 7 here in one of his Open Championships. Jerry Kelly, if you've got a good long memory and you know your golf, back in 1993 carded an 11 in the Open Championship on this opening hole. And it's those 3 bunkers in front of the green that can cause a lot of the problems. Should say as well, if this final is half as good as the women's amateur final last weekend, we're in for a treat, because that was a cracker. Paula Martín San Pedro of Spain ended up winning the women's amateur. Congratulations to her, and I see on social media she's been having a great week, enjoying that win.
Playing a round of golf with Rafa Nadal.
Incredible. So the same glory is up for grabs for one of these gentlemen.
2 good drives down the left side of the fairway here. It's where you want to be off the tee on the first. One of the toughest starts in championship golf. Pin cut towards the back centre of the green today. So just tucked in behind that ring of 3 bunkers in front of the green. And as Simon was mentioning, just a little bit of breeze into the faces of the players here. And there is an upslope on the green that runs up towards the pin. And this is the first real kind of match play situation, isn't it? You know, nerves and adrenaline pumping off the first tee. Just want to get your drive down the fairway, but now it's a question of who gets it closer. Long day ahead, 36 holes. And there'll be some ebbs and flows in this competition, but they'll want to strike the first blow, won't they?
Certainly will. So Fang to hit first, fractionally just off the fairway. So into the blue skies it goes. Centre of the green, and that's going to run on a bit. So a very solid start for Fang. I'm sure we're going to see a bit of his dad throughout the course of the action today. We met him yesterday, Frank. Very nervous spectator, even though his son is doing fabulously well, he still gets very nervous.
He was keeping himself away, wasn't he, from the action, just slightly off to the side. So Tiernan has a target here on the green. Fang's ball finding the centre of the putting surface. Second shot for the Irishman. Just getting up that slope slightly.
It's incredible the influence of the US college system on the world of amateur golf, both men's and women's. So many of the players we've watched here this week, even the European players, will have a scholarship somewhere in the USA, and it seems to make a huge difference. A lot of them have picked up an American twang as well along the way. We saw that with a number of our quarter-finalists yesterday.
Gavin Tiernan hasn't though, has he? Still speaks with that lovely Irish lilt from County Louth, just north of Dublin on the east coast.
They both won their semi-finals convincingly. Tiernan in the end beating Riccardo Fantinelli 4-3, the Italian. And Ethan Fang here beat Veikka Viskari of Finland 5-4, was always in control. The match to pick out there is the second one down on that list. Fang beat Conor Graham on the 20th hole. He was 3 down after 4 holes and still 2 down with 2 to play. And Fang was never ahead until he won that 20th hole. It's also notable because Conor Graham had won the stroke play element of this championship. The first 2 days are 2 rounds of stroke play, and the top 64 make it through to the match play stages. So Conor Graham was a big scalp for Ethan Fang.
He was 2 down as well against Calix Alsace, the 16-year-old Frenchman who he took down in the quarterfinals. So he's not the kind of character who panics. He finds himself on the back foot in a match. Very cool customer, the American. Birdie putt then on the first green for Tiernan. This has got to come up the slope and over and then back down towards the hole. That's close. Lovely roll from Tiernan.
He's got the speed of the greens spot on right from the off today.
Almost perfect. So in for a par for Tiernan on the first, and an opportunity for Fang to win the opening hole, Andy.
And we saw time and time yesterday that this young man's putting, one of the strongest elements of his game. How good would it be to make a positive start on the first hole? Not to be, but he's told to pick the ball up, so 2 pars to start with. The hole is halved, and Fang's caddy there, by the way, good friend of his, Will Livermore, known each other since they were 10 years old, and Will's apparently a pretty decent golfer himself. Wasn't on Ethan's bag in the US Amateur. Ethan Fang made it to the quarterfinals in the US Amateur. Will Livermore wasn't there with him, so this is a big day for the pair of them. And off they go to the second tee. Through the long grass. Fang's 20 years old, Tiernan just a year younger. And we will mention the rankings. The World Amateur Golf Rankings, or the WAGR, as it's sometimes referred to. Ethan Fang ranked number 7. He plays an awful lot of amateur golf and is very good at it, as you can see, but that's mainly why he is in the top 10, just the sheer volume of amateur golf he plays at and succeeds at. Gavin Tiernan's official ranking is 1,340, but you can pretty much disregard that because it's because Tiernan doesn't really play many globally ranked amateur events. But this will shoot him up the rankings, I'm sure, but we can kind of put those rankings to one side.
It'll really put him on the map as well, won't it, for a place in the Walker Cup team later on this year at Cypress Point, California. Could be a huge year ahead for Gavin Tiernan off the back of a final here at the Amateur Championship. But you'd say he's the underdog.
Yeah, definitely. I think not just the way that Fang has played this week, but his experience, his relative experience at this level, I think will stand him in good stead.
Could you keep to your left, please? Sorry.
So the galleries taking their opportunity to get on telly. Onto the second, this sweeping right to left dog leg turning back towards the coast.
Can you move over, please? They're going over the bunker.
That bunker, 250-yard carry in the distance.
Nice vantage point on the left there for those spectators, and they might have to get out of the way. Oh,
Squeaking over those bunkers. Just didn't get hold of that one, did he?
incredibly fortunate to skirt that far left bunker.
Yeah, right side of the fairway really is where you want to be. Unless you can get it over that knuckle on which the spectators are standing. Looks like Tiernan's aiming to take the direct route.
The spectators round the tee like it.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
Well, a great drive from Tiernan on this second hole. They're all square after the first hole of 36 in this amateur final.
Mark, one of them's gone behind Kev. Can you ever go at that spot over there? See where Kev is? That's the line.
There's a cracking selection of colours out there. T-shirts, shorts, trousers, socks, all sorts going on. Gorgeous conditions. Pretty hot, as we know.
Yeah, 28 degrees is going to be down there. The sea breeze will cool it down a little bit, pushing in off the sea from the south and the east. We saw Tiernan's ball skipping and jumping down the undulations there. If you can catch a downslope at Royal St George's, and you get an awful lot of help down the fairway, don't you, particularly when it's this hard and crisp.
We mentioned it yesterday a couple of times, but worth saying again that it's a great event to spectate at because everything's a little bit more relaxed. You can get much closer to the players than you might at an Open Championship, for example. Good experience, I imagine, for some of the younger spectators, perhaps attending their very first golf event. So a thoroughly nice day ahead.
Yeah, so definitely advantage Gavin Tiernan here on the second hole. Fang has got 120, but quite a big upslope you have to play off. And it's always hard to judge your wedge shots there, hard to keep it down. The pin is tucked quite far to the right. The miss is short and right. Like if you do spin one down, it will come way, way off the front of the green there. So I think he'll have to play quite a defensive shot. Gavin has got an absolutely perfect lie. He's only got 94 yards. From an absolutely perfect angle, so certainly looking for Gavin to hit one in close here.
So I don't think Fang will realise how close he came to falling into that bunker. But a lucky break. Yeah, exactly.
Don't want that kind of negativity in the back of your mind. hollows to the right and the left of the green. And it's slightly elevated as well, this green, with runoffs either side. Pin cut front right. Over the pin. Notice how blue the sky is as that ball was flying on its way towards the green. Glorious day. Now, Simon said advantage. Gavin Tiernan, can he take advantage of the advantage?
Not really, but no problems, good shot. Would have wanted to be inside Fang, having hit such a perfect drive. But they're matching each other at the moment. And Gavin there just having a word with his caddy. Well, a friend of his, a member at his club in Baltray, John, on the bag for Gavin. So we know all of the cast members now. Well, here you go, that's testing your memory. Older viewers with us, 1960 Amateur Championship final was the last time we had a USA versus Ireland contest. 8 and 7, that's pretty good going, isn't it?
That's a whooping.
One of these players would love to win 8 and 7 and be back in the clubhouse and celebrating by mid-afternoon, early afternoon maybe. I'm not so sure though. I think this one could go a long, long way today.
Well, it's the 36-hole nature of this final. You know, you can build up a big lead, can't you?
So a couple of interestingly different approaches to putting. Ethan, as so many of the American players in particular do, doing the old aim point stance. Gavin Tiernan a little bit more old-fashioned, just getting down on his haunches and taking a look.
Tell you what else I like about watching amateur golf is that those shoes have seen some miles, haven't they? Watch professional game, they're always box fresh, not a mark on them. Maybe they were box fresh at the start of the week.
Yeah. It'll be the Irishman to putt first. He tucks his top under his armpit. The player that always reminds me of nowadays is Justin Rose. Does it very deliberately. So for a birdie. Well, he had to hit that so gingerly. Judged it well.
Yeah, two good putts on the opening holes for the Irishman. Much more used to these link screens than Ethan Fang, who was talking yesterday about how shocked he was, how slow they are in comparison to the greens that he is accustomed to tackling stateside. It's taken him a bit of adjustment over the course of the week, but you mentioned, Andy, his putter was red hot yesterday. From about 10 feet or so, I can't remember seeing him miss a putt. This is a little bit longer than that. Steering round towards the hole, not going to get there.
Yeah, pick it up.
Hole is off 4, match remains.
Another pair of pars to halve the hole. And onto the third tee, locked it all square.
third hole is the first of the par threes. Before Royal Portrush came back onto the open rota, this was the only par three not to feature a bunker on that open rota. Does contain a tree low, the third hole. The tree just on the right-hand side there as we look, just below that grandstand. It's the only tree officially on this golf course, would you believe? And who was it we saw over there yesterday? It was Viscari, I think, the Finn, who we saw pretty much at the base of that tree. But it's a reasonably lengthy par 3, 198 yards.
Pin cut on the back tier, two-tiered green, and the pin is cut on the upper level today, playing 198 yards for this final day.
It looks pretty innocuous, doesn't it, from here behind the green, looking back to the tee.
The wind is normally a big factor, isn't it, on this par 3?
Yeah, you can see from the trees behind and the sort of tall grass that it's very still out there at the moment.
It's not going to get up the slope. That's going to leave him a really nasty putt to come.
That will be a big dipper of a putt, won't it? Up and over. Almost impossible to control. I do hope Gavin Tiernan took our advice and put on a bit of extra sun cream on those calves today. I'm a bit worried already for him. 36 holes to go here.
They were stinging last night in the shower this morning.
Good opportunity here, though, to put this one close. Looks a bit anxious. Well, a bit straighter line, but similar issue to Fang, down on that lower level. So they're both going to have to come and putt up that ridge.
Yeah, two big mistakes there. You just need to get it up the slope.
They virtually matched each other, haven't they, shot for shot? Their two golf balls have never been that far apart so far. The crowd's streaming down this third hole. It's the 15th time that Royal St George's has hosted this amateur championship, and only Royal Liverpool and St Andrews have hosted on more occasions.
Going back to Royal Liverpool next year.
And Simon's got a good view of the two putts ahead of them on this third green.
This is going to be sort of a big advantage for Gavin, because Fang will have to go first and give him a great read. There's a big ridge that you've got to carry about halfway to the hole, and that's what makes this sort of pace putt difficult. So I think Gavin will get a big read off Fang. He'll be really able to see how hard he hit it and how the ball rolled. So let's see here, but I'm thinking two putts and we move on.
Yep, I think they would both take a par from this situation, definitely. We should mention also Royal Cinque Ports, which hosted the pre-qualifying that Gavin Tiernan played at, and also hosted one of the rounds of stroke play earlier this week. And it's a similar situation as Kat was saying. Royal Liverpool next year, alongside West Lancashire as well.
There's just so many players to get through, aren't there? You know, 288 making it through to the stroke play, something like 600 or something.
Over 600
pre-qualifying. It's an enormous feat of organisation to whittle the field down through pre-qualifying, through the stroke play, into the match play, and just two left standing in the final. It's, you know, just to get through that is a monumental effort. From the organisers and from the players.
The Airbnb owners of Ramsgate must have had an absolute windfall this week.
There it is, glistening in the distance.
You can see the way that Tiernan's sort of trudging up that hill, that it's much steeper than it looks from this angle. We did see it a bit with Simon Greenside, but it's quite a severe incline. Can one of them pull off a bit of magic here?
Just keep an eye on Gavin Tiernan. How quickly will he move behind Ethan Fang to watch the path of this ball? Looking to get a read on it from his opponent. Not enough from the American. See the steep slope up there. Took all the pace off the ball. Just wasn't brave enough.
He's left a bit of a stinker for par as well. So can Gavin Tiernan learn from that? Fang went very wide there, didn't he? I fancy that Tiernan may well be aiming for Fang's marker to a certain extent here. Ooh, well, they both have tricky ones now for par, so this hole not over.
I think he went the other way, didn't he, Gavin Tiernan? Saw that the American had left it short. Gave that one a fair wrap up the hill, wanted to make sure it got there. But the green drags the ball away from the hole beyond the cup. Such a great spectator course, Royal St George's. Humps and lumps in the dunes. Give you a perfect view. So it's Fang to putt first, which would suggest that Tiernan is further away from the cup.
He's a cool customer, this lad, isn't he? So 3 pars.
Sorry, I said further away, I meant closer to the cup. Slightly inside the American. Casual as you like from Gavin Tiernan. First bit of pressure for the Irishman in the match play situation. Congratulations from John the caddy. Still nothing between these two as they head to the 4th.
Good solid name for a caddy, isn't it, John? You know where you are with a John. They've known each other for a while. Tiernan was junior captain at Baltray. So the 4th hole is the location of the spectacular Himalayas bunker there, right in the centre of the fairway.
Yeah, it's a terrifying looking tee shot with the Himalaya gaping in the distance. There it is. 40 feet of sand. Fairway in the distance to the left. Looks happy with this one, Fang. Straight down the middle. George Harper has joined me in the commentary box. Morning, George.
Good morning, Kat. Good morning, everyone.
Hope you've had a big breakfast. It's going to be a big day.
Yeah, what a great time to jump into the box as well. The very intimidating 4th hole. One of my favourites here at Royal St George's. It looks beautifully down the middle. Better watching this hole than playing it. Seriously difficult. We saw a lot of highlights there yesterday, didn't we, with a hole-out eagle early in the morning. So the second shot is very, very challenging, but as you say, big day of golf ahead.
Two more superb tee shots from our finalists. Neither have made a mistake from the tee yet, apart from at the par 3, just coming up slightly short. But both looking very solid with driver in hand.
Looking very relaxed. Blow for blow, pretty, I guess, settling start for both players.
First amateur championship, just 44 players. Just goes to show what an enormous event this has become, with over 600 starting pre-qualifying.
Seriously impressive growth. St Andrews and Liverpool, the top 2 of the most played venues, followed very closely by Royal St George's, who adds another one to the tally this week. There's the pin here on the 4th. Slightly more friendly than yesterday. Should be able to get some good slope and run into that flag if they use the top left tier of the screen.
Yesterday it was cut just a few paces above that enormous drop-off, wasn't it? On the front left edge. Amateur Championship finalists making their way up the 4th fairway. 2 superb drives from both these players.
Not only the finalists, but the gallery as well. Look at the size of that for early doors on a Saturday, 9 AM, and there's plenty of punters here to watch. So,
and that's going to add a real sense of occasion, isn't it? You know, these players, they've probably not been followed by galleries this big. We know that Ethan Fang has made the quarterfinals of the US Amateur. But I wonder, you know, whether it hammers home how much is on the line for these two, playing in front of a big crowd like this.
and that certainly tends to grow after the morning round as well. So it's going to be intense, it's going to be full of fans, and hopefully they put on a show for them. Fans and their pets as well. We'll see lots of dogs here today.
It's a dog's dream, isn't it, Royal St George's? The sea just over the dunes in the distance. Nice cooling dip.
Oh, there it is. Look at the huge drop-off. Anything to the right of this pin is almost dead, so you've got to play it safe. There is no reason on planet Earth to miss this pin right. Unlucky, that would have looked a beautiful line. But all of a sudden, tricky up and down.
Hasn't warmed up the wedges just yet, has he?
Such a strong hole. It's relentless. Can Tiernan get it back there? Use the undulations. Go straight over that mound. Sit.
Look at that.
Here we go.
Well, that's a measure of a man who's played so much links golf, member of Baltray, County Louth, since he was 8 years old, riding the contours of Royal St George's. And Simon Holmes is on the green for us. Simon, what do you make of those approach shots?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Ethan Fang is kind of like very late and steep and spinny. You can sort of see like his ball kind of takes off like a plane. And he just didn't get the carry at all there. So now he's got an absolutely monster brutal putt, basically up a ski slope here, halfway through there. It's going to be so hard for him to control the distance. Gavin's got a much, much higher, softer ball flight, very much sort of landing softer on his number. So he played a brilliant shot in there. Massive advantage to Gavin at the moment.
Certainly is a big advantage to the Irishman so far on this hole, but nothing has been able to split them yet.
It was a big miscalculation, wasn't it, from the American? He's put himself under a lot of pressure here, way down the green. Look at the slope there. Gavin Tiernan hiking up it.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of extra spin. Fang was saying there's no such thing as a draw in his bag. Can hit nothing but a cut. Which is why he would have liked this pin. He would have liked the look of that shot. Just couldn't quite get it up onto the top level.
It's three-putt territory for him, isn't it, down there? This is a risky hole for the American. Don't fancy this one, do you?
No, he can have a bit of fun with it. Take it a good 5 metres left. And really, to be honest, he could take it way up to his playing partner up the hill there if he wanted to have some proper fun, but this isn't a Sunday stroll. He's been very composed thus far. This will test him out. He's going to have an awkward 5 or 6 footer for par.
Giving it enough. Up and over.
Yeah. There's that tester. The door now slightly ajar, but still a very difficult putt. Downhill. So the percentages aren't high, but this would certainly calm him down.
Well, it's going to be a tap-in par for Tiernan. Now over to Ethan Fang. There's Frank, his dad, on the left with the cap. The most nervous man in golf today, I should imagine.
Great personality, wasn't he, when we got the chance to talk to him yesterday during the round. Obviously, a lot easier to talk to someone when they're about 5 up. Ball moved a little there, just informing his playing partner.
Can't watch, can he?
Oh, that'll
Having
be,
to turn away.
that'll be a long 36 holes, if not more. Golf's one of the hardest sports to support your loved ones.
So it's Tiernan who lands the first blow. Still an awful long way to go, though, in this Amateur Championship final. The Irishman moves 1 up as they head to the 5th tee. Still 32 holes to play. Fang won't be panicking just yet.
To the beautiful 5th tee, sorry. Truly delightful views up here, especially if you are Gavin Tiernan, who has just taken first blood. Looks out over the Strait of Dover. And boy, do I love an elevated tee shot. You can see the whole layup area here, but the green is tucked all the way through the dunes on the left. So it's paramount to try and get this as close to the left edge of this fairway, or else it'll run away to the right and make the approach shot much longer.
It's drivable, isn't it, if the wind is behind, as John Daly proved at the Open back in 1993. That's a big miss from Tiernan. Off the fairway, in the rough. Fang going with the hybrid here. Trying to make sure he doesn't run through the fairway.
It'll be fine, but it's going to be a long shot in. Somewhat blind as well, but first blood to the Irishman as we go through the dunes of Royal St George's. Well, as mentioned on the tee, here is that 5th hole. A big layup area. There is a plateau on the top left, which is position A+, and then you'll get a little view through to the 5th green, but everything rolls away once you do hit that slope, and then, well, it's a guessing game. There's not a lot of danger around this green, so it's not necessarily too stressful, so get it up and near the green, and you should walk away with par, but it's all about position off the tee, so you can at least get a view of this flag.
And that's kind of plumb centre of the green today. You can see it's like an upturned saucer. Screen runoffs on all edges. And so much, won't it, will depend on the lie for Gavin Tiernan, having missed the fairway down the right-hand side here. And for Fang, it'll be a long approach over the dunes and then trying to get it to sit and stay on the tabletop green.
So you can see Fang lasering the pin, which means he might have a nice view.
Looking back down the 5th fairway here at Royal St George's through the dunes. A split fairway. It's one of the signature holes, isn't it? 5th. The ball having to find its way blind over these humps and bumps in the fairway and onto this upturned saucer of a dune. Simon Holmes is down there for us. What's the lie like for Gavin Tiernan? He's found the rough, hasn't he, off the tee?
He has found the rough. I mean, the lie's sitting great, but it's a total flyer lie, so I think he'll have to guard that. He's got tons of room, though. The angle's perfect, only 154 to the pin. He's definitely got the better. He's definitely got the better shot.
So Fang in the centre of the fairway, but a long way back.
As you can see there, next to no view of this flag, so he's got to pick a line. Scarily left. Get around that slope. Oh, yeah. What a shot. Absolute bounce back beauty.
There's Gavin Tiernan's ball.
Right.
This one's flying off to the right. And it's not going to make it up onto the green. Oh, dear me.
He's got a lot of green to work with there, but he won't realise how close his opponent is. So certainly an advantage to Ethan Fang.
But we do exactly the same way.
Said his game plan was to hit the middle of greens. Hasn't managed to do that on this treacherous 5th hole.
The Irishman, could he create more history after James Sugru did in 2019? He went on to qualify for Portrush, and the amateur was actually in Portmarnock in Ireland, so it was an amazing summer for Irish golf fans. Could we see something similar here today? I'm sure James Sugar is watching out there. The memories of all his friends and family flocking the 18th green. There was almost 5,000 to 10,000 people on the final day there in Portmarnock, so the Irish know how to support their golf.
6 years since an Irish winner, but 18 years since a US winner, 2007.
That's hard to believe.
It is, isn't it?
That is very hard to believe. There's been a lot of talent come over. Actually, I remember at that one, the James Sugru one, Akshay Bhatia was there for the first time. What a talent he was. Well, what a talent he is. But it's great to have the high-quality American golfers coming over to play in this amazing championship. Right, some green to work with. Get it dancing, get it rolling out. Easy as you like.
Oh, that's superbly done, isn't it, from Gavin Tiernan? Those tight lies. He doesn't even need his putter on the 5th green. But a chance for Fang to hit straight back. Birdie putt for the American.
And a little swell in this green, so shouldn't be too much movement. Chance to put a confident stroke on it.
Oh,
It's good.
how unlucky. Looked good all the way.
All is half to 4. Tiernan remains 1 up.
With another look at this one.
5-2.
Just needed to stay on the high side a little longer. So the Irishman still with the advantage here as they head off to the 6th, the par 3, where in 2011 Tom Watson produced some fireworks.
Just into the centre of the green, 2 putts, no heroics here.
Yeah, and it's pretty much directly into the wind today. Have to be careful you don't get one drifting off into that right bunker. This is a 7-iron for Tom.
It's in. Oh! What about centre of the green? Tom Watson. Wow, back to even par. How about that?
Well, that moment there, at the age of 61 years old, made him the oldest to make a hole-in-one in Open history. Pretty incredible stuff.
This looks a bit different, doesn't it, without the big grandstands of the Open Championship behind the tee. But what would they give for a bit of Tom Watson's touch here on the 6th? 178 yards it's playing today.
Yeah, this pin's in a friendly spot as well. Both of these golfers love a little baby fade, so you can expect fireworks. This is a very gettable pin. Oh, that would have looked so nice off the tee. He was getting claps from the gallery. Heartbreaking.
Interesting that he's decided to go for a tee peg this time on the par 3. As Fang played it off the turf on the 3rd. Sawn off follow through. Oh, he's got away with it, creeping over that bunker. Both of them flirting with danger. And Tiernan has plunged into it.
He very nearly followed his playing partner, didn't he? Can't have a good lie in that bunker.
Simon is up at the bunker. How's Tiernan's ball looking,
not a
Simon?
Good lie. Yeah, guys, this is not a good break at all. I mean, first of all, he came up probably 15 yards short of his carry number, and he is plugged right in the face. Super, super steep lip right in front of him. I guess what he can do is maybe pop it up and get it to release as it's plugged. That could be his only escape shot. Certainly massive mistake made by him, especially as he's just gone 1 up.
Simon, he might have to come out sideways.
You know what? You know, George, I think he can get enough on it. He has got it an upslope there. So I think he can kind of power into it, get it to sort of climb up there. Clubhead will go straight into the bank. If he can pitch it on the bank there, he will be able to release it into that flat spot. That's his only option.
Well, match play golf, you can go for glory on a few occasions, so it'll be interesting to see what he does do when he approaches this ball, apart from almost shed a tear, because that's going to be tough to look at.
Well, you may as well take the risk, as you say. You know, if he gives the hole back, they're back to all square, doesn't fall behind, and there's such a long way to go in this Amateur Championship final. 36 holes they play today for the ultimate glory.
As Simon mentioned, about 15 yards short of the carry number. That is a big miss. This bunker should not have been in play for both of these players. Fang very nearly joyed him. He's looking straight at it, going for glory. Wow, this will be impressive. Yeah, giving himself an outside chance, can't do much more.
Couldn't have gone any better, really, could it? Trying to work out if he's lost his turn. No, he hasn't. There's always, you know, a risk, isn't there, if you haven't lost your turn, that you rush it, you know. Don't have that time to reset and to get your head around the putt.
I certainly won't be short.
Oh, nearly a superb save.
Wow, he gave that a good look. Chance to get back to square. Just a nice lag putt, as you saw there, coming off the left. Just nurse it up there. Soft hands to dribble out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not a dribble. Interesting.
This was his distance though yesterday, wasn't it? Didn't miss. From 7-8 feet. Look how much it speeds up as it skirts around the hole.
I am super surprised by that. If anything, I thought he'd leave it short. He lipped out on the last. Can he settle the nerves again? Oh.
Another opportunity wasted for Ethan Fang. how on earth he hasn't capitalised there. He can't believe it. Tiernan in the bunker, right up against the face. Fang on the green, just needed 2 putts to win the hole.
Yeah. Not overly clinical, to be fair. That'll disappoint him for hopefully not too long, but in the Amateur Championship final, I know it's 36 holes, but you can't be letting up on opportunities like that. Big march back to the 7th tee. First of only 2 par 5s. Undulations galore off this tee. But the question is, can you make the most of it? If you can hit the downslope, the ball bounds forward and gives you a few extra yards to get there in 2.
Prevailing wind is behind, just a slight nudge on the players' backs this morning.
There it
Look
goes.
at that, how about that? Perfectly judged to catch that downslope and catapult along the fairway.
He has smoked that.
I don't think he's missed a fairway yet with the driver. He's been a little bit off with his iron play on the par 3s, Tiernan.
Yeah, that's hovering around the 300 yard mark.
Plenty of roll on these fairways. Big smile on the face of the Irishman. Has a 1-up lead on the American. Final of the Amateur Championship. So a closer look then at this 7th. A good scoring opportunity if you can get the ball way down like both of these players have. Prevailing wind, as I say, usually behind. Blind fairway, and then the curve around beyond the crest of the hill.
Yeah, that's right. And once you evade the front 2 bunkers on the right, it's a very accessible green. When you look back to Darren Clark's success, he made a massive eagle here in 2011, just moments after Phil Mickelson did the same to level the scores. So memorable moments have been made here on the 7th. Much like the 6th with Tom Watson, it's a busy part of the golf course.
Seventh green at Royal St George's. Pin cut on that left side, 8 paces on, just at the top of a little incline. And it'll be the American Ethan Fang, world number 7 in the amateur rankings, to play first.
Hard to believe he has yet to win a World Amateur Golf Ranking event. And he's number 7 in the world, so he's doing something right. Just needs to get a big one over the line. And this is certainly his best chance.
Wonder if he'll be able to do a Tiger Woods and just walk those 12 paces, leave that missed opportunity on the 6th green behind him.
Yeah, it's 2 putts and 2 holes, which makes it harder to evaporate from the mind. Nice little rescue coming in.
He's hit this club well so far today.
Perfect. Safety, pin height, really nice shot.
Yeah, sneaking it along that flatter right side of the green.
What a peach of a day. Morning golf. Amateur final. Needs it to work a little bit off the ocean. And here it comes. High quality golf. 2 eagle chances.
That's perfect, isn't it? And textbook match play golf. Following his opponent into the green, sneaking it along that corridor of relative flat calm on the 7th. (1,340th) in the amateur golf rankings.
Oh, wow.
But we were touching on this a little bit earlier in our coverage. You know, it's because Gavin Tiernan hasn't played in many amateur championships with all the ranking points on the line. Ethan Fang, US Open quarter-finalist last year, US amateur quarter-finalist last year. You know, that will have propelled him right up into the very upper echelons of the rankings.
Yeah, what a USM it was. He survived a 14-man playoff just to make the knockouts, then went on to defeat the top qualifier in the opening round, so that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, one of the things just observing the game, I mean, Gavin has got a big power advantage over Fang. Absolutely no doubt. Way higher ball flight, way more speed. And once again, maybe luck of the Irish, it's going to be Fang to go first. So Gavin is going to get an absolutely perfect read on this one.
What's the gallery like out there, Simon? Seems to be growing nicely.
Ah, it's fantastic. I mean, this is just an amazing golf day. The wind hasn't even decided if it's going to puff or not puff, so it doesn't really impact anything. We've got a great gallery, and what I love about this is how you must be watching golf tournaments sort of 50 years ago. The gallery's right around the greens, walking with the players. These are some of the best events to watch.
What were you doing 50 years ago, Simon?
50 years ago. I was 9, so I'm actually. I probably was just hitting. I was probably just hitting golf balls.
And a boy, there's Charlie Morant from the RNA taking charge and letting these players know who is off first. This match is just in a little bit of cruise control, isn't it? Can we expect to see an eagle all of a sudden to ignite it? Really spice things up.
I wonder if Fang will consider himself quite unlucky here that just by a couple of inches it's his ball outside Tiernan's. So he'll be giving the read to his opponent, having been incredibly unfortunate on the previous screen not to capitalise on a good chance to level this match. Must feel a little bit like things are conspiring against him somewhat.
Good chance to weather the storm. Wow, delightful. Tap and birdie. Well, didn't do a whole lot.
Not as much as he thought. Perfect for weight. So Tiernan will have taken that lesson. First birdie of the day for the American. First birdie of the day in this final. And now a chance for eagle for the Irishman to win the hole.
Well, this is pretty much a replay. You've seen it before. Just outside the left edge. Can he get the weight right? Oh, well, it's a bit of meat on that bone, but a very good look as well.
It's not a gimme, is it?
No, maybe a few days ago it might have been.
Needs this birdie to drop to stay one up. Yeah, well done. Pair of birdies on the 7th, the par 5.
He's back up there, let's go back this way. So we'll switch with.
So Ethan Fang has completed 127 holes. Gavin Tiernan, 146. Having played in pre-qualifying at Royal Cinque Ports, 18 in pre-qualifying, 36 in qualifying stroke play, and 85 in match play rounds before this final. That's an awful lot of walking and an awful lot of golf. An awful lot of concentration as well. At a championship of this stature, you can't afford to just cruise a few holes.
Dare I say it, Kat, but Fang has been a bit toothless so far, hasn't he, today?
Welcome back, Andy Stevenson. How long have you been cooking that one up?
I'm just saying what I see. I'm just saying what I see. No pre-planning here. But no, I mean, he's had a couple of chances, hasn't he? And he's uncharacteristically let them slip by. And those 2 birdies on the previous hole were the first birdies from either player this morning. So it's tough out there.
Really liking the way that they're chatting and laughing as they're walking around these two. And it's a lot of respect between our finalists. Look at that sea, it just makes you want to go for a swim, doesn't it? That pebbly beach. So on to the 8th, traditionally one of the most difficult holes here at Royal St George's. Dogleg to the right. Bunkers down the right-hand side. Will that play into club selection? Looks like it's going to be a 3-wood for Tiernan.
Usually the hardest hole
Oh
on
no,
the
he's
course.
swapping. I think he's going to pull out the driver.
Risky. Bold.
Well, he's hit it so beautifully today. Control with the big stick has been spot on. Getting applause from the galleries. Even Ethan Fang has acknowledged it's a good shot. And there it is. It's a beauty.
So Fang also a driver. Low trajectory on that one. Fading it around the corner. Well, that's gone miles.
There it is, on the left edge in the distance. Just coming up short of the divot down that left-hand side. Got a lucky break there, the American. So let's have a closer look then at our Irish finalist. Here's a bit more on Gavin Tiernan.
A little bit relieved, to be honest. All the, the hours of practice that you're putting in, and sometimes it feels like they're pointless when you're not getting the results. But this week, it's definitely paid off for me for sure. I was probably maybe 80 or 90 spots on Wagger from getting in, and then got in the qualifier, went to Singports. It's been all uphill from there. It's an amazing experience just playing with the best players in the world. This whole setup, it's nearly like you're at an Open Championship. You're watching people playing in this, oh man, I wish I was there. And then now you're actually here, and it's whoa, if someone beats me and they play really well, sure, I'm fine with that. Making sure that I do all that I can, and once I do that, then I'll be happy whether I win or lose. Playing in the Open would be very special. The exemptions and stuff like that into the majors is fantastic. To get your name on that trophy beside some of the best players to ever play will be pretty surreal, but yeah, I'm just taking it one shot at a time.
Very likeable fella, isn't he?
Yeah, really level-headed. Said he's not getting ahead of himself. He knows that those big prizes are on the line. Place at the Open Royal Portrush in 3 weeks' time.
I think that's the big one for him, isn't it? This title is so prestigious, and the Masters and the US Open and everything, the trophy, blah, blah, blah. But the place at Portrush for an Irishman. You can imagine his friends, his family, half of Baltray will try to get tickets to Portrush if this young man makes it. I think that must be the thing that either is in his mind or it's the thing he's having to try and put out of his mind as he tries to win this championship today.
I wonder if Caddy John would get the call up to walk the fairways of Royal Portrush. He's gone for an electric trolley today. Yesterday he was just dragging the manual around, wasn't he? Having a little bit of extra help today, John.
I tell you what, the hills of Portrush are going to be a bit different to the relatively flat landscape at Royal St George's.
You're right, what a motivation for him, Andy. An Open Championship on Irish soil, just up the road from home.
Delightful views down the 8th. Fang to play first. Surrounded by quaint dunes. Can he lay a good marker? One down. Asking it to get up, and it does. Superb shot.
Known as Hades, this hole, which tells you all you need to know, a fearsome reputation. Tiernan then. With this narrow lead. Hand off the club as he lost it right. No, but just short. Maybe under club that one.
Hard to trust anyone with their hand off the club now,
yeah,
after watching Hideki for so long.
So again, not much in it between the two of them in terms of where they've ended up. Huge galleries now already, coming up to 10 AM local time. I hope there are plenty of you watching from the States, watching your man, Ethan Fang. Will students be awake yet at Oklahoma State University? An early morning for them.
Well, have they gone to bed?
Wow, yeah, that's the better way of looking at it, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Superb stuff and a superb moment for everyone back home in the US. I'll tell you what, even if they are asleep, there's still a lot of golf to be played.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
they could really enjoy a lie-in and get the final 18 holes.
So Fang is in good position there, as you can see. Tiernan will want his to go close at the very least, make sure of his part. Tiernan began this calendar year with a victory on the Irish Junior Elite Tour. He's in pretty good form on the amateur circuit back at home in Ireland. He's finished 3rd and 6th in his last 2 starts. Mind you, Fang has 6 top 10s this year in collegiate golf. So the sleeve gets tucked in under the arm, as we've become used to seeing. Aiming, as you can see, as we look, a long way right. Too far right. Way too far right in the end.
Wow.
It's got to be a misread, that one.
You can see that middle tier of the green there, which he would have hoped would push it back towards the hole, but not to be.
So the door is open for Fang. And to be honest, Tiernan's isn't dead yet.
Amazing how much analytics Fang does over each part. He really does circle it. Gets low to the ground, both from behind the ball and from deep extra point. All right, to square the match. And he's got one. He's delivered a big blow, and the amateur final is back to level pegging.
Much more what we've come to expect from Ethan Fang this week. Right in the centre of the hole. So on to the 9th hole, another par 4. 412 yards. Fairway gets pretty narrow at one point with a bunker on the right-hand side. .45 different countries were represented at the start of this week. For the first time we had players from Bolivia, Peru, Paraguay, Vietnam and Romania.
Yeah, it's awesome to see how global this championship continues to get. 3 wood in hand. There's a little bunker in the fairway to the right, but should not be an issue. Big landing area after that.
Great shot.
And before it as well, so looks to have played to the wide part of the fairway nicely there. pulling driver, so the only thing he has to worry about is the carry of 237 yards, the fairway bunker, on the right half of the fairway. So with his fade, he'll be taking it up the left edge.
He looked unhappy as he turned away, but...
Yeah, hard to find that one. That looks like Fang's ball in the middle. Looks to have rolled back into a beautiful spot.
Well, we'll find Gavin Tiernan's ball shortly, but Ethan Fang in the driving seat on this 9th hole. One of the other exemptions or invitations, if you like, for the winner is a place at the British Masters, hosted by Sir Nick Faldo at the Belfry in August. The runner-up today gets a silver medal, a place in a Challenge Tour event, and a place in final qualifying for the Open. So the Open is a possibility, even for the loser today. You can see spectators heading over to the right there, beyond that mound where the gentleman in the green top is standing. So we think that's Tiernan's ball. I'm sure Simon Holmes is at the forefront of that effort to find the Irishman's golf ball.
All square in the 130th Amateur Championship. It's been a relatively controlled start, and all of a sudden, after being one down, Ethan Fang, he's gone birdie, birdie. How's the atmosphere, Simon? What have we got?
Yeah, Gavin has got kind of a scrappy lie here and not much angle. I suppose he can play a shot just to the left of the pin here and hope to catch that bank and bring it back. But this is definitely a tricky one. Got to be quite defensive on this shot here. Anywhere near 20 feet of the pin is going to be a really, really good shot.
Yeah, Simon, that bunker left of this green is arguably the worst on course. How important is it to not miss the green here?
Yeah, well, no, I think that the difficulty around the green is the undulation, and I mean, you can tell from the play we've seen it is really firming up. So, going to be really interesting to see how the players adjust to this.
Ethan Fang plumb in the centre of the fairway while all that's going on. Nice place to be. Oh, that's a handy bounce, and Gavin Tiernan under big pressure now on this hole, because that is another little sign that Ethan Fang is warming up. He's working his way into this final. 2 birdies in a row for the American, and a chance of another one there.
Sounded heavy, is heavy. Will it roll out? Oh dear, oh dear. Now that is gonna roll back. Second of hope, but not to be. Advantage, Ethan Fang once again.
See the two balls up on the green there ahead, but that foreshortens the distance that Tiernan has to cover. There's a hollow in there as well to get up and over.
Yeah, this green is as quirky as it gets here at St George's. A very funky finish to the front nine. They've gone nice and not easy, but they've gone relatively safe with today's pin. 18 on and pretty central.
That match against Richard Tedder of Estonia yesterday went to the 18th. I remember Tedder was off the back of the green, had to get a ruling on relief for his ball. So ultimately the Estonian second shot cost him. Could easily have been him here in the final, but Tiernan went on to beat Fantinelli in the semi. If Fang's putter is warming up, then you'd give him a decent chance of sinking his, so Tiernan might feel as though he has to do the same here. Difficult putt for birdie. His only birdie so far on this first nine was on a par 5. Feels like he just needs a bit of a spark to get going, and this could be it. No, swinging away. Not a dead easy par putt either, but that's to come, maybe.
Well, there we have it, all square, and he's starting to turn the screws here. Is the world number 7, and speaking of turning the screws, at the Open when Colin Morikawa went on to win, he birdied the 7th, 8th and 9th holes, which got him on a really big roll, and he started to assert his dominance on the championship. And Ethan Fang, he's birdied 7, he's birdied 8, and now he's got a very good look at birdieing 9. Got to get up. Oh, so close. Wow, that looked good for some time. Unable to complete the hat-trick of birdies. But very solid golf. If you're worried about not having 3 birdies in a row, you must be playing pretty good golf.
Just a tiny bit more pace needed.
How did that not come off that big slope?
Tiernan in. Resilient from the Irishman. And it keeps us all square, a quarter of the way through this amateur final. Remember, 36 holes. Lots of time for twists and turns yet. They stride off together. The two pals, Ethan and his caddy. Another beautiful day on the southeast coast of England. Should we do a little social Could we do a social graphic or?
Well, speaking of...
Yeah, I asked for it, so we may as well do it.
Speaking of socials, yeah, you do love your social media.
There you go. This is for the students either still up or just waking up over in the States. Drop us a line to let us know where you're watching from. Various social media channels open to you.
Everyone behind the scenes wanted some social, so, you know, great of you to...
I'm glad I was asking for the social media channels and not for a burger or something.
Well, that's because you've already had had a naughty little breakfast from the Golden Archways.
Well, this is a great vantage point, isn't it? The 10th hole. And again, to be honest, this hole, a little bit like the 9th before it, more about the precision of the second shot, to be honest. The green falls away sharply pretty much all round.
Yeah, it's a sickening green. And almost up on the horizon. Scary approach shot, but first things first. Peel one off the left edge. Relatively simple shot, and then the fairway funnels back in. So if you hug the right of this fairway, it'll bring it back to the middle. Oh dear. Is it going to hold on? Oh, he's got a delightful bounce. That's absolutely fine. That'll work.
He does make very, very few mistakes, doesn't he, Ethan Fang?
Just really simple swing. Everything looks relaxed. Doesn't change much. Even his putting stroke looks so simple. Pretty clear head by the looks.
All right, looking to give this one a bit of welly.
Oh, super cool.
Approval from behind the tee.
Yeah, good shot. Only issue is the pin is on the left edge of the screen, so it's going to be hard to go directly at it for both of these golfers. But you'll never turn down a fairway at the Amateur Championship.
Yeah.
Can you come up this way? Film me, camera.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
The galleries are growing. The atmosphere is building. We have finished the front 9 of the final. This long novel has got many chapters.
Yeah, we'll be seeing it again, of course. And I think that is a feature, isn't it? They play so many rounds that I'd be interested to see how they play each hole. Perhaps differently, say, on the Sunday, having learnt stuff since, you know, Monday, Tuesday, all the way through. There'll certainly be things that they will have picked up along the way that they should, in theory, depending on, you know, weather conditions and everything like that, but they should, in theory, be looking to play the hole better each single time they play.
Well, it's just quite frankly sickening when you look at Gavin Tiernan's 148 holes that he's just played this week. That is absurd. Mentally, physically, and chuck a little bit of sunburn on top of that. The young man's going to need a nap.
That gentleman is a Gavin Tiernan fan wearing the Baltray t-shirt.
He's trying to flirt with the scorers to try and use the magic pencil. So this is a very tough green, especially when the pin's at the back, but as you can see there, pretty central. Just got to get the yardage right, or else you'll be trickling back down to your twinkle toes. Once again, much like most championships held at Royal St George's, they have turned on an absolute beauty of a day. We're now on the 10th hole, the back 9 of the morning's proceedings. Fang has found the second cutter rough. Not all bad. He will play first.
So after a pretty fortunate bounce, he's ended up in a decent position here. Thought about maybe changing club momentarily there, just waiting perhaps for a little breeze to die down.
There are 2 traps very close to the left edge of this green, so there you can see them there, deep bunkers. So no surprises to be slightly wrong, slightly right of this pin. Yeah, just like that, beautiful execution.
He's getting into this final, isn't he, Ethan Fang?
Certainly is. You get the sense the longer this goes on, the longer he finds his stride. Top seed's going to be hard to beat.
It's a beautiful shot, isn't it? You can see the flag hanging limp in the centre of the green and crowds either side. See the bunkers on the left. Avoid them at all costs. Oh yes, oh it's just, I thought that was going to skip forward and instead, look what's happened.
No.
I tell you what, that landed perfectly in line. You felt with just one more bounce it was going to be super close. And instead it's spun back down off the front of that green.
It is one of the only things you cannot and should not do here on the 10th hole. Heading towards Dunkirk, way in the distance. Tee shot's relatively simple. You'll get a lenient bounce either side, but it's all about the green here, as we've just seen. 2 pot bunkers on the left. Normally it's the back of the green which is the scary part, but as you've just seen, you must get it over the false front or else it'll dribble back down to the front of the green. Today the pin is 17 on, 5 from the left, and now it's advantage Ethan Fang.
Yeah, from pole position with a big advantage off the tee. That was an unforced error you have to feel from Gavin there. The only mistake he couldn't make. So now a really difficult chip. It's almost like the peak of the ridge is sort of 8/10 of the way to the hole. I think he'll try to sort of, yeah, he's got his lobber out and he'll try to skid one up there, get it spinning up by the hole. Plays these so well. Like if you watch all of his wedge shots, almost like the club head is like in slow motion. It's not sort of anything fast at the ball there. So really learn a lot from this chipping action. So rhythmical.
He's just knocking it on the head, isn't he, Simon?
Easy swing. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it's got to be.
Too easy. If he can keep that up throughout the day, it'll be very, very helpful.
You know what, George, that's exactly where I thought his second shot was going to end up. You know, when it pitched, it felt like one more bounce and he would have ended up there for birdie, but as it is, It's been conceded, I think, for a par. So Ethan Fang didn't manage 3 birdies in 3 holes, but could be 3 birdies in 4 here. And significantly, this would be the first time Fang has had the lead if he can sink this birdie putt. So he steps up to it. He'll be full of confidence in his putting after the last few holes. Well, after the last 7 days, really, he's been putting pretty well. Looks good. Oh. Wow. Just millimetres wide. That's 2 in a row now where he has just missed the opportunity to go ahead. But as it is, we remain all square now after 10. The 11th is the par 3, long par 3. It used to be a par 4. And the 11th green is not straightforward either. It's a green that new members at the club are told never to concede a putt on because there are just so many small, almost hidden undulations, even from close range. Nice to see the players in amongst the spectators. Serious business, but a relaxed atmosphere. And I mean, it is mind-boggling, George, that this is Ethan Fang's first visit to Europe. Here he is in a huge championship, and even, you know, regardless of what he goes on to do in the game of golf, if he goes on to become a pro, wins tournaments, who knows, wins majors, this championship, this day will always stay with him.
Well, he hasn't seen much of Europe, apart from maybe across the water to France. He's just been at Royal St George's for what feels like an eternity. But he's made the most of it, that's for sure. He knows every yard of this golf course by now. Right, so the 11th hole. This is a big boy par 3. Can get up to 230 yards, but today isn't quite. What do we got here? Full length to the centre, 242. That's what we want. We want these par 3s playing long and tough. He gave that a real clatter, overswinging, anxious. So close to being good because that slope drags it towards the pin. Everything from right to left up the top there. But unfortunately, he has found the greenside bunker by the looks of that. Tiernan absolutely has to put this centre of the green. Punish his opponent's mistake. Silky smooth swing. And a sensational result. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. What you have to do in match play. He smoked that. I remember during the Open Championship of 2021 here, we had flyovers on a fairly regular basis from Spitfires. Spitfires made over in Kent.
And every so often you would hear the unmistakable sound of one coming over. It was really fantastic. Like literally everybody stopped. You know, players took a look up into the skies.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Their cricket team is called the Kent Spitfires.
That is it. Yeah, there is also a little drink available of an alcoholic variety known as the Spitfire.
Ah, it's a bizarrely massive weight off my shoulders.
I'm glad I've given you a bit of cricket education.
Well, I actually went down to watch the Kent Spitfires. A couple of Kiwis were playing in the team, and you know, thinking it's domestic cricket, I could rock up on entry, but completely sold out.
Yeah.
Couldn't get in. Made the effort. So yeah, extremely disappointing. Never got to see them.
And the town of Sandwich, just along the coast.
A delightful, quaint young town, and when we went in for a nice meal last time we were here, I got the most bizarre fright when there was a massive death metal concert on, and the most unassuming of locations. Not on planet Earth did I think that I would see what I thought was near-death experiences on stage at the cute town of Sandwich. But hey, had a great night. Bought the merch.
That's what it's all about. I'm sure you would have sunk a Spitfire at the time without actually realising it. So Fang with work to do. We've seen him come out of bunkers a few times over the course of the last couple of days. Bunker play has just improved no end, just generally across the world of golf. A bit of club technology helps, of course.
Be interested to see the lie in here. I don't know if we can get the wily Simon Holmes, or is he off at the halfway hut, is he? This should be a pretty simple bunker shot. Just needs to get it started. Everything slopes towards this pin, so just pop it up, let it cruise out.
Just like that. You played round here recently, didn't you, George?
Yeah, sensational challenge. Beautiful links. Every hole, every shot demands the best. So much fun, these greens, and trying to work your way around these championship links courses. A seriously stunning part of the world. You can come here, tick off 3 amazing links with Princes and St. Ports just around the corner. Make a really, really good weekend of it. Big thanks to Colin and the crew running the ship here at St. George's, doing a great job. One more day and you can have your course back to all the members out there. So thank you as well.
Notice that George didn't tell us what his score was on that research round. Just, you know,
well,
note that down, folks.
It'll be the same as theirs after 36 holes.
To win the hole, then.
Got to get up, got to get up. A good effort, valiant effort.
Make Fang putt out, as he's entitled to do. Lovely bird song in the background. Kept neat and tidy.
Clinical up and down. These two, they just don't want to be separated.
This is where the 36-hole format comes into play, really. They've got lots of holes still to go. And we've heard Gavin Tiernan in particular say in all of his interviews, one hole at a time, one hole at a time. Not thinking about this afternoon, certainly not thinking about Portrush and the trophy and all of that. Just thinking about the 12th hole now.
Yeah, I thought looking at the interviews, he embraced it really well, didn't he? He knew there was pressure, he knew there was challenges ahead, but he seemed calm, and he mentioned, look, if you don't think about it, you're putting pressure on yourself alone, and you know it's there, so don't force it out of your mind, just accept it and play one shot at a time. So he seems very composed as the 19-year-old. What a story it would be, coming through pre-qualifying. Had never played here at RSG. Right, quirky little hole, the 12th. You can take on the corner with the rough not being so thick. It's a small risk. You can easily just take a 5 or 6 on. But he's gone gung-ho. And look at that. He's gone over the back. Oh dear. Settle down.
Wowee.
That is absolutely flowing. It's nearly on the next tee. And he's got a bit of green to work with there as well, so it's actually a really good leave. Now we're going to see another tactic. Just fly it straight over these bunkers. And if you play a little fade, you can hold it up against this fairway, which all runs off to the left. Oh, see, that needs to sit. Looks like he's turned it over.
Massive.
Yeah. What are you worried about, son? What are you worried about?
I'd love to know what was going through his mind there, what he thought he'd done.
Well, he won't be able to see that. But he's going to get a pleasant surprise when he arrives at the green. No doubt about it.
Well, just
look at that.
Just to confuse things as we hit the 12th green. We're 2/3 of the way through the 18, 1/3 of the way through this final, and yet the halfway hut is alongside this green. Let's look at this again. Down on his knees.
You'd think if you'd found a green, you'd be pretty happy, but that was a very anxious reaction, wasn't it? So many big slopes in this fairway. Funny little hole. Entertaining, that is for certain.
I like to see reactions. You know, we see so many golfers these days who are so in the zone, they're keeping calm, everything focused. But actually, it's lovely every so often to just see a player react, as you know, as you and I might.
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's an entertainment sport. Speaking of entertainers, Simon Holmes has been dragged back into the broadcast. How are you, Simon?
Yeah, thanks, George. So, I mean, an unbelievable shot from Gavin. Now, Fang came through the green, hot bounce. He's got tons of green to work with, but he will have to feel like he's got to get this up and down if he's going to halve the hole with Gavin, you know, 30 feet for birdie, so 30 feet for eagle. So, perfect lie. I would imagine he's going to carry it pretty much up to the hole and just try to get it to stop up there really, really close.
Any wind to speak of, Simon? It looked like those came off pretty hot, or was that just the sloping in the fairways?
You know what? It is definitely getting more and more fiery, George. There's no doubt about it. Like, you see a little puff of sand come up when the ball lands in the fairway. That's the first time we've kind of seen that. It's really a tiny, tiny breeze. But you just have such an undulating fairway. That's the problem. You catch a downslope and you just shoot 30, 40 yards forward. So that's just the nature of St George's, isn't it? You've got this big runoff area. This is all new. Try to bring a bit more chipping and pitching back into the game. So the fescue's been cut back. Yeah, it was a great shot.
Simon, I don't know if you saw the flight of Gavin Tiernan's tee shot, but he went down on his knees immediately after it. He looked absolutely crestfallen. I think he thought he'd hit a really poor shot. Do you know what he thought he'd done from the path of the ball?
I think he thought that he hadn't hit it left enough off the tee, and so what happens is, you know, on line with the pin, if any kind of bounce right at all, and that's down into the heavy, heavy haze. So I was thinking that that's what he did, but he just carried the crest, got a pretty soft bounce, and then, as you can see, it released to 30 feet. I mean, those are the tiny margins that you've got here. You know, you can see by the ways the guys are playing, you've got to really, really respect this golf course. It's so much more about precision, the shot making. And I think that's what we see from Fang. It's almost like, you know, we expect an American golfer just to hit the ball hard and smash it straight up in the air. That's how you play in the States. He plays a very flat flight. He plays lots of different shapes. It's lovely to watch. Got an amazing short game. He says that's his strength. Let's have a look at this one. 60 yards, 55 yards to the pin. I think he'll carry it all the way up there. Just try to get it to stop.
Thanks, Simon. Just like the fairways, you are firing as well. As you can see from this camera angle, plenty of green, has to get aggressive. Alrighty. All in all, on a par 4, this is a pretty easy approach shot. Just made slightly different when your partner's on the green for 1. Check.
That's a pretty good shot, I would say, from there. George not so sure. He's thinking about his own chips from off the green last week.
Well, I'm just thinking that he's had a few putts from that distance today, and we've had about 2 or 3 lip outs, so that's an awkward distance for Fang. He binned a good one for birdie on the 8th, but this distance has challenged him throughout the morning.
So a monster putt for Tiernan across the 12th green. So it's right to left, uphill to begin with. Up and across the green it comes for Gavin Tiernan, and it's wide left, and that has run on. Bit meaty. Still only 1 birdie for Tiernan today on the 7th hole. That was the par 5. So we Fang to putt first. This is the psychology of match play, isn't it? If he sinks this, pressure on to Tiernan. If he misses, then suddenly Tiernan has a chance to win the hole again.
A birdie chance all the same. All week, this has been a feature of his game. Oh. Wow, another one. Burns the edge. Well, that more than burned it. It caught a big chunk of it. Let's have one more look at that from ground level. Oh, yeah. Door slightly ajar now.
Tiernan for his second birdie of the round and to win the hole and to take the lead. So after a drive that he thought had gone wrong, he ends up with a birdie and he's 1 up after 12 on Ethan Fang.
Well, we've all of a sudden noticed a hint of a theme where Fang has just missed a few putts from this distance, around that 10-12 feet mark. And he's still right in this match. So if he can just sort it out from this distance, there's no reason why he can't take charge of this final. But oh, so close on many occasions throughout the morning. Tiernan back at the 6th there. Remember this. Absolute poached egg in there. But this was to win the hole and slightly shorter than the ones we've seen, but once again just burns the edge. So if Fang can get that putter firing, it could really change the match, but at the moment he might be ruining missed opportunities. That was on the 8th for birdie, but then once again on 9. Oh, so close. Hopefully we won't be looking back in angst.
Tiernan teeing off on 13. I suppose Fang's putting, at least he's putting himself in those positions on a regular basis, a bit like a football striker, getting lots of chances. Better to be getting those chances and be in the right place than not getting them at all. We've seen that parrot, haven't we? The club head on Tiernan's driver. A real swipe from Fang. That's a good drive. So evenly matched, these two, aren't they? And I think that's why George's analysis of that putting is so crucial, because little margins like that could prove costly. Tiernan 1 up after 12. One up after 12, though, of 36, not of 18. Cat Down's back in the commentary box with me. But yes, there's a cigarette paper between them, as they say.
There is. It's fluctuated, hasn't it? Just ever so slightly. But I think George made a good point, the two of you discussing it, just as I bobbed back into the commentary box. It looks like Fang is giving himself chances. Just that putter letting him down, and that was a beautiful swing of the driver there. Looks like he's finding a bit of rhythm here, the American. And 2 birdies on the card apiece. Fang currently playing at level par, and Tiernan at 1 under. That's the difference between the two players. It's really not very much, particularly with a 36-hole final. It's going to be a long day of action. So players have reached their balls in the centre of the fairway on the 13th, par 4.
I tell you what, Kat, we're considering the possibility of an American winner here today. A certain Bobby Jones won this amateur championship in 1930, the man who helped design Augusta National, a place that's obviously up for grabs for the winners today. Bobby Jones, a 3-time Open Championship winner, 4 times US Open winner, and one of the greatest names in the game, won this championship, what, 95 years ago. There haven't been that many American winners over the years of this event. We've spoken about Drew Weaver in 2007, but in recent decades, American winners have been quite rare.
It's a surprise, really, isn't it, given, you know, the collegiate system and the way that they breed and rear their golfers in the States. I guess so many of them come up through college and then turn straight to the professional game.
Yeah, before Drew Weaver in 2007, you have to go back to 1979 for the previous American winner, Jay Siegel.
Second shot then for this generation of American stars. Ethan Fang, 20 years old.
'84 was a good year for this event. Jose Maria Olazabal beat Colin Montgomery in the final, 5-4. That was up at Formby. And it's great when you look back through the list of names and you pick out the players that went on to great things.
Did Monty win it? Second shot for Tiernan. Oh, just puts the brakes on a little too early for the Irishman. That's going to be advantage to the American here on the 13th green. But Gavin Tiernan leads 1 up in the early stages of this final. And Simon has caught up with his parents who are out there on the course.
Oh, I have found in the gallery 2 nervous spectators, Gavin's mum and dad. Terence, you've been here a long time.
I have, yeah. We arrived last Friday, yeah, for the qualifier.
And Debbie?
4 o'clock this morning after a very long journey.
How did you get here?
A flight into Birmingham and then hassle with car hire, and eventually got here about 4:30 this morning.
And how are you holding up? Are you good spectators?
I'm not. Terry is. I'm nervous. Yeah.
We're both very nervous, you know, because it's all new to us, you know.
Oh, it's an amazing story. Can you tell us? I mean, I was speaking to some of the guys at County Louth at Baltray. He was the junior captain last year.
Junior captain, yeah. He's a member there since he's about 8. You know, he's been playing golf since he can hold a golf club.
But he's talking golf speak since he's about 4. Yeah. So he's just absolutely upset.
His granddad was a member of the Island and Baltray. So that's where he got it from, you know.
That's fantastic. And he's off in America?
He's off in America, loving the States, yeah, doing a degree in economics and playing golf as much as he can and practicing as much as he can. Yeah.
It's fantastic. Well, I tell you what, thank you so much for chatting to us. Lovely to meet you, and hopefully at the end of this day it's a dream come true.
Can we just say hello to our other son, Matthew, who couldn't make it here because he's in Australia.
Yeah, he emigrated from Australia.
Hi, Matt, we're thinking of you.
Yeah, love you, Matt. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope this turns out well for you.
I hope so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And up the dubs.
A very international family, obviously, the Tiernans, with Matthew off in Australia and Gavin playing his golf and studying economics in the States. I imagine they spend a lot of time on the plane, Mr. and Mrs. Tiernan.
To answer your question from earlier, Colin Montgomery, this was one title that did evade Monty. Not many did.
I knew I'd seen his name on the list, but it must have been as a runner-up. Do you think we could... Is that going through that?
Tiernan from long range, but buoyed by the birdie on the 12th. Can he make it 2 in a row?
Not a bad effort, lots of swing on that one.
So Ethan Fang has a putt here of a similar distance to the ones we were discussing a few moments ago, where if he'd sank a couple more, he'd be a good couple of holes ahead by now. As I say, he keeps giving himself the opportunities. That is the first important thing to say. Wide, but we know it's going to curl back in, but not quite the pace. Again, it has to be said. Nice to see the families there. Gavin Tiernan's parents. I remember the women's amateur a couple of years ago. Annabelle Pancake, the American, was in the final, and her dad managed to fly in and arrived on something like the 15th hole of the 36 of the final. It was really nice. She walked off the green and saw him, massive hug. It was Father's Day as well. It's going to be a long day, I think, isn't it? I'm not sure this one's going to be finishing early.
Yeah, and they up at 4 AM to get on their flight. Gavin Tiernan's parents, so yeah, they're going to sleep well tonight, aren't they? Unless they're up all night partying, of course. Celebrating an Irish victory.
But this is it, isn't it? When we've spoken about the lure of a place at Portrush, you have to consider his family and friends and everybody associated with the golf club at Baltray, how special it would be for all of them. Sometimes we forget about the loved ones of these sports people, don't we? And the impact it would have on them as well. The pride they would feel.
And how much time they give up as well, you know, driving their son to golf tournaments up and down the country.
So this is the hole they call Suez Canal. And that's because of the huge ditch that runs across the fairway. You don't need me to tell you that's wide left. And this time he was right. The previous time he thought he'd hit a bad tee shot. He really hadn't, but this time he has.
Yeah, well, he's avoided the out of bounds down the right. That's the big danger. And that, though, has bounced off one of the mounds in the rough and nestled into the thick, lush rough down the left-hand side. So in trouble off the tee, Tiernan.
Spot on.
Yeah, definitely advantage to the American on this famous 14th hole at Royal St George's.
The two chaps over there are teeing off at Prince's Golf Club, which runs as you can see, alongside this 14th hole, and the buildings we see behind the 14th tee belong to Prince's Golf Club as well.
A big ditch down that right-hand side as well, between the fairway on Royal St George's and the golf course at Prince's. The only bits of water really on the golf course here. Suez Canal, ditch running 330 yards from the tee. Has Simon had a look at the...
Yeah, it's gone out and on. Matthew sent a video of it there. No way.
Saying Terry, you have a couple of matches
We join Gavin Tiernan coming over to his ball way left of this 14th fairway. Caddy John thinks he knows where it is.
You'd hope with all those people watching they hadn't lost sight of it. It's nestling down to the left of these mounds. And there is some lush stuff in there where the water has run off the dunes. Just feels at the moment like Fang is playing the steadier golf. Tiernan's putting himself in some awkward situations. He's coped with them well.
That doesn't look too pretty, does it? And Fang is in the centre of the fairway, or actually just over on the right edge, but on the smooth stuff. I think you're right, Kat. If I can paraphrase you, I think Fang is playing the better golf, I would say, at the moment, and then just missing more putts. But we expect the momentum to swing one way and then the other. Well, that was tough getting the ball out there. It's going to be bunted onto the fairway.
It sounds like it was a successful exit from the rough for Gavin Tiernan. Not quite sure where he's ended up. Par 5 this, along the back edge of Royal St George's. Wind behind here will push the ball along towards the green. Made it in 2 yesterday during his semi-final, and creeping on the front edge there, racing towards the back of the green. Just using that little upslope to slow it down. What a stunner of a second shot that is. And he'll have that for a look at eagle. Got to be careful walking over that bridge. There's a lot of mosquitoes that lurk, particularly in the evening time, ready to bite your ankles.
Yeah, good to go. Sorry, Mark. No worries. Yeah.
So Fang on the green in 2. that putt for an eagle chance. So Tiernan's going to have to take this on if he wants to give himself a good chance of holding on to this very slight, fragile lead. Great job of that. That for birdie for the Irishman. And just inside him, the eagle putt for the American. Looks like the lead could slip through his fingers here. George Harper back in the commentary box.
Yeah, what an exciting time to rejoin as we enter the back stretch, the far corner of the course. And after this hole, they will make the turn, the homeward turn. Love this 14th hole. Now, this was before my time, but a very memorable final. Harry Ellis winning after 38 holes. It was a sensational comeback. He was... well, I'm pretty sure he was 4 down with 5 holes to play as well on top of that. So poor old Dylan Perry, if you're out there, hello. Long time. But yeah, a very memorable win for Harry Ellis and a very big fight back. So one thing this championship is familiar with is comebacks. We've seen plenty of them, so settle in for a long day.
Yeah, so fantastic shot. Ethan had 250, hit it to 12 feet. But I have to say, Gavin's done exactly the right thing there. What a fantastic response he hit in there. Out of position, did the sensible thing. He's given himself a chance to stay in it. You don't want to have sort of a foregone conclusion that gives your opponent so much momentum. And there's no momentum for either player here. It's just a battle.
Are they tired, Simon?
Man, I'll tell you what, these guys have got some energy because they are totally focused. I mean, you can tell both beautiful rhythm swings. Certainly, Gavin's got way more power, much more in the tank. But I like the way Fang plays. He plays kind of almost like an old, like a kind of like a Lee Trevino kind of just pushing it around, putting it into the right places. He's a great thinker. Like the best part of his game, you can't see it because it's in his head.
The top 2 inches, oh so important in the game of golf. Tricky little putt. Not too much in it, which almost makes it more difficult which way it's going to break.
This for birdie for Gavin Tiernan. And a must make, you'd say, with Fang where he is for eagle. Oh!
Fang
Good.
3, Tiernan 5, match is all square.
That'll take the match back to all square in the final. Can't separate the pair.
Would he have made eagle?
It was Caddy with the alley-oop. Being the basketball fan that he is. Loves the Dallas Mavs. Which, well, would have been a tough season for them. Not making the playoffs. Finishing in 10th.
I'm afraid you've wandered away from my area of expertise there, George.
We can't follow them all.
Right, on to the 15th, longest par 4 on the course. 497 yards, and look at the swings so far in this Amateur Championship final. 4 holes left to play of round 1. And we're back to all square.
Yeah, seriously tough golf hole, this one. Five fairway bunkers scattered on either side of the fairway. And they range from 240 to 280 yards, so right in the go zone. Simply must hit fairway. And he's done just that. He split it right down the middle. Such a tough green. So paramount importance to get it in position A.
Now, just started to leak slightly, this driver for Gavin Tiernan. Can he get it back under control?
Good shot.
Thanks. Faultless.
Both balls in the fairway. Both players locked at all square in the final of the Amateur Championship. Just wondered if you'd noticed there, I had a bit of a break away from commentary, and he was driving it so solidly, Gavin Tiernan, before I left the commentary box, and coming back he's missed a couple of fairways with the driver. Just noticed he was beginning to twitch a little behind the ball there as he was addressing it. I don't think I've seen him doing that so far today.
I was looking at that as well, going, okay, there's maybe one or two too many twitches there.
Not something I'd noticed him doing before. I wonder if that's just the pressure building on the Irishman.
Well, a former champion in Sergio Garcia used to have the twitchies. Wow, he spent a decade over the golf ball at times, but we'll keep an eye on those twitches.
It could be a sign, something to keep an eye on. Missing a couple of fairways as well, making life slightly more difficult for himself over the past couple of holes. And the American with the momentum as he's levelled the match on the 14th.
There's Tiernan's dad cruising straight across the centre of the fairway, really dominating the links, maybe trying to assert some dominance as a family. Now here's our first look at the green. Now here's a look at the stroke hole 1 for the members, the 15th green. Huge false front. Must carry that or else it'll spit you out to the front right. We saw it so much yesterday. And this pin is tucked right at the back left, so there's a tiny backstop behind it. So very gettable pin,
Do you think
if that is a thing on this hole.
Do you think it helps that it's not perched where it was yesterday, up above that enormous gully at the front of the green?
For sure, for sure. And you can favour the left edge of this green and it'll kick it back in beautifully. So in terms of easy pins on a very, very, very tough hole, this is one of them. But at the end of the day, you just have to be dancing.
Well, they've got to set it up with scoring chances, don't they, for match play? You need to give these players You know, a chance to really go for the pins, to put some fireworks into this match.
Well, that's it, and it shows how hard this hole is if he's coming in with a hybrid after piping a drive down the middle. So hopefully with this club he can get it to land soft into the wind slightly, which will help with that. Oh, that's almost got too much spin on it. It's going to come up short.
Oh, big mistake from Ethan Fang. They're a long way out. This pin is way back, needed more club.
He doesn't have the draw in the locker, he was saying to us earlier in the week, so when you're playing into the wind and you cut across it even just a little bit too much, it's going to be magnified, and it was just showing there. I'll tell you what though, someone who loves a knockdown fade is this man here. This is perfect for him. Got to get it back there. Oh dear. Same, but different.
Into the wind, perhaps. It's confounded them a bit. This is the time of the day where it does begin to pick up. Heading towards midday. Maybe playing into the wind for the first time since it's begun to gust.
Well, here just shows the magnitude of his achievements so far this week. At one point, he was the first to make the last 8 players from final qualifier, and now he's made the final. So that's going to be a record that not many will beat. What an impressive run. 139 holes played before this morning, so it has been a marathon.
Pushing up towards 25, 26 degrees this afternoon, and that sea breeze will be just taking the edge off the temperatures, but it'll be drying out that rough, those fairways. Almost like a hairdryer.
Something you've been lacking at the hotel, I hear.
Yeah, both players are pin high, but they hit the runoff and fell off to the right. It's Fang to go first. He's in the semi. I think the shot here, almost where he's going to, you know, he's always going to have a look here, but I think you've got kind of like a nice bit of room to run that up to the pin there, sort of right where Gavin is standing. That's the landing area. Just to try to find it out. Gavin probably the advantage with the easier lie. Fang, be interesting to say, he likes to play kind of a spinny shot. I'm not sure he'll be able to do that on this particular occasion. You can see the undulation he's walking down now. That's what they hit, and that's where they release into this runoff area. Just trying to picture it. He's got great imagination, great visualization. He's adapted to links golf very, very quickly. It's a good shot. I think that came out a little higher than he wanted. Gavin out. Much more used to this type of shot. Definitely a better lie. He'll hope he can hit this in the gimme area. Watch how slowly he swings this club head. Ah, a little bit of kick there. Just an absolute beauty. Such a good chipping action. No tension, no rhythm, just delivers that club head into the ball perfectly. And he will not need his putter. All eyes now on Ethan. Hit a brilliant shot on the last hole to win that, and now immediately back under pressure from about 6-7 feet. And he hasn't had too much success from this range, so one of the things that he did say was he just found the pace of the greens so much slower, and that's kind of affecting his read. Very clean, very well tidied up.
So there you have it, all square, inseparable through 15 holes. Gavin Tiernan is making a habit of chipping it very, very close on a dime this morning. So if he can keep that up, he's going to be hard to beat.
Short game, one of his strengths, isn't it, for the Irishman, and that little chip there, you know, you can see that he plays so much of his golf on tight links lies. Chipping up onto these elevated greens. Said his game has come on in leaps and bounds since Christmas, working with Aaron O'Callaghan. His US college coach is Cork-born. Fellow Irishman over there credits him with improving his game, feels it's transformed in the last few months.
Now the 16th hole, a tremendous par 3, extremely famous for Thomas Bjorn's bunker troubles back in 2003. And we're bringing that up because that is where the pin is as we speak. Maybe a tip of the cap to that Sunday pin. 16 on and 7 from the right. Now this bunker on the right edge of the 16th, it'll grab, it'll drag any ball that comes near it. Even slightly right of this pin, and it'll be goodbye nurse. Yep, textbook, exactly as you should play it.
Yeah, you do not want to be heading right of this pin, do you, today? Thomas Bjorn caught that slope 3 from the bunker on the right. Saw his open hopes vanish in 2003.
Oh, that was tough to watch. Hit Billy Foster on the back in his heyday. Looks to be taking it very aggressive line. Needs to sit though. Wow.
That was dicing with danger, wasn't it?
What a golf shot. And he's got away with it. Look at that. right on the edge. Well, we said not to flirt with the danger, but he's certainly done that here. What a shot.
Looks like Tiernan's decided he needs to up the aggression here, closing stages of the first round.
Yep, it's a good time to do it. It'll make lunch taste much better. And speaking of good stuff, Just Swing is launched with the RNA, all about global participation. If you like sport, maybe golf's for you.
Just Swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just Swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing. Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Plenty of people out for an early morning round here at the golf course just next to my hotel this morning. 6 o'clock in the morning my alarm went off and there were people unpacking their golf clubs from the boot of their car. Perfect golfing weather to get out and enjoy it.
I love an early morning start.
Yeah, get round, get in, nice big breakfast.
Oh.
Just look at where Gavin Tiernan's ball put the brakes on. He got lucky there. Couple more inches to the right and he'd have been in Thomas Bjorn country.
Yeah, well, I can't stress. We mentioned that bunker off the tee, the Thomas Bjorn bunker, and look at this. Tiernan is oh so close to going in there. Look how severe that slope is.
There's nothing to stop it either, is it? It's all mown so tightly.
And then once you're in that, it's so hard to get it anywhere near this pin without coming back down to your feet. So, very clever pin. Very audacious tee shot, and he's got away with it.
So Ethan Fang opting to play it safe. Has he got his tactics right here?
A really good stroke on that. Valiant effort. However, he will just have to settle for par. Everything about his setup just looks so rhythmic, so smooth. It's when he misses, it still looks good.
So will the risk reward pay off for Gavin Tiernan? It will. He's back out in front, the Irishman. Snatches back the lead. With a courageous tee shot on the par 3 16th. You have to wonder how important it would be for momentum, for confidence, to go in for lunch at the halfway stage with your name out in front, knowing you don't have to come out and chase.
Yeah, it makes your lunch taste all the more better, doesn't it? Imagine sitting on the lead, knowing you're potentially just one round away from being at the Open Championship at Portrush and more. But The Open is just around the corner. Teeing it up with your heroes, the amateur providing the perfect platform to launch your career. The opportunities that come with being an amateur champion are absolutely massive. 2 holes to go for the morning session. The 17th, relatively easy tee shot, no bunkers to avoid, just slamming up the left edge and everything that should funnel in both left and right. Easy does it. Well, he would have liked it to be slightly easier, but he should be okay over the other side of that dune.
Fairway just bends around slightly to the left. No trouble down that right side there. Ethan Fang should be fine. Gavin Tiernan, 1 up in this final.
Well, as we just said, the 17th hole, the penultimate hole. If it was in a major championship, as you can see with the grandstands, it would be a nervous one, but you've just got to nurse your way around the dunes, the valleys in this fairway. That bunker is in play if the wind's behind us, but it's all about the approach shot. A massive drop off at the front of the screen and a little backstop behind it. So distance control is key here on the 17th hole.
Pin cut today on that left edge, up above that big cliff. No room for error to the left side here. Plenty of green though on the right for the players to aim for. The Irishman Gavin Tiernan has outmuscled the American Ethan Fang down this penultimate hole, approaching the halfway stage of the 36-hole final of the Amateur Championship here in the sunshine at Royal St George's. Great drive from Tiernan. Wind just pushing back down the fairway into their faces.
Really showing how undulating these fairways are at points throughout the course. Challenging to see. what he has to deal with down under. But as you can see, both of them are sitting pretty. Fang to go first.
Yeah, pin perched on the left edge above that big drop off. Plenty of green to the right side of the pin. All depends on how much danger they want to take on.
And there's that false front, there's that big drop off. Much like the 15th, similar direction. The wind hurting it a little bit, more off the left on 17, but short's not the miss here. There is a backstop for them.
Left of him, he's over the ball. Left of him, over it. Swing, hit.
Done just what he needed to do. Ethan Fang opens the door and Gavin Tiernan barges through. Didn't have to take on that perched pin. Good play for the heart of the green. Ethan Fang on the back foot here, playing down the 17th. These crowds are swelling by the minute, aren't they? I think it helps having such a tight final.
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's been a couple of times Ethan Fang, like into the wind. He's so steep and late on it, kind of like a very spinny ball flight. And I think that's just sort of confusing him. The wind has picked up. He was dead into the wind there and made the only mistake he couldn't do, especially after having lost the last hole. So I think Gavin Tiernan just hit the absolute perfect shot, exactly what he should do. And now, once again, Fang is under pressure.
Thanks, Simon. Simon Holmes down on the course for us, following these two players around. He's got a long day ahead of him. So once again, he's going to have to contend with the dangers of this green. Ethan Fang.
Feel like we've seen a lot of this shot today and yesterday. So many players rolling back from the green and having to pitch it either into the slope or get it to check up top. So there's no shortage of experience with shots like these.
Little bump and run. Beautifully done for the player who's not accustomed to links golf. He's mastered that. First time in Europe, let alone playing on a championship links course like Royal St George's.
All right. Cross country. Aiming a foot or so outside the right edge here. Distance control. Can he manage it?
Make Fang finish off the hole here. couple of feet to halve the hole for the American.
Silky smooth. He is looking steady over the short ones. We now head to the final hole of the morning session. The Irishman is 1 up. Well, there's only 2 par 5s on course this week, so Fang has taken a lead in that. But Tiernan is holding parity in all other fields. Look at that, the 18th hole on a championship golf course.
For me, George, the key thing here is that Ethan Fang again has not been ahead in this match, and yet he's still in touch. His match against Conor Graham the other day, the Scot, went to a 20th hole. Fang was never ahead in that match until the 20th hole, when it really mattered. And that would be my concern if I was Gavin Tiernan, because in a sense, I think Ethan Fang genuinely is still playing the slightly better golf. He's still giving himself more opportunities, I think, than Tiernan. Just hasn't taken them. If that were to switch this afternoon in the second 18, then Tiernan could be in a bit of trouble. However, he has the lead as we play the 18th to get to the halfway stage of this final.
Yeah, I just want to stress that although Fang hasn't been completely firing on all cylinders, we've got to remember that both of these players are 2 under par. So Fang, 2 bogeys, 2 birdies and then an eagle. And Tiernan, a bogey and then 3 birdies after that. So albeit they're not making too many putts, that just shows the quality of golf we've got on show here. From the gallery's reaction, that looked pretty good. You've just got to be careful of the 3 bunkers on the left of this fairway. And look at that, a stampede of golf fans firing down the final hole.
Gavin Tiernan's dad on the left in the blue.
Imagine his nerves. Imagine following every shot.
Well, imagine brother Matt, who I assume is watching us from Australia.
Yeah.
Better to be, in terms of your nerves, surely better to actually be there than, sorry Matt, but watching at home on a screen, not really able to you know, make an impact on what's going on. Who knows? The one person we haven't really seen is Ethan Fang's dad, Frank, today, because we saw him yesterday, but as Kat mentioned earlier on, he tended to keep himself a little bit away from the play. He would hold back. He told us he was an incredibly nervous watcher.
Yeah. He popped up on the 4th hole, but I haven't seen him since then. But you mentioned his brother over in Australia. It's nearly 9 o'clock over there, 9:15 p.m. So it is a Saturday night, so he's going to have to settle in. Best of luck to you. Not sure the Guinness is overly good on that side of the world. The further you get away, the worse it gets is what I'm aware of. New Zealand, not quite as tasty as when I was in Dublin not so long ago.
Won't be a problem at Portrush.
It will not be. I'll tell you what, Dublin could have fireworks tonight if Gavin Tiernan is to get the chocolates. Now, we did see yesterday on this 18th hole a lot of players, and with the similar wind, a lot of players catching it quite hot and running out over the back. So they have to be very cautious. The pin, to me, looks very similar to a Colin Morikawa winning pin. 35 on, 7 from the right, probably a bit further right than Collins. But a nice angle in for the American. First, however.
Looked a good line off the club face. Oh, yes, that will do, although it is running on speedily. Ooh, needed a bit of grip there. That would have looked fantastic from where Tiernan was. George Harper Jr. patting himself on the back for his call on that one. Exactly how you predicted.
Yeah, you can't do too much with that, because once you clear that right-hand bunker, which he did so, there's a big downslope as well. So it's a very difficult shot to try and drop it in short, because then you bring those bunkers into play, and then you've also got massive undulation off the left edge of the screen too. So a much better angle here for Fang. Take note. No, he certainly has. This has gone really low. Look at this. This is a runner. Go on. That's Links Golf. And you tell me he hasn't been to Europe.
He punched that one in, didn't he? That was almost as if he had a local caddy giving him advice.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, he's got a couple of hundred local caddies walking behind him. Maybe one of them told him to have a go at that, but he would love, that goes without saying, but getting in at half-time all square would be big for Fang.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that, because he had an interesting lie, ball well above the feet, and he is just chopped right down on that. That's really impressive, adapting to the lie on that first cut of rough. I know for a lot of people back home that might look 20, 30 feet away, but that is a supremely good shot.
Yeah, this is going to be a super interesting exchange here on the last green. Gavin had a bad angle. I guess he had to take that front bunker out where he's walking now. Just a little hot from the rough. And he has been superb with his chipping. He's got a good little opportunity here. The ball is going to break kind of downhill, left to right as it gets to the hole. There's a nice little flat spot that I'm sure he's going to be looking at. And the way he's been chipping, you've got to think he's going to make this up and down. Again, Ethan Fang surprising us with his shot selection, using the ground. Played it up over the slope. Very, very good shot. So, all down to the chipping. And so far, he has been superb.
GT.
And just working it out.
He's got a bit of attention on that golf ball.
Nice to see the green, surrounded by onlookers. And after a nice lunch break, I'm sure they'll all be back out again on the first tee around about 1:30 local time. We're due to start the second half of this final. Will Tiernan be one up or all square? Or better, of course, if this were to go in.
No.
Hello.
No.
Oh, that's a great chip. As Simon said, his short game has been supreme. Worth another look, definitely. Great control. Landed it exactly where he wanted to. Ooh, for a moment there, I thought something special on the last.
Well, if that doesn't bring a wry smile on the 18th hole, there, oh, right on cue, there we go. A good smile after a morning's work, a good morning shift. It's a grind out there. But that wedge play has kept him in it, and probably not only kept him in it, but it's going to keep him on top.
Can Fang get us back to all square at half time? Oh, it's a good attempt, but another one just comes up short. I tell you what, if he'd given some of that kind of distant putts that he's had, just an extra 5% or so, he'd be ahead. But as it goes, it's Gavin Tiernan, the Irishman, who has the narrowest of leads after 18 holes of this 36-hole amateur final, and his lunch will taste just that little bit better than his opponent's.
Yeah, it's been an interesting morning. No one could really grab this final and take it out of control. That just shows the quality. Both players 2 under par. It's been super impressive under pressure. And there's his old man getting around him.
Well, let's take a little look back at some of the key moments of that first 18.
Yep, this is Fang on the 4th, and his putter was a bit cold early. And then once again on the 5th as well. This is where we thought it might be nerves, but just leaving himself that awkward distance. And he took a lot of the hole there, and it ended up happening a few times, and then on the very next, a fried egg, and it came out beautifully, which obviously left another opportunity for Fang, which once again, unfortunately, he couldn't capitalise on.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, Fang has had no problem whatsoever being behind in matches this week. He has always found a way to come back.
This is one opportunity where he didn't make a mistake here on the 8th. A clinical birdie to bounce back to all square.
Followed that up with, I guess, another miss here. Miss birdie on 9.
Yeah, staring down the barrel of that one for a long time, and once again, that would be so frustrating, It keeps building up. This one a little bit tougher, but I guess the positives are from these near misses is that if he's only one down and missing these putts, imagine if he bins a couple.
Well, this is what I'd be saying to him if I was his caddy or dad or whoever, anybody connected with him, just say, keep going, because you're creating so many opportunities that eventually a couple are going to fall and you're only one down. But Tiernan has been really good around the greens in particular. This was his tee shot on 16.
Yeah, that last one took him to 1 up, and then an extremely aggressive shot here on the challenging 16th. You should never take on that pin because it brings in that huge slope, but he got away with it and the rest. A superb shot and the putt to boot.
So that is the tail of the tape. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage with us, and of course come back for the afternoon session when we will crown a winner at the end of a second set of 18 holes. We will have a champion to join a wonderful roll of honour and to claim all of those goodies, the place at the Open, the invitation to the Masters, all of that up for grabs on the line. And we'll tee off again at just after 1:30 local time. Gavin Tiernan from the Republic of Ireland, one up on Ethan Fang of the USA at the halfway stage of this 130th amateur final.
Yep, it's been a great first 18 holes of golf served up, but now it is time for a sandwich in sandwich, because after the break we get ever closer to amateur championship glory. I wouldn't be surprised if they both take driver over this corner here, try and take those bunkers out of play. See where that punter is on the right, just out of screen. You've almost got to go at that angle, if not that golf buggy.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you know, Olesen has a lot more choices now than Clemens. Verification from his dad.
Look how high he tees this one up.
Yeah, you've got supporters and then you've got your dad.
Well, it wasn't long ago he looked a bit like Bambi on ice, but now things have turned a little bit, a bit of composure, and he's showing signs of a fight back.
Yeah, you've got to have a fight back. There we go, final instructions. Come on, my boy.
Do as you're told.
Straight on the corner.
Yeah, look at that ball, that is riding high.
There's some talent here, look at the
Don't
speed.
overhit it.
Oh, great ball follow.
Is it going to clear the corner? Oh, that would have looked so good for so long, but I'm not quite sure he's cleared it.
Looking for a signal. The signal is he did not clear the corner.
Sometimes when I see that, I'd expect a club change almost here, but he's kept sticking to his driver a few times today. Ooh. Clemens is standing pretty close to him here.
Clemens just moved there, maybe just caught his eye.
Yeah, he's in his back pocket. Big teapot, trying to get some physical presence maybe.
Yeah. Didn't move early, didn't he? So
that too has gone into the thick stuff. I just think that's, I'd like to see a little bit more maturity there, but, oh, hold on. Hold the phone. We might need to see that again. I don't know how he's ended up there. If so,
yeah, but we might have had a peripheral view there.
Yeah.
So that looks as though that's the ball that's got the line around it. So that is the ball. That's Oleson's ball.
Right, the cameras have confused me there, but if that is Oleson's ball, that is a sensational shot, and why wouldn't you hit it?
Yeah, it's only 450, isn't it? So
he had every option possible off the tee, but he's stuck to his guns and looks like he's absolutely blasted it down there. Let's try and clear this up, because that one's done a bit of wizardry on us. Here's Harry Potter himself, a little fade off the tee. The ball's in the clouds somewhere. And yes, oh yay, it is his. That is a huge shot. And could it be the killer blow? Avada Kedavra. What a fantastic drive. He has bombed it well over the corner, and now it's all about where Clemens' ball is. Can he find it? Can he have some sort of golf shot? Iona, what on earth is going on down there?
I can update you, George, that Clemens is down the right-hand side, and it's a shame he's not left-handed, because if he was, he would have a stance at this ball. Unfortunately, because he's going to be playing as a right-hander, this ball is stuck up on a plateau and his feet are going to be way below him, so he's going to have the club almost up at hip height, not quite, which is going to make an almost impossible shot. It's just going to be a wedge. You can see he's coming in now. It's lying okay. Wind's coming off the right-hand side, and the flag up there, slightly elevated green, and the flag's over on the right hand side, but it's really all going to be about the strike. Can he strike this ball? Can he get something on it? Going to be a lot of loft in his hand and require a bit of magic right about now.
He certainly is. We just saw some magic from his opponent, but you're right, Iona, this stance is going to be funky. Have to grip down his club a little bit. Wow, this is tough. This is going to go high into the sky. He's got to be careful he doesn't hoop this with the club face and go way left here. It's going to go so high off that. Yeah, and left he goes, but pretty good effort, to be fair. He's going to find himself in a bit of trouble, but he just could not do much from there, could he, Andy Stevenson?
Another couple of feet on his drive would have made all the difference. He would have been in A1 position. It's a cruel game, as we all know, but it's also a wonderful game. And look at the pleasure all of these people and all of you watching with us, I'm sure, are getting from this Amateur Championship final, which has lived up to its billing so far.
This is a huge shot, a chance to put the foot on the throat and end all doubt. Whoa, 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 whoa. I mentioned there's a slope there. And he hasn't taken it into account. Still a very nice shot, and below the hole means for a relatively easy two-putt.
I still can't get over that hole a couple of holes ago where Oleson holed his bunker shot, but then Clemens responded with a brilliant hole-winning putt himself. They could stick that on a DVD and sell it in the club shop, I tell you. That was fantastic.
Yeah, look at this. I did say there was a false front, and if you're going to spin the ball, you've got to play for it. And this is unfortunately just grabbed a little too much. But he has been very, very good with a wedge in hand today.
If that hadn't spun back, that was 5 up. That was absolutely nailed on 5 up if it hadn't spun back like that. So,
yes,
significant moments.
Would love to know what his lie's like over that far side of the green, because it still could be 5 up. Okay, there's a bit to work with. There's certainly some green to work with, so if your short game ever needed to turn up, now's the time. Look at this though, everything's running away from him. It's going to be so hard to get the distance right here. No glove. Pops it up nicely. Roll out, roll out, roll out. Wow. That is a long way short. He's going to need another clutch putt, much like his eagle putt. But now Olesen just has to lag this dead. Nicely done, very nicely done, left it below the hole.
As George keeps saying, halves the wins at the moment for Jacob. He gave it a good go, but it sailed on by. That was for a par. I think it might well be Clemens again for a bogey. Okay, so make sure of the bogey, but Olesen, you can see his marker, only a couple of feet away from the hole. A par would put him back to 5 up with 6 holes to play. 1 hand on the trophy time if this goes in.
The maths is getting easier if you're a Denmark fan. This moment right here to make it 5 up with 6 to play. Ooh. He uses every bit of the hole required, but he strides to the 13th with a 5 up lead.
The 13th, unlucky for some. Could it be the hole where Olesen wins this amateur championship? 30 holes played today. 7 rounds of golf played before today. And there's no doubt that great courses produce great champions. And whoever ends up the victor here in the next, well, in the next couple of hours, in the next 20 minutes maybe, will be a great champion.
Yes, well, if Olesen was to win this, it would be done and dusted. 6 up, 5 to play. So for everyone at home, for everyone on course, this could be our final hole. Can Dominic Clemens extend this match, keep the fight going? It would be rather fitting with the most beautiful hole on the course here. Looking back over Glashidi Island. One more big drive, but he's gone left. Sorry, right. But the par 5 is almost a 3-shotter today, so should be manageable. Here we go. Clemens now. He has joined him. He is looking to join him. There is some dunes which have helped in the past, and they're going to help again. This hole funnels up the hill, and that is absolutely fine.
He's also playing to become the second Ollison at Royal Troon in a couple of weeks. Thorbjorn already qualified for the Open, as are the Højgaard brothers. So he would become the 4th Danish player in the Open Championship lineup.
4's a good number. It's a very healthy number.
He's not quite there yet, but within touching distance, definitely. As you say, George, probably the most picturesque of 18 picturesque holes here on the Glashidi links. They all have something special about them, but you can't argue with that view, can you? Looking back down the 13th fairway.
No, it's been absolutely stunning. And here is the 13th hole, cruising up through the gorgeous dunes. Those bunkers are sitting at about 250, so on most days they clear that, no worries. And then it funnels up. Get your hiking boots, because it's a big walk up to one of the highest points on the Glashidi links. Now with that pin on the TV, there is a big drop off which goes down towards the front, but today the pin is 23 yards on and 9 from the right, which brings that back right hand bunker into play. But here's Iona to give us a little rundown of the scenario.
Thank you, George. Yes, this time it's the Englishman who's got a little bit of a kick off the back of this bunker, and he's in a very good position down there. He's looking at getting home on this par 5. In the case of Jacob, he's down the right-hand side, and he's just in some light rough. It's lying okay. You don't have to worry too much. There's a little bit of grass behind the ball, but he can get something nice and clean on it. The ball is going to be below his feet. He's looking to probably draw something in. He's completely blind to the green from here, and he's got around about 152 yards to the front of it, but it all plays uphill and slightly back into the breeze, so it's a long, long way to go for the man from Denmark.
Okay, so the lie looks all good, but it's all about the ball being below the feet. Such a big shot up the hill, way up the hill. So he's going to have to potentially just lay up here, take his medicine, and give himself the best chance of a potential par, especially when you're 5 up in the amateur final.
Iona mentioned that Clemens' ball took a sideways kick to avoid the bunker. I think we just caught a glimpse of his ball up by a couple of the spectators at the edge of the fairway. So I think Clemens in good shape.
Also a bit of an uphill slope as well, so this is going to launch into the wind and the ball could really whip it off course, so he just has to play the safest shot in the bag. Pick your favourite club, nudge one low, run it up there, just get yourself back in this hole.
A reminder of the state of play 5 up for Ollison on what is now hole 31 here. So not far to go at all. Deep in thought, Dominic Clemens just wanting to get on with things and play his shot. I think this is obviously one of the issues of being quite a quick player, that you're inevitably going to end up waiting a lot.
His thoughts are probably quite aggressive about getting on with it. Take all the time you need, I say. You are in control. He's got 3-wood. Wow, he must be confident with the lie, confident with the opportunity here. This is a big play. This is a huge play with the wind humming into his face. Be careful, son. They are really looking with concern.
Look at those spectators over on the left, the way they're just... They were sort of moving to get a better look at where the ball landed, I think, which is well wide, if that's the case. Let's wait and see.
Here's a big 3-wood. Has he got enough on it? Can he play the shot of a lifetime? We heard a thud which sounded like the short grass, and then there you might be able to see a little glisten of a golf ball. Hello. Hello in there. Looks like he can drop the club on that. I'd say that's a great shot. A little unlucky, but a good shot, a good opportunity.
Well, we wait to see exactly where Ollison is, because that will be the key here to how this hole is going to pan out. This is Clemens, where he's ended up, so just where the tall grass starts to sprout up, but as George says, he should be okay there. He's obviously not going to give the ball much power from that distance, so a little dink out of there should be okay.
You can see the undulations of this green sloping from back to front, so he's going to have to just knock that on the head and roll it out, and look at that little top plateau that he's got to get it onto. Not going to be an easy up and down, that is for certain. But I'm looking forward to seeing where Ollison is, because that is going to paint the picture for the result on this hole.
It's just the way the clump of spectators on that hill up on the right are looking away from us.
Looks like Jordan Spieth.
Exactly.
Royal Birkdale.
I think Ollison's ball is up there where the buggies are heading, just from the body language of the spectators in that area, which means he's in trouble, basically.
I would be very disappointed if he's put himself in trouble here. Let's go down to the ground and see what we've got.
Well, it's good news if you're a Jacob Ollison fan, because his ball is lying A-OK. He is up here more or less on the 14th tee box. It's just to the right hand side of it, and it's lying pretty nicely, and believe it or not, he can actually see the flag from here, and he's probably got at least 15 yards of green to work with. Wind's buffeting off the right, so he needs to be mindful of that, but as far as what you could have found up here, there's lots of thick grass, there's hay everywhere. He'll be saying thank you to the golfing gods.
Well, they say luck of the Irish. It is luck of the Dane. That is incredible.
Oh, that's a result. That really is, because as you can see, a couple of feet to his left, and he's deep in that thicket of grass.
Honestly,
where all the spectators are. That is a real turn of good fortune.
Let's flip that on its head. If you're Dominic Clemens right now, you are ropeable. That is absolutely barbaric that you've hit it almost off planet Earth and you've got a lie like that. What? He just can't get a break. And he probably won't be able to see where he is right now. You won't see that he's sitting pretty. Wow. Now all of a sudden he's probably going to knock one into the wind, bite, spin, and have a 6-footer for birdie.
Well, I said 13th, unlucky for some. Maybe it's been unlucky for Clemens.
Right, a very pivotal moment. If he can get this relatively close, he could really, really put this out of doubt. Third shot into the par 5. Oh, look at that. He's done all he needed to do. It needs to sit there. There's a little drop off, but from where he was after his second, that is very good. And now pressure is fully on Clemens.
Well, that was a chop. A chop out. Oh, he's not going to be happy with that at all.
Wow.
So they are both there for 3. But the problem is Clemens needs to be winning holes and winning holes fast at the moment. Remember, if Olesen wins this hole, then it's all over.
Right.
If the hole is halved, Olesen is Dormy 5.
You want me to move the coin or towards you? That one.
Right. What a scenario we have on our hands here. The 129th Amateur Championship is all on the line right here, right now. Get the sense that there is one more hole in this. It's a tricky part for either of them to knock in, but the Dane is going to get a very, very good bit of journalism done on this first putt. And could that be enough? Could that be enough? Ooh. He's given it a good run and he's left himself some work to do, but all of a sudden, Jacob Skov Olesen has a putt to win the Amateur Championship. $288 players arrived at the start of this week, and it's been a pleasure to watch these two go toe-to-toe today. Andy Stevenson, could this be the blow?
We know it could be, don't we? Because he has knocked a few of these in from this kind of range. And we know he will take his time quite fairly over this one. This could be a life-changing putt.
So many feet, so many moments he's made on the greens this week. He's chipped in not long ago from the bunker. He's got a superb highlights reel, and can he finish it in style right here? Taking his time. Olesen to win the Amateur Championship. Oh, so nearly. So nearly did he get it done there. And he's conceded that putt. Clemens needs to hold his nerve here. To stay in the match. Well done, well done. Thank you, kind sir, for sinking that. But that's a halved hole, which means Olesen is 5 up with 5 to play. Whew. Never like seeing them end on a missed putt, do we?
No, I have to say we wouldn't have wanted to to see either player win because the other one missed. You want that moment of glory, don't you? So Dormy 5. And this is a tough psychological situation now for Clemens. I mean, to a certain extent, he can go for broke, but I don't think it's going to be his day. Not least because Olesen has finished well. Certainly in both rounds yesterday, and this morning he finished reasonably strongly. So we know he likes these closing holes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He has got the business done at the back end of this Glashidi Links course. Beautiful par 3. He just needs to halve this hole. Chuck it in the middle of the green, take your 2-putt and force Clemens to do something tremendously special.
One good tee shot might be enough.
Sit down, there's a bunker here. There is a bunker at the back. And he is in it. Door ajar.
This is hole 32 of the final. Clemens hasn't been ahead since hole 4. He won the 3rd hole this morning, and walking up the 4th he was ahead. But not since then has he been in front.
So difficult with the wind behind them. And at the front of this green as well, which you might not be able to see on your cameras, the front of the green slopes away from the players, so towards the Atlantic, which means the first kick is always pretty dominant. So you've got to try and hug this back slope. He has slung this out to the left, fading it back. Is it fading enough?
Nope.
Out. And it holds on by the barest of margins. Aggressive line. You can hear the energy, you can feel the buzz around that crowd now. They know that something is very near happening.
But the reality is, though, George, that you would feel Dominic Clemens may have to hold that. At Dormy 5 down, we've seen the skill of Olesen out of the bunkers. I mean, crikey, he might pop that one in from the bunker as he did a few holes ago, which would really be a way to win a title. But you kind of back Olesen maybe to still get a par from where he is, which means that Clemens is going to need a birdie. One final look of the week at this beautiful 14th. So Olesen in the bunker over the back and Clemens right down the left-hand side in that massive gully. Beautiful hole.
Jacob Olesen through the back of this green and in one of these cheeky little pot bunkers. You couldn't really ask for a better lie. It's sitting up plump, ever so slightly on a little bit of a downslope, which is going to make it a trickier shot. And when he brings it up and out of this bunker, it's going to be landing on a downslope also, which means it's going to be pretty hot towards this flag. The good news for the Dane is he's playing back into the breeze, straight back into it, so he can be nice and aggressive. And we've seen some short game magic from him today already, so I expect much of the same coming up.
Yeah, into the wind is the only thing helping, but as Iona mentioned, we've seen some magic. And it wouldn't surprise us if we saw a little bit more here. But you can clearly see the scenario that awaits. You'd expect Clemens to make up and down, or 2 putts, so he knows the assignment.
Meanwhile, here is Clemens' view of things. You can see the bank he's got to contend with, and I thought he was going to step up to the ball and hit it there for a moment. He wouldn't have surprised any of us, but he is taking one more look. I imagine it will be Olesen to hit first, of course, though.
What's the score?
someone's not watching the RNA TV stream. The score has popped up and it is 5 up. Sir.
The kids have got a great view of this one, look.
Wow. They could witness history here if this goes in.
What's the score? Oh, it might not make it. 4 up, I think, also. 4 up.
Needs to bite, needs to bite. Valiant effort, very difficult shot. Door is slightly ajar.
There is somebody to rake the bunkers, right?
Well, these two both study and play over in the USA. This will be a Hollywood moment for Clemens if he can knock this one in from the fringes. Take us to the 15th. Hello.
Might go in.
Hello.
It does go in. Oh, what a time for a birdie. Dare to dream. We aren't done yet.
Dormy 5 down, now Dormy 4 down. He's still in it. Well played, Dominic Clemens.
Wow, this game keeps on giving. So many highlights this afternoon. Look at this, grabs the left edge of the hole and drops. Wow, a birdie of all birdies, but is it too late? He's starting to throw some punches back.
And that's gritty, isn't it? And it's good to see, isn't it? Because, you know, whatever happens now, even if he goes on to lose this championship, which is still odds on that is going to be the result, just moments like that and the many little comebacks he's staged over the last hour or so, it just shows how gritty Clemens is. He's a real competitor, and I've got no doubt he's going to go on to have a very successful pro career. And that will be a moment to remember for him as well, and his family and supporters wherever they are. So we move on to the 15th hole. 4 holes to go, or more, if Clemens decides to win all 4 of these remaining holes, of course. We would go to extra holes. But for the time being, he's 4 down with 4 to play.
I've been to a lot of amateur championships, and I am certainly not counting this game over, Red Rover. Oh, I just got a little bit of goosebumps. Big tee shot on the hardest hole here on the Glashidi Links. So difficult to pick up out of the clouds. No claps, no round of applause. Traditionally, and I believe even earlier this morning he lost it outright, so that is our predictions. Now, knowing Ollison, he'll have his little handy, his trusty 3-wood in his mitts. Just needs to halve 1 more hole to book his place in 3 major championships. They always watch the ball so closely in the big moments, and he too has gone right. Provisional coming out. Okay, well that says a story. That does say a story on its own. Could this be the end of must find his first ball? Must get it back in play.
Isn't it always the way? If that avoids the bunker, isn't it always the way? The provisional is an absolute belter of a drive.
Yeah, you'll find that one, no worries at all. Well, it's going to be a long 300-yard walk to try and find his first ball.
Yeah, it's right there next to the bunker. Oh, I didn't see the first.
Well, you take your hat off to both of these players, don't you? They've given us some brilliant golf, not just today, but over the last week.
They certainly have. And this 15th hole coming back towards the Atlantic Ocean. Look at that, Glashidi Island in the distance. The hardest stroke hole for the members. Those two bunkers in the middle of the fairway, they are 300 to clear, so it's a long way down. And then look at this, littered with bunkers around the green. The pin today is 7 on and 8 to the left, so those 3 pot bunkers are certainly in play. A delightful hole. Every hole here is simply stunning, but this is one of the best out there. So let's get straight down there live with I Own It.
Yes, I can update you, George, that the ball of Ollison is down the right-hand side, just over the bunker, and it's lying in some pretty thick rough, but not the seriously thick stuff. He definitely can get a club on the back of this ball, and he's got a good line to the green from here. However, if you turn around and take a look at what's going on, there's a huge search party looking for the Englishman's ball. Dominic's first one went down into this much thicker stuff, and it's Alcatraz. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, it's like throwing darts in the dark out there. Good luck.
Well, he'll be desperate to find it though, won't he? Because even though his provisional was a great drive, it would obviously be his 4th shot if he has to go for that provisional, rather than his 2nd out of this thick rough. And it's nice to see Ollison helping to find that ball. That graphic tells its own story, doesn't it, in this second session of 18 holes. 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5 up, 6 up, and then holding on to a commanding lead all the way through to where we are now. And there is an army of people looking for this ball.
Knowing this Irish crowd, they'll want to see more golf, so they'll all be searching extremely hard for this ball. There's Connor Finlay, part of the rules team with the R&A. He'll have the stopwatch on. 3 minutes is the maximum search time. And well, this picture, it says a lot. The crowd helping. Clemens looks to have found something. Unsure if it's his ball, so he's just going to mark and check. Could this be the slice of luck required? Here's the stopwatch of the referee.
Well, when you know that you've been the only match out there, then chances are that is your ball, unless one of the members' balls has been left in there from around about a fortnight ago. So,
and it is his ball, and once again he's trying to see if it's plugged, but I can't visualize that breaking the surface, and that referee is once again getting his tee out, and he can push his tee through the moss to check if the surface is broken, and if it isn't, unfortunately, he's going to have to put it straight back in there. Tough break, but he's found it. He has found it.
well, even if he just manages to get some sort of club on it and bunt it back out onto the short stuff and then hit his 3rd shot onto the green, it's still better than taking the provisional option. Yeah, but of course now he's found the ball that he wouldn't be able to do that anyway, so he's sort of stuck, isn't he?
We've got to remember that Ollison is a long way back. He's just around that first bunker and with a tough lie, so he is going to have to chunk this out and just try and get anywhere near the green to make up and down.
Meanwhile,
it's so hard to judge what's going to happen when you make contact with the ball.
I thought Ollison was going to go ahead and take his 2nd shot there, but no, I'm not so sure. Changing his club.
Yeah, he's got a He needs to get a more loftier wedge in hand. Yeah, that looks like a little bit more.
Still quite an intense conversation going on between Clemens and the referee. Can't quite hear what they're saying, but there is a big discussion going on.
He's struggling to work out if that's his ball. Interesting. Very interesting. Either way, Ollison is going to play his second shot. Just get this somewhere down there. Oh,
well, the interesting thing is if he yeah, okay. I was going to say if he could reach the green and got it anywhere near close, then you could argue that that would be game over anyway.
That's all he needed to do is keep it in play. Try and get a 5. And as you saw there, they're trying to work out if the ball is plugged. It has to be embedded in the surface. There's a lot of top moss above the ground here, so they'll get a second opinion. Connor Finlay of the R&A coming in now. He is the chief referee this week, and you can imagine that Dominic Clemens is trying to plead his case, and fair enough, Ollison's coming for a look. And unfortunately, I believe he's telling him that it's not embedded in the surface, it's just embedded in the moss on top of the surface.
I think we can probably hear them now.
I go down, around it, sort of either side, I can still go down. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So
yeah, I think that is clarifying that he will not get relief. Unfortunately, that has been the theme of the week when you go into this thick, juicy rough. And unfortunately, that could be his championship.
To be honest, just between the looks between father and son there, I think they're actually still waiting for something.
I think he's just going to have to chop this out straight left and back himself to make up and down for par from distance. You must give yourself a chance. They're trying to work out the best way to play this. He might even have to play this backwards.
It's worth remembering, of course, he needs to win this hole, a half, and the championship is over. So that's why this is so critical, because to be honest, especially because we've seen Ollison's shot go short of the green, then this is crucial for Clemens. We can head back down to Iona to get the very latest.
Yeah, it's just unlucky. I mean, down this rough, down the right-hand side, it's luck of the golfing gods. You can get an okay lie, but he just has the worst lie you could even dream of. It's just in such thick stuff, and now it's really just about minimising the damage. He's got as much loft as he possibly can, and he's going to try and whack it out to the left, almost a 90-degree angle. And there's a big bunker down there, which is very much in play. He's going back to the bag, and he's getting the driver, which looks like he may have to take a drop, and going for perhaps the unplayable.
Yep, that is the case. He's found a little opening in the rough where he might get a swing on the ball, but this really is unfortunate. This could be the championship right here. Oh, this is a very tough pill to swallow for the young Englishman. And it's a slow and painful process at such a big time, and he's just searching for that perfect place to drop it where he can try and get good contact and maybe make an up and down of a lifetime. It looks to be sitting okay, but his back is against the wall. What a tough break. And
I mean, there's a scenario here where we might get to the handshake stage before they even take their putts, which would be a sad end, but let's see how things pan out. We've seen some incredible recovery shots over the years in various different forms of golf. This would be the This would be up there in the ranks of the great recovery shots if he can get this anywhere near the green, to be honest. But that's what he needs to do. He needs to win this hole to keep the championship alive. He's 4 down, 4 to play, including this hole. And as we pan back, you can see he's still got quite some distance to go. This is not just a case of a simple little shot into the green. He's got quite some distance.
So 1, drop 2, playing his 3rd. Up and down for a par of a lifetime, but a bogey is, it's not dead and buried, but come on, Dom. Oh, get up, get up. Oh, he's given himself the smallest chance. What a shot from in there.
Well, that is a touch of brilliance, isn't it? That was virtually a machete out of the rough.
Well, it just puts enough pressure on his playing partner. That for a par. Look how much effort, look how much power it has to go through this shot to hack it out there, and he has done that beautifully. Wow. That's 1 or 2 yards away from really kicking up there.
And the great thing is, George, that gives us a finish. You know, that gives us a conclusion here, potentially. If the match is to finish on this hole, we're going to see some putts. It asks the question of Olesen.
Now, any day of the week, this is a very tricky little shot. He's got a little slope, and then as you saw with Clemens' ball, there is a ridge at the front of this green, so he's going to have to almost bump it into that and slash or fly it high and over this pin.
So Clemens is 3 there at the front of the green, and this is Olesen's 3rd shot.
Looks like he is doing that little bump and run type swing, which he's played to great success this week. Just get this on the green, anywhere on the green, and the championship could be yours. Beautiful rhythmic hands and a beautiful result. That's all he needed to do. Wow. This is big time stuff.
That's the first time we've seen the distance, really, that Clemens, a true picture of the distance that Clemens has with this putt from the front fringe, because from behind the green it looks much closer than it is, but the reality is that Clemens almost certainly has to hold this.
It's uphill. He's given himself a chance. On this particular hole, he's done all he could from that horrible lie. What drama it would be. He made a mountain of a putt on the last hole. Can he build the energy? Can he muster up the strength to do it again here on 15? It's a lot smaller than the last one he made.
Oh, this is great drama, isn't it? Great, great drama.
Here we go. Clemens now. A putt for par and to stay in the fight. Looks to be low side. A valiant effort, but that means Olesen just needs to 2-putt here, and the championship is his. Andy Stevenson, how nervous is he now? 2 putts to win it.
I think he's actually going to be super confident here. He's a confident young man. I don't think he lets much faze him. And 2 putts, he would have taken this all week, wouldn't he?
That's right. Here he is, Jacob Skov Olesen, taking his time. He has 2 putts to win the Amateur Championship. So many eyeballs at home in Denmark. It's on its way, and it is near dead. And destiny for Denmark. Jacob Skov Olesen has won the 2024 Amateur Championship, the first Dane in history to do so. Congratulations and welcome to the most prestigious winner's circle of all.
There it is, confirmation, 4-3 victory over Dominic Clemens. And this young man has just booked his place at Royal Troon for the Open Championship. He's booked his place at Augusta for the Masters. He's booked his place at the US Open next year as well. And he is the winner of the Amateur Championship. And he had this 2-putt in the end to do it, but he has played some wondrous shots, hasn't he, today?
What a day and what a moment for Denmark golf. No one from his nation has ever achieved this. And the man of the moment is with Iona right now.
Jacob, huge congratulations. You have become the first man from Denmark to win the Amateur Championship here in Ballyliffin. Can you describe how you're feeling right now?
It's kind of tough. It hasn't really sunk in. I think I was getting a little stressed there. You don't want to start throwing away a couple. And yeah, when that putt ran by, I kind of knew that I had 2 forward, and I was just gonna take 2. But yeah, I'm so happy and so proud. I'm so thankful for everyone and my caddy as well. He's done a great job, and yeah, just overwhelming emotion, I think.
Understandably. We want to know what you did at lunchtime, because you seem to come out after whatever you ate, we don't know. We want to know the secret. All guns blazing. There was no stopping you. How did you reset your mind at that stage in the game?
Yeah, I had a Coke and a burger. Hit a couple balls, so felt fine. I think just maybe a little bit of nerves there around the end, and I just told myself just need to put the step on the gas and not really let him in, and just kind of see the match as being all square still, or from the second 18, and hit a lot of great pitch shots there and chipped in, which was really nice as well. And yeah, I think it's just trusting the process, trusting just playing golf and believing in yourself. It doesn't really matter what happened 2 hours ago. I've hit so many good shots all week, so that's all I thought about, just do that again.
And listen, your schedule in the next year is looking pretty good. 3 major championships, you're on your way, including the Open next month at Royal Troon. How excited are you about that opportunity?
I'm really excited. That was going to be my one-off week the next 8-9 weeks, and now it's not. So, but that's a pretty damn good problem to have, I'd say. So I'm really happy. I'm can't really believe that that's true, but that's what you dream of, getting to play, and now I can get to do that. So I'm really happy.
We will all be there to support you. Many, many congratulations, Jacob.
Thank you. Thank you.
A deserving golf clap. Jacob Skov Olesen is a champion. And look, I know we've stolen your week off with Royal Troon, but I'm pretty sure you'll find another week off. You don't need to play much more, because you have booked your ticket in one of the biggest majors in the world. What a day for Denmark.
He's a very charming young man, isn't he? He says the right things. He's got a sense of humour. And these were the winning moments for the 25-year-old Dane from Roskilde.
Wow. How someone's life can change in one day. This moment, it'll be echoing through his local town back home. From Roskilde, Denmark. He is 88th in the World Amateur Golf Rankings. He is going to rocket up a few more after his efforts this week. Can you believe that 288 players started the week here at Ballyliffin? And now Jacob Skov-Olesen stands alone as your champion with a 4-3 victory over Dominic Clemens, who put up a great fight, showed some superb golf throughout the week, a deserving finalist. Unfortunately for him, he falls just one short.
But you know, Clemens has got to take heart from the likes of Tommy Fleetwood, Robert McIntyre, who have finished runner-up in this event and then gone on to great success as professionals. I mean, even when we look back at the quarter-finalists, semi-finalists yesterday, there are some great players within this field. Only one of them can win, of course, but some great players all the way down the field. Even, you know, going back to Conor Graham, who won the stroke play stage of this event. There are so many players who have been here at Ballyliffin this week who are going to go on to great things in this sport, and they'll all look back on this as a memorable week, I'm sure.
He absolutely will. He absolutely will. Players who make it to the semi-finals also get an invitation to a Challenge Tour event, and he'll have final qualifying as well. So, whew, it's been a huge week.
I imagine that Jacob is going to have a few messages on his phone asking like who he's planning to use as caddy at Troon and at Augusta next year. It was Jamie Nielsen, his friend and peer, colleague really, from Danish tennis. Nielsen played in this event himself earlier in the week and was knocked out. I wonder whether he is at the head of the queue to be Jacob's caddy in a few weeks' time. We'll see how that one pans out.
Well, what I love seeing when the amateur champion comes to the Open is actually their practice rounds as well. They get to play with some really cool people. I'm sure the Højgaards and the other Danish players, if there are any in the field, will be looking to play a practice round with them, help them out, show them around the ropes. And there is Glashidi Island. We've had amazing views of that throughout the week, and I'm sure there is going to be a fantastic photo of Jacob Skov-Olesen holding the trophy, and that in the backdrop. Next week, there is plenty more golf. You thought it was exciting. This week, there's more to come. The Women's Amateur Championship is in Portmarnock, Ireland, just down the road. The men's amateur was there in 2019, and now it's the women's turn to take over town. So there's more golf, more coverage for you this time next week as well.
Well, it has to be said that Ballyliffin should be congratulated. Everybody involved with the club has put on a great show this week, both in fair weather and foul. The course has been set up perfectly, and you saw the great galleries that were out with this final, especially this afternoon. And they will have a trophy presentation to look forward to reasonably shortly. I think my outstanding memory of today's play is going to be the bunker shot from Olesen, followed by the putt from Clemens. That was great. And then Clemens putt on, what was it, hole 14?
14.
From off the green. That was superb, it really was.
Yeah, that was a magical 10 or 15 minutes of television. So many great highlights from today, so many great highlights from the entire week. If you've missed any coverage, please check out all the highlights on the RNA YouTube, RNA TV, and obviously working tirelessly throughout the week has been the social media team as well. So check out the Instagram, check out the TikToks, the Twitters, you name it, it's all there. I know for a fact that team in the media centre have been working tirelessly and providing all the content you need throughout this amazing championship, and not in the easiest of conditions as well. We were lucky today that the alluring links weren't impeded by any rain, and it was a true test, just what the doctor ordered.
Oh boy, was it a test. Yeah, 9 rounds in the end. These two have played this week. 2 rounds of stroke play and 7 rounds of match play. And yesterday, just shocking weather conditions yesterday to battle with. And that's another good thing about today's action. It's all taken place in much better weather conditions. Brighter, it's shown off the course to much better effect. And yeah, you think about the Højgaard brothers and Thorbjorn Olsen and Thomas Bjorn and other great Danish names and faces down the years, and maybe we will speak about Jacob Olesen in the same vein. He's also going to get his hands on a beautiful trophy, by the way, so that will take pride of place in the Olesen family trophy cabinet, I'm sure. But we will be sad to bid farewell to Ballyliffin. It's been a beautiful stage for a fantastic championship.
Whew. A thing of beauty. The northwest of Ireland has played a fantastic role in writing a new script here this week. And there it is, the prize that awaits Jacob Skov Olesen. So many great names have lifted this trophy aloft. Look at that, so many great winners. And you mentioned where they're all from. This is the first time there's going to be a Denmark name on the honours board. What a special moment. Glistening.
You know you've won something special when the first winner was back in 1922. That's fantastic.
Well, this is what they have been fighting for all week. And as you can see here, Neil Donaldson, captain of the RNA, has joined Iona Stephen and our champion. Iona, take it away.
Thank you, George. Yes, the time has come to award our winner the trophy, and to do that we have Neil Donaldson, the captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews. Neil, over to you.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. The 129th Amateur Championship is now in the hands of Jacob Skov Olesen from Denmark. He is the first to come from Denmark and claim one of the most prestigious prizes in amateur golf. Congratulations. Enjoy what will be one of the most special years of your young life. Look at that trophy, enjoy it. It is all yours after one of the biggest weeks. So much golf and many, many congratulations. Look at that. So many photographers, so many snappers enjoying it. There it is. Lap it up. You have deserved it. Just one remains standing here at the Ballyliffin Golf Club. And now one of my very good friends has sent through a message from Denmark itself.
Jacob, what a performance. The first Dane to win the British Amateur. And just say on behalf of every single Danish golfer, we're so proud of you. an amazing achievement. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much, Thomas Bjorn. Lovely message from a lovely man. And there is his caddy to enjoy the spoils. Every photo will be framed and put on the wall, no doubt. That smile is impossible to wipe off the face of Jacob Skov Olesen and his many family and friends back home in Denmark. He is locked in a place at Royal Troon next month, as well as Augusta in April and the US Open. Ladies and gentlemen, from everyone here at the Ballyliffin Golf Club, thank you so kindly for joining us throughout an amazing week. And for the final time, congratulations, Jacob Skov Olesen. You are the 129th amateur champion.
This week, 288 of the world's best amateur golfers have been taking on the challenge of one of England's finest courses, Royal St George's. But glory at one of the most prestigious amateur championships in the world isn't the only thing up for grabs, with the winner securing exemptions into the Open, US Open and an invitation to play in the Masters. Some of golf's elite have lifted this trophy and gone on to major glory. So who will rise to the occasion and become victorious in the 130th Amateur Championship?
Good afternoon, everyone, and hopefully welcome back to Royal St George's as we head into the last 18 holes of this 36-hole match play final to determine the 130th Amateur Champion. Gavin Tiernan from the Republic of Ireland is one up on American Ethan Fang at the halfway stage, and Tiernan hasn't been behind at any point so far. The Roll of Honour at this championship includes some of the biggest names in golf. The winner picks up a beautiful trophy and also a place in the field at Portrush in a couple of weeks, Shinnecock Hills next summer, as well as an invitation to Augusta. There are sure to be plenty of twists and turns and lots of tension over the next few hours, but settle back and enjoy it all live with us, wherever you are in the world. Us being Cat Downs alongside me, Andy Stevenson, George Harper Jr. with us later on, and Simon Holmes out on the course, so we've got you covered from all angles. And Cat, what were your thoughts on the first 18 holes, the first half of this final?
Well, it's certainly advantage to Ireland, isn't it, as we see the flag blowing in the wind, and the US has a little bit of chasing to do with Ethan Fang one down against the 19-year-old from County Louth. Just a really fascinating 18 holes to set up this final 18 holes. This is the last act, isn't it? This is the 9th round of the week for Ethan Fang, the 10th for Gavin Tiernan. He's looking to be the first winner of the Amateur Championship to come through pre-qualifying to lift the title. Remarkable.
Now this is the back pocket and the notepad, the notebook of the yardage book, I guess, of Ethan Fang from Plano in Texas. He attends Oklahoma State University, and Go Pokes there on the book in his pocket. Go Pokes is the slogan of Oklahoma State sport. It's to do with cow pokes being a slang term for cowboys, and I'm sure plenty of his friends back at home and peers at Oklahoma State University are watching us today and wishing Fang well.
He had 4 of his teammates playing in this Amateur Championship, so I wonder if they've stuck around to help with the celebrations, if, of course, the American comes out on top when all is done and dusted at the end of these 18 holes. And I was just saying how it's been a great setup, hasn't it? The first 18 leading into this second 18. You know, it's nice and tight, and you'd want it that way. You want this to be a contest and a tussle for one of the biggest prizes in amateur golf.
Gavin Tiernan looking pretty relaxed on the first tee, but I suppose the 19th tee in a way as well, and he is the man with the slight lead. But he'll know that anything can happen over the next few hours. He needs to play, I think, probably better than he did this morning to win this title.
Yeah, just a little scrappy from Gavin Tiernan at times, but he's such a good chipper of the ball, isn't he, that he managed to save himself on a number of occasions. 3 birdies on the card, just the 1 dropped shot, and finds himself with a 1-up lead, and that is just the slightest of cushions going into this last 18.
There is the Roll of Honour I mentioned, and you can pick out some names there. Matteo Manacero in 2009, the youngest winner ever. Graham Storm, good old Stormzy. Sergio Garcia, we saw the incredible outfit Garcia was wearing when he won in 1998. And back in 1984, Jose Maria Olazabal beat Colin Montgomery in this final. Imagine that. So there's definitely a pathway for champions of this event through to bigger things in the professional game. And a beautiful, beautiful setting we've got. Good afternoon and welcome to Royal St George's for the conclusion of the 130th Amateur Championship. We are halfway through this final, and Gavin Tiernan of the Republic of Ireland is one up on the American Ethan Fang. Tiernan was never behind in that first 18 holes, but you do feel as though Fang in a way was playing the better of the pair. He had more birdie opportunities, just didn't take them, and it will be interesting to see how these next 18 holes, and maybe more of course, go for these two contenders. Lots on the line, the title, the trophy, exemptions at majors. There is a lot to play for, and Cat Downs alongside me as we prepare for these finalists to start the first round this afternoon, but the first hole this afternoon, but the 19th of their final.
It's been such a mental and physical slog, hasn't it, for both of these two players. Gavin Tiernan, as we've already touched on, about to embark on the 10th 18 holes of his week around both Royal St George's and Royal Cinque Ports, where he came through pre-qualifying to make it into the stroke play, came through that, and 5 rounds of match play. They really have to earn it, don't they?
The claret jug in front of the Amateur Championship trophy, and that's because one of the major exemptions is a place in the field at Royal Portrush in just a few weeks' time. A big deal for either of these two players, perhaps a little bit more for the Irishman Gavin Tiernan. What a thing that would be to qualify for Portrush for him and his family. Both players looking pretty relaxed. Gavin Tiernan's caddy there on the right. John, good friend and a fellow member of Baltray Golf Club in County Louth, north of Dublin.
And welcome to Royal St George's Golf Club for the final of the 130th Amateur Championship, which has been played between Gavin Tiernan and Ethan Fang. The referee for the match this afternoon is Charlie Moran. On the tee from County Louth, Gavin Tiernan.
So here he goes. The final first tee shot of the week for 19-year-old Gavin Tiernan from County Louth, just north of Dublin on the east coast of Ireland, taking this slender lead into the final 18 holes here at Royal St George's. Knee trembler of a first tee shot.
You're up!
Cries of Europe from the galleries, taking on a bit of a Ryder Cup feel. Great Britain and Ireland against the United States.
So Fang gives it a swipe. Brilliant to see. Wonderful weather conditions out there and a good atmosphere being created by the big galleries around the first tee. And we can sample a bit of that atmosphere with Simon Holmes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much. You know, only a hole separating the two players, and in sort of watching the morning session, I feel like, you know, Ethan is a much more accurate driver. Gavin is a more powerful driver, but a bit more wayward. The rough isn't that up, so that's an advantage for him. But definitely for Ethan, into the wind shots, and it's 3 times more windy this afternoon than it was this morning. He does tend to sort of get steeper and later, and kind of gets a little bit of a stalling ball flight. He a couple of times came up 15, 20 yards short of his carry number. And in chatting to him during the week, you know, the one thing that he needs to get going is his putting. So I don't know if that's a little bit of the fescue grasses that we have here, a little bit slower green speeds, only probably about 10.5. That's not what you're used to in America. But I wonder if just that reading of the greens, just got to get more comfortable with his putting and take advantage of some of the opportunities that creates himself. I don't really see too much in this. You've got a link specialist versus a guy who's never ever been to the UK before, but who has shown us he can manage his way around. It's going to be a fantastic afternoon. And this contest, you know, it's your dreams. It's the dreams you had as a child. That's what's at stake.
Talking of dreams, here is the trophy they're playing for. The last American winner was in 2007, Drew Weaver at Royal Lytham and St Anne's. Bobby Jones was an American winner of this tournament in 1930. Whilst they walked their balls on the first, let's take a brief look back at some of the highlights from this morning's 18 holes.
Here is Ethan Fang on the 8th. This was for a birdie that would take the match back to all square. Tiernan had moved one up on the 4th hole.
Tiernan, his short game strong, especially under pressure.
That was a strike back birdie for him on the 12th to move back to one up. And then on the 16th, took the risk and reward tee shot here, flirting with the danger, that bunker that did for Thomas Bjorn down the right-hand side, clinging on to the steep slope here, and he was able to put it away for a birdie to move back to one up. This match fluctuating, just one hole between the players all the way down to the final hole. And it was Tiernan who walked away with this slender advantage as we head into round 2 here.
And in terms of strokes, both players were 2 under par for their rounds this morning. So Tiernan with the 1 hole advantage in match play, but actually on strokes they were even Stevens. So Ethan Fang here, quarter-finalist at the US Amateur last year. He's got his good friend Will Livermore on the bag. They've known each other since they were 10 years old. Will, a handy player himself, but wasn't on the bag for Ethan at that US Amateur. So this is a big day for the pair of them together, going for glory. And Fang with a decent pathway here into the first green.
Down the right-hand side of the fairway, left is normally best, but the pin cut towards the back left corner. He should have a nice line in here, taking the sand out of play. He's been able to go right at it, just needs to cling on. Both players will be looking to up the aggression, won't they, over this final 18 holes, looking to take some risks.
So Tiernan looking to get inside the ball of Fang if he can. Centre of the green will do, though. Look like a good connection. And there you go, right in the middle of the green. So a solid start from both players.
Thank you.
And it's not been uncommon this week for Fang to be down in matches. He was 3 down, the American, in his first match play contest this week. 3 down after 9 holes, in fact, against Jamie van Wyk of England. He was 3 down after 4 holes against Conor Graham. And 2 down with 2 to play against the Scotsman. Ended up winning that one on the 20th hole. So he has fought back. He fought back against Calixte Alsace as well as France in yesterday's quarter-final. So he has been down a few times. So this 1 down deficit won't be bothering him at all, really. And what a good scene this is. Wonderfully organised championship. And it's lovely to see galleries following them around. And the crowds are sure to swell as we go through the afternoon. Maybe a couple of people still having their lunch and they'll make their way out later.
Always wonder how lunch sits for these players. So much on the line. And like you say, this is the stuff of boyhood dreams. And the chance to tee it up at the Open, 153rd Open at Portrush in 3 weeks' time. Followed by a start at the Masters if you take them up on their invitation. to go to Augusta in the springtime, and then Shinnecock Hills for the 2026 US Open.
And we should say as well, Kat, the course has been in fantastic condition this week. 26 green staff have been involved, 15 from Royal St George's itself, but then 11 local volunteers, including 2 greenkeepers. It's all part of the R&A Championship Agronomy programme with BIGA, the Greenkeepers Association. It's been really wonderful conditioning when you consider the number of players, the number of rounds played at Royal St George's and up the road at Royal Cinque Ports. They've both been in brilliant nick.
Not seen anyone get stuck in a divot so far over the quarters, semis and final. So they're obviously doing a very good job of patching up these fairways. Over 600 players started the week at pre-qualifying, 288 making it through to the stroke play. And now here we are down to the final 2. I mean, that must be the toughest field in golf.
Yeah, there can't be too many bigger, surely not. Tiernan also has a connection, as so many of the amateur players do these days, to the college system in America. East Tennessee State University, ETSU on his sleeve and the E logo on the front of his top.
Took a bit of a bobble, didn't it, off the face of the putter for Gavin Tiernan. Perhaps not the smoothest of strokes. He's been working really hard on his mindset as a golfer with Aaron O'Callaghan, coach at ETSU. He's been sending me some information. So big hello to Aaron, who I know is watching stateside, watching his young charge.
Well, this would be a big statement from Fang. Up the hill, but never coming back. You'd think they'll shake hands and maybe pick up.
Yeah, mirror image of this morning's action. I know he's going to make him putt it out. That's what happens in the final round.
Game face on. He's not as close as it looks from behind the hole here, but still you... Oh, well. Now then, that will throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Gone are the niceties of this morning, and Ethan Fang has played the game perfectly there. Just a little bit of nerves perhaps for Gavin Tiernan, that bobbly putt. And then a bit of a shove here.
Interesting psychologically there. Because Tiernan very, very quickly passed the ball to Fang, said, you don't need to put that one in. Anyway, well, bit of drama, maybe a bit of needle coming into the final. Who knows? Don't want to over-egg it, but I think that putt would have been given this morning. I think
it would have been. Yeah,
you're absolutely right, Kat. So we are all square after 19.
Well, you want it to be finely poised, don't you, Andy? You want this to be as gripping a contest as possible. You want the winner to have been thoroughly tested. And the 2 best players to battle it out over this final 18. You want this drama.
On to the second hole, or the 20th of this final. Known as the Hog's Back, it turns from right to left. There are 2 bunkers lurking on the corner of the dogleg. So many dangers off the tee around here at Royal St George's. You'll remember, I'm sure, the Open Championship here a few years back in 2021. Colin Morikawa, the champion on that occasion. Morikawa actually sent a nice good luck message to all the players earlier this week. It's obviously a venue that means a great deal to him, and it will mean a huge deal to whoever comes out on top this afternoon.
Another Open champion sending his best wishes to his fellow Irishman, Shane Lowry on Instagram, pulling for Gavin Tiernan. So much interest in this amateur championship. The stars of the future getting a chance to shine. He's leaning slightly, isn't he, trying to guide this round, but it's flying off to the right. Just scurrying down into that wispy rough down the right edge of the fairway. That's where Tiernan was this morning.
He's fired up, I think, isn't he, Ethan Fang? And so he should be.
Tiernan's going the other way.
Look out, everyone.
Very well-behaved dogs in that crowd, not to chase after the ball.
In amongst all the long socks over there on the left as well. So both in trouble on this second hole, all square in the Amateur Championship. Well, match play-wise, that was an error really, wasn't it, from Tiernan, having seen Fang in trouble on the right. The last thing you want to do is find trouble yourself.
Yeah, but, you know, if you're going to make a mistake, the time to do it is when your opponent has made a mistake. So maybe it's time to kind of lean on the gas a bit, look to press home the advantage, having seen Fang miss the fairway. And that always opens the door for errors to creep in.
It's quite a breeze in the background, you can see there with the long grass. And if the wind were to get up, and we do believe a thunderstorm is in the area, not necessarily going to hit in the next few hours, but it's lurking, and that would make things interesting.
Whisper it, Andy, whisper it. We don't want a thunderstorm spoiling our party.
Perfect at the moment though, conditions-wise.
Yeah, hooked it a little bit left, Gavin, but actually got a great bounce off the bank. Missed everybody who's standing here, which is good. And he's got a great angle. He can't see exactly the bottom of the flag, 97 yards pin. I think this has got to be just a hair long and a hair left of the flag. Ethan has probably got another 70 yards to go. And also a good angle, but I think for where the pin is, it's so tight to those ridges. I think we're going to see both players kind of long and left of that pin.
He's got to move out the way, hasn't he, Simon? Because Gavin Tiernan is making his entrance stage right. Simon scurrying off to get into position up by the green.
Doesn't look as though Fang is as wide, well, left as we thought.
got the crampons out, hasn't it? Clung on to that front edge. Seen him leave it short on a number of occasions this morning. Wonder if he's struggling for clubs or hasn't quite got the measure of the wind. Wonderful chipper, Gavin Tiernan. He's not going to need those short game skills close to the green here. Lovely little wedge in from up on the hill. Got right underneath that one.
So that will give him a putt for birdie. Fang too, but Fang's putt much more difficult. And it's easy to say, but every shot counts now, doesn't it? Every little mistake, every little opportunity you give your opponent could be decisive. There's never been more than a one-up cushion in this final, and it's always been the way of Gavin Tiernan. Got to go a long, long way back for the last time it was USA versus Ireland in the final of this championship. Look at that, Joe Carr. 8 and 7 over Bob Cochran. What either of these two players today would give for an 8 and 7 margin in their favour. Doesn't feel like an 8 and 7 final, this one, does it?
No, it doesn't. You know, it could have been if someone had taken more of a lead in round one. Both players such match play specialists. You know, so much collegiate golf in the States is played one-on-one.
So Fang has never been ahead today, and Tiernan has never been more than one up. So it's been really close all the way round. Didn't turn really, did it? Not until it got beyond the hole. That one conceded straight away by Tiernan.
Quick to pick it up, wasn't he? Or it changes his mind. So a chance for Tiernan to bounce straight back into the lead. Oh!
Look how far he's put it back, put it past.
Yeah, Fang's not going to concede that, is he? Not after what happened on the first screen.
This is a nervy moment now. Just needs to steady himself.
Eased it in. Looked like it was in slow motion.
We can smile about it now. I'm sure parents Terry and Helen on the sidelines were watching through their fingers for a few moments there, but all square after 20 holes of this 36-hole final. On to the third they go.
And the third, of course, this par 3 across the dip. Tree on the right-hand side. Pars for both players here this morning. Pin cut on the back shelf today. 198 yards.
Well, apologies. Yeah, apologies for that sound interference. I think it shocked us more than it probably surprised you.
Sounded like I'd gone deep into a remix. But it is 198 yards.
Yeah, no bunkers on this par 3. And in terms of the Open Championship Rotary, it was the only course where you had a par 3 with no bunkers around it until Portrush emerged.
Interesting that Fang's choosing to play this off the turf again. He did this morning, left the ball well short. Wonder if he's picked a different club. The wind picking up as well into the face of the players here. Needs to get up onto the green and up onto the back tier. He's not making the same mistake twice, the American. This time through the back.
So a window of opportunity for Tiernan to improve on that. A bit of an ominous silence from behind the tee. Not sure why. A little short, of course, but it's going to roll back slightly as well. Didn't get up onto that top tier, but straight and on the green.
I'd rather be in Fang's position, though, from where both players are. Sinuous putt coming for the Irishman, whereas Fang has got it up onto that back level. I wonder if he'll choose to putt or to chip from there.
Let's talk about some of the names that have come through this amateur championship. Mentioned right at the top about the 1984 final. I'm going to try and dig this out on YouTube or somewhere. I'm sure it exists. Jose Maria Olazabal against Colin Montgomery in the 1984 amateur championship final up at Formby. 99. Sergio Garcia was the winner. Matteo Manacero won in 2009 at 16 years old. He was the youngest winner. We've also seen Robert McIntyre be the runner-up at this event. Tommy Fleetwood, Adrian Maronk, Francesco Molinari. And then more recently, some big names in the amateur game like Christo Lamprecht, who shared the first round lead at the Open a couple of weeks after winning this event at Hillside. This is an interesting one, notable runners-up. So Monty losing out to Olazabal. Trevor Immelman in there as a runner-up in 1997. Fleetwood, I mentioned. Yeah, it's I mean, it's a good list of runners-up.
Peter McAvoy as well, a runner-up in 1987. Twice a winner, of course, who died in April this year, very sadly missed.
Yeah, Ethan's ball released out. Kind of caught a bad bank there, all the way off the back of the green. I think he's going to have to chip this, only because of the grass that's right in front of him there. It'd be a hard putt. The last part of it's going to be much quicker. He's got putter at the moment. It's going to be hard for him to control the distance. Where he's walking now, a little bit uneven. Gavin has to navigate the ridge that divides this green into two segments. I'd prefer to have Gavin's putt up the hill than Ethan coming out of the fescue at the back of this green. Just that first cut is tight. Going to be hard for him, I think, to control that distance going down the hill. I think if you gave him a 5-footer, he'd take it.
So he's got to, first of all, navigate the rough between his ball and the edge of the green. He's got to judge that. So a couple of little hops and skips over that rough. Not too bad.
And he's got it inside that 5 feet that Simon gave him. Really good effort from the American. So what can Gavin Tiernan do with this? Swinging in from right to left as it comes up the slope. Well, that was lovely. It's going to be a stress-free par for Tiernan.
Now this is interesting because...
Well, he's not going to give it to him, is he?
No, can't see the marker. Yeah, it's an awkward little one, this, so it's not tit for tat. This is not a gimme by any means.
You can see the slope on the hole, can't you? The angle of this green.
Nicely navigated. Ooh, and you just begin to wonder who's going to blink first here. What's going to make the difference? It's fun to see the players coming through the crowds, isn't it? We get so used to seeing golfers behind ropes and on designated walkways. It's lovely to see everybody walking together to the next tee. Hot day out there. Plenty of sun cream on.
It's Midsummer's Day, Andy. Longest day of the year. So if they need to, they can play till probably about 10:30 at night.
Yeah, we might need every bit of that time on offer.
So onto the tee on the 4th hole. This lumpy, bumpy monster. Curving round, yeah, Himalaya bunker to the right, gaping there at the sky.
can't overemphasize just how colossal that Himalaya bunker is when you're standing next to it. It's, I mean, it's like a building, it's like a house, isn't it, really?
It's 40 feet, isn't it? And the angle is just positioned, isn't it, almost like a baseball glove to catch the ball.
And it's another wild drive from Tiernan. Oh, not too bad, not too bad again. His reaction off the tee suggested that that was going to go a long, long way right, but plenty of room down there. And it's still all square.
Are you okay? Yeah, very good, mate.
Kudos to that chap wearing full tweed and +4s with his long socks on the hottest day of the year. Tip my hat to that gentleman.
I mean, in reality, here's the Himalayas bunker on the right-hand side. I mean, for these guys in the pros, it's not really in play unless you make a hash of your tee shot, but I wonder how many golf balls are retrieved from there from the members and visitors over the course of an ordinary week.
Or picked up and thrown out.
Yeah. Turning over to the right-hand side here somewhere. Fang right down the centre of the fairway, we believe, and then a bit of elevation into this green. Cut at an angle, huge slopes on this green, and as you can see there, if you overhit into this green, you're into that person's shed at the back, which they've spent a lot of money on.
Sometimes hard to spot the real stars of the show amongst the throng and the dogs and the children out for a walk. Like a golfing parade. All square as they walk down the 4th fairway here. Hot day. Time to take on some refreshment.
I'm going to be blocked
Thankful
here.
they're not wearing a fur coat. George Harper has joined me in the sunshine.
Absolutely delightful, isn't it? Hydration is key, even for the pups. I feel like every time I come back in, the score's all square, so this battle just keeps on keeping on. GT. Not too bad out there. There's plenty of room. Also not a horrible angle back in to this ever-challenging par 4.
Yeah, he'll have to negotiate the run off to the right side of the green. There's that big swale on the front left edge, of course. But from this angle, he may well avoid that.
Yeah, they didn't get to make the most of this enjoyable pin in this morning's bout. It's just such a demanding golf shot, this. hands behind.
Somehow it always seems to spoil the party, doesn't it, that big run-off? Just as I said, it should be out of play, that line into the pin. He's offline. The ball heading towards that big hollow as though magnetised towards the trouble.
Yeah, that's where we saw Fang this morning. He would hate to do it again. Fool me once, not twice, he says. Now it needs to sit. Oh, that would have looked so good for so long. Superb ball follow.
Overcompensating again, the American through the back of the green on the par 3 third, and now nestling down in the rough through the back of the fourth. So far you can see why they are tied at all square, both making mistakes at the same time. There is the ball of Ethan Fang.
Yeah, it was unlucky really. Ethan, obviously having not made the ridge this morning, made sure he made the ridge, but he caught it on the downslope, came in on such a flat flight, very low apex, got a big bounce forward. Maybe was hoping to kind of come off this little slope backwards, but he's run over the back now. A little bit of a downslope, fluffy lie. I think his only shot is a little higher, try to carry it on just onto that downslope and let it release out like a putt to the flag. Not really an advantage for either one of the players here. That's a very difficult two-putt from at the bottom of the green there for Gavin. So, yeah, down to the short game skills once again for these two.
Two very different golf shots to come. Tiernan to play first, and we saw Ethan here this morning, so he's going to have to chuck this well out to the left, maybe at the guy in white sitting up there. Chuck it at him and make sure you get it back there. It was so hard for Fang to get it right back to this pin, so let's see if the Irishman took anything from that a mere 4 or 5 hours ago. That feels short as well. And it is. It's just a tough golf hole.
It is if you put yourself down at the bottom of that big hill. Or through the back of this green, as Ethan Fang has done. He's got a brilliant short game though, 20-year-old Texan.
A window to mount some pressure there. Hasn't quite capitalised. Could have almost putted that.
If he had played more links golf, that's something he might have thought of doing. This is his first visit to Europe. First experience of playing links golf. Says that it's suited his game so far, loves the creativity of it all. All the problem solving you have to do out there. So far confounded on this 4th hole.
Right. 2 big par putts. Almost feels like a par 5, this one.
Well, it did pay as a par 5 during the Open in 2003. And it's another bogey for Ethan Fang, just as he did this morning. This is the green where Gavin Tiernan took the lead for the first time earlier today. Can he do the same here in round 2 of the final?
Good.
Close.
Match remains all square.
They're just both putting themselves under pressure, aren't they? It's not just their opponent who's turning the screws. They're really having to work hard, aren't they?
They are having to work hard. It's certainly not stress-free golf, which is, yeah, it's hard to work out because they were both under par in the opening stanza this morning. So it's a high standard of golf, but yet they still don't seem to be lighting it up as such.
That could be the Mediterranean, couldn't it?
Oh, look at that. Is that... Oh, yeah, that looks like the UK team from the America's Cup.
Oh dear. Help is on the way.
Movement, Mike, on the tee.
Delightful scenes. He's got some big wake coming his way. Team Britannia. Couldn't quite get it done at the America's Cup. Right, to the delightful par 4 fifth, looking back over to the ocean we just saw. 23 holes have been played. Can you believe it? And nothing can separate them. Aggressive line. And he has got very lucky. Not many people get away with going left there.
It's almost an Open Championship gallery, that, isn't it?
That looks amazing. That looks awesome. Great for the game.
Missed the fairway here this morning. Gavin Tiernan doesn't look delighted with this one. Oh, he's gone in the bunker that Ethan Fang managed to squeak around. That's a terrible, terrible result for the Irishman.
Hello, how are you? He's gone in the bunker. He's gone in the bunker.
Well, a very tired looking swing. 23 holes into the final. Chuck another 139 on top of that for Gavin Tiernan. It's been a big marathon, and a big part of the story is the American Ethan Fang.
it's an honor. Links golf is just, can't really find anything like that back home. You know, out here it seems like you got to be pretty creative, and I thought going into the week it would be a pretty good fit for me. I've never been to Europe in general, so I wanted to come down here and just kind of check it out. And I had 3 of my teammates, or actually 4 of my teammates played in it too, so we kind of all got together, and you know, it's always fun when you have your teammates out here too. You know, we just played the national championship back in California, so I mean, I've just been tired, but yeah, it's been fun.
Wow, there he is, 7th in the world amateur golf rankings. But now there is just 2 standing here at the 130th Amateur Championship. It's a long day to get to the title. It's a long week to get there. But ladies and gentlemen, the final afternoon is upon us.
I feel like a long walk down this 5th fairway, won't it, for Gavin Tiernan? That's a nasty little bunker down the left-hand edge of this fairway.
We are sailing through this final at a rate of knots. 23 holes.
Don't know if you could hear my eye roll.
Well, it's been a long few days, both on the course, and the jokes are going to get worse slowly. And speaking of horrible jokes, Simon Holmes.
Thanks so much, George. Yeah, so this was a really lucky break. He got a fiery bounce and has just held up, because this first trap that he would have been in would have been no chance of going to the green. He's only got 170. Clear picture. It's right in between the dunes. So the lie is he's in the more burnt out stuff. So he does tend to get kind of steep onto it. Gavin got a big bounce forward. His bunker is not too steep, and I think he could probably get something to the front of the green. So it's going to be interesting to see. You can see Kang, Ethan running back down, trying to get a line, try to picture his shot. Wind is a little right to left, but it's not impactful at all. All just trying to figure it out. Where am I? Where do I want to go next?
Yeah, Simon, there's not a lot of danger around the green. It's all about that start line, isn't it? That's the hard part about these dunes.
Yeah, I think, you know, George, he can see the centre of the green, and I think that's kind of that line that he should be trying to go for. It's going to be hard to control it too much more than just sort of hitting it, catch that number.
Yeah, the lie looks fine. Should fly out of there, no troubles. Chance to apply some pressure.
I can't see where it's going to land.
Good shot.
High in the dunes.
Hoping for some claps, and he's got them.
Yeah, really low flight from Fang there. Now let's have a look and see what Gavin can do. Okay, from the upslope, that's going to help him. Ah, I duffed it. Fell back on it and duffed it. That's a mistake. It's going to be very hard to get up and down from there. So paid the penalty for a poor tee shot. Probably didn't need to take nearly as much club, so not sure what he was trying to do there. And now, well, he's got short game magic like a Houdini, but he'll need it on this one.
He certainly will. It was such a tough leave there. To play a shot from that far back was always a big ask. We may just see another breakthrough in the scorecard.
Gavin Tiernan hasn't been behind at all so far in this final. Is this the moment where the American seizes the lead? He's flexing his neck. Ethan Fang trying to keep loose. I mean, those shoulders have done an awful lot of swinging, haven't they, over the past week? And he can mark up and head off, because it's Gavin Tiernan who's got all the work to do here on the 5th. It's the kind of shot he'll have played over and over again at County Louth.
Good, not great in the game, but it's going to need to do something special from there. Really fun corner of Royal St George's here. The Dunes, a very popular spot. Chance for the crowd to rest their legs. They've got a long walk ahead if this game keeps going tit for tat. As predicted, this awesome crowd continues to build, and hopefully by this back 9 and a few holes we'll be at full capacity.
What an afternoon to take off work.
It's normally only us that work the weekends, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Lost track of the day.
You'll lose track of what hole it is soon as well. It's amazing to see what effort they go through to crown the champion. That's why the 36-hole final is so important. Here we go. To win the hole, 2 putts should have a good chance of getting it done as well. And he'll use them. A nice par. Got away with one off the tee and played a superb second. Now it's all down to the Irishman to see if he can pull something out of the hat.
Hope that man's got something on his bottom half.
Well, he's out there taking in the serenity. Or is he out there purely to get a view of the golf? Sneaky outside the ropes view. Doesn't look to be too much wind for the sailors, but just enough for the golfers.
And for the first time in this amateur championship final, Gavin Tiernan falls behind.
You mentioned it not long ago, Kat. He went 1 up on the 4th this morning. Now he's done it on the 5th. So similar rounds of golf being played at the moment. Who's going to take control? Fang striding ahead to the 6th tee.
So here we are on the 6th, this famous par 3, the maiden, where back in 2011, Tom Watson produced a moment of magic.
Just into the centre of the green, 2 putts, no heroics here.
Yeah, and it's pretty much directly into the wind today. Have to be careful you don't get one drifting off into that right bunker. This is a 7-iron for Tom.
It's in. Oh! What about centre of the green? Tom Watson. Wow, back to even par. How about that?
Oh, one bouncing in. What a shot that was. Playing alongside Henrik Stenson, who a few years later would be crowned champion golfer of the year. What a battle that was at Troon. Now, this morning, I said this pin was in a very accessible spot. Middle of the green, off to the right. But all of a sudden, they went in the front bunker and the other barely made it over. So, hopefully, after a warm-up round, you never know. Could we see a bit of Tom Watson repeating itself? Sounds spinny again. Get over that bunker. Oh, by the barest of margins. And that should come back down ever so slightly. Oh no, he's made it up the ridge. Wow.
Took a dangerous line, didn't it? Maybe nudged over slightly by the wind. Now this morning, Gavin Tiernan made a big miscalculation off this tee. Found the deep bunker, short and right.
He will not and cannot do that again. Oh, no. No. Oh, no.
Well, this morning he was right up, wasn't he, against the face. This time he's going to be over on the right-hand side in that sand where the riveting at the front of the bunker is at its very highest, very steepest. Another big mistake on the 6th from Gavin Tiernan.
He's got to be careful here, but what a beautiful view it is here of the 6th. Such a great part of the golf course, holes all around it, and then we head back up the other direction to the 7th, but quite a narrow green, 2 tiers in it, so really depends on where the pin is, but this pin position has brought in that second bunker on the right. We brought the first one in this morning and now the second one in this afternoon. Should not be on their minds.
Yeah, unfortunately for Irish fans, this is no good. Off the downslope, very little green to work with. Only way I can see he can play this just to maybe carry that tiny little bit of fringe there. The lip is not that bad, that's not his problem. It's just that the lie is such a downslope and it just looks like he could, you know, get 8-10 feet past, and that's a really tricky putt. I think for Ethan, his putt is almost just to give it a little tap and it'll run all the way down there. So let's see how he handles it with a smile.
Simon, this is a huge moment in the match. The game's barely even been past all square, but he could be staring down the barrel of 2 down, and you really don't want to get the speed wobbles from here.
Yeah, Yeah, George, I think that's absolutely right. It's like there hasn't been a real dominance. There's been no momentum one way or the other. I feel like Fang has dodged a few bullets. Now, this has got to get up and down.
Yeah, he's just going to have to give himself some sort of chance. There's no way that this can't go well past the pin. And that's as good as he could have done.
That's a good shot.
Tremendous shot.
Chose to carry it pretty far up. Got maybe 10 feet down the hill, right to left, so maybe came out a little hotter than he thought. Maybe carried it onto the green, which I didn't think he was going to try and do, but now Ethan had problems on this hole first time round. I think this is one you just almost just let the camber take it down to the hole and put pressure on Gavin to have to make his putt, which is absolutely a tricky right to lefter. So 2 putts here.
Well, his leg,
right to left.
His leg putt
Really
this
just
morning.
the speed, and he has battled with speed, so let's see how he does here. I'd say that's exactly what he thought. Again, let me see you make that. That's how you squeeze out these matches. So, a huge putt. Aggressive and centered and absolutely stood up to the moment. There is a lot of fight in Gavin Tiernan. Got to feel like he's dodged a bullet there. I think he'd be worried about some of the shots he's hitting. Really bad shot on the 5th, or bad management to go in that fairway trap. And there, the only place he couldn't go, and he missed the green by 15 yards to the right. So, gonna have to fix his swing. Can't give any holes away. Fang's gonna give you nothing. So you're gonna have to go back and win this.
Yeah, he was in danger there, wasn't he, Gavin Tiernan, of falling 2 back. Really impressive. Seems like the kind of character that almost enjoys having his back against the wall, having to pull out the heroics from the sand, having to think creatively. And this is going to be a really interesting 7th hole, 24th hole of this final. Fang once again failing to capitalise on a big mistake from Tiernan. Mainly this time due to some magic from the sand from the Irishman, but he had an opportunity on the 6th in round 1 and couldn't take it. How important will it prove that Tiernan's clung on there?
Well, just before that we were mentioning that if he was to miss that and go 2 down, all of a sudden that would have been a big mountain to climb. But has that inspired him? Has that clicked him into gear to provide something special? As Simon said, his swing's not quite where he wants it to be, so he needs to find another gear.
Now the par 5. Both birdied this morning. Good scoring opportunity, wind pushing from the sea, slightly from right to left.
Interesting kick, very interesting kick. That'll certainly challenge him in terms of reaching this green in 2. Players will tend to hug the left half of this fairway and try and hit the downslope, which we saw this morning, and the ball goes bounding down the fairway.
Looked like a much more balanced swing there from Tierney, and he's crushed this one.
Wow. Something in that swing. That is way further than his drive this morning. That is an absolute beauty.
Well, there's a response from Gavin Tiernan. Question mark of how he would recover from a bit of a wobble, and the American taking the lead for the first time in this final. How about that for a response? Smashing it down the centre of the fairway on the 7th.
That's got to be one of his biggest drives of the week. It's around the 325-yard mark. An absolute beauty when it counts. It's certainly turning some heads, this championship. We've heard rumours from on the ground that people overplaying on Princes, they stopped to watch the golf on the 13th and 14th hole, so created a good backlog for everyone out for their Saturday rounds. Couldn't help themselves, so the neighbours are having fun watching this amateur championship. Barely going to have a 7-iron into this final par 5, so Tiernan's got a real chance to strike.
So Ethan Fang walking up to his ball here, having missed the fairway on the 7th at Royal St George's. Final of the Amateur Championship, 130th Amateur Championship. Ireland against the USA for the top honours. Just the barest of glances from the American, so he can't be too concerned about the lie.
Here he is, popping up from behind the big dune. Trying to get a rough guide with his laser. Always a chance. He's going to have a pretty hot lie, you'd suggest, out of there. Hard to stop the ball, so can he run one up there short of the green and meander past the bunkers? He's having a really good look at it, which suggests to me that he's going to give this a red-hot crack still. Oh, wow.
Almost got caught up a little bit on the backswing, didn't it?
Yeah. Got a lot of dirt, some in the eye, and caught it heavy. That's a long way back.
Well, it was a dreamy drive for Gavin Tiernan, right in the centre of the fairway, just on that right-hand slice. And there's a little corridor of flat green that he can look to guide the ball down along the right-hand edge, and then it'll curve towards the pin, which is cut just on the left-hand half of the green.
Oh, wow. He played a good shot here this morning. And a great one here this afternoon. A mini momentum swing could be happening. The crowd loved it. And he certainly loved it. That swing looked a lot better.
Didn't get it out of the rough, Ethan Fang. And he hasn't got it up onto the back tier of the green either. He's making a real hash of this 7th hole, the American. While Gavin Tiernan of Ireland has a look at eagle to come.
Yeah, I love this hole. A famous par 5 7th sweeping dog leg, but you've got to guide it through these big bunkers. The first two clearly aren't in play, but the little two on the right down the fairway, they were before for Tiernan, who absolutely piped one, and he was in position A for his approach shot. And then once you get around here, they should have a 7-iron about into the screen. Look at the beach on the right-hand side. Looks absolutely stunning. But as long as you can avoid those two bunkers, it should be fine. And, well, you mentioned corporate hospitality. This is the VIP seats here at Royal St George's. Absolute commitment. That's links living.
Well, he may well be walking with a bit of a bounce in his stride, Gavin Tiernan. In the driving seat on this 7th hole. Let's head down to Simon, see what he's made of the way the players have tackled this par 5.
Two fantastic shots from Gavin Tiernan, just absolutely flushed it right when he needed to. And then for Ethan Fang, a huge slope to go through. He's got a wedge in his hand first. I think if you know this is almost one where you putt these. It's so tight there. He's obviously looking to kind of skip it into where he's walking now and then hope for a little spin. And he is steep and late on these, so he does get that shot. It looks to me as though it will bounce right off that bank. He's got to be thinking, you know, what's the club that gives me the best chance of holding this with his opponent there in 2? So, still chat with the caddy. Skiddy one. You can tell what he was trying to do. Now he's chatting, are we done? I think he should at least make him hit the first putt. This hole is a Gavin win. Not even making him hit the first putt, so conceded and done. the superb quality of those two shots. The tee shot, superb. The firepower that he's got is a huge advantage. Only had a mid-iron in. So, yeah, slap on the back from the caddy. And honours are even.
They certainly are. What a match we have in store. Maybe a few games being played by Ethan Fang, just giving him that, saying, I don't want you to get too much more momentum. Imagine if you bin that for eagle, how fizzed you'll be.
Yeah. His lead is short-lived, though, isn't it, Ethan Fang? I've had a message from Graham Storm, the 1999 winner of the Amateur Championship. He says both players look like they're starting to feel the pressure of getting the job done. Poor shots creeping in. Ethan Fang looking slightly more comfortable, but he says he remembers that this is the time they'll both be thinking of all the privileges they can earn by winning the championship, and the player that wins, says Graham Storm, will be the one that is able to block out those thoughts and stay in the present. Ethan Fang, he's already played in, you know, some big tournaments at big venues. Hazeltine for the US Amateur, and Sawgrass Junior Players Championship, where he came third. And for Gavin Tiernan, we've spoken so much about how much it would mean for him to play at Royal Portrush. It's his favourite golf course, according to his coach, Aaron O'Callaghan. The North of Ireland Championship is played there every year, and it's an event that Gavin looks forward to hugely, just the opportunity to play at Portrush whenever he can.
Easy to see why. A simply stunning golf course. Thank you very much, Kat. Amazing to think what's on the line for this. If you're just joining us, the winner gets a ticket to the Open Championship and more. Two bunkers on the right.
Right.
Need to miss them. He might have missed them by a fair way. That's a long, long way right. Hopefully someone's found it down there. It's nearly back in Prince's Golf Club, that one. But as I was saying, a ticket to the Open Championship, the US Open, an invitation to the Masters. And they're only 11 holes away.
We're live! On it!
Well, he didn't want to do the same. Oh, that's hit someone. Hopefully he's just lost his footing. He was dancing all over the show, so we'll get back to you and check everyone's okay. All right. Very anti-social golf. Fang has gone way to the left, and Tiernan in another postcode on the right. And we can confirm that that was purely just poor footwork and lack of golf spikes in the crowd. No one has been hit. Just slipping over under duress. First aid's there. Just when he thought he was going to get some action. Andy Stevenson. A beautiful day here at Royal St George's. Things are about to get interesting, aren't they?
Yes, they are. 25 holes down. And yeah, a bit more serious this afternoon, I would say. Not that they were chatty and light-hearted this morning, but this is really game time now with the score level, and neither player has got ahead more than one hole, have they? Fang has been ahead for the first time in the last 20 minutes or so, but yeah, this could go either way. We could have extra holes. I'd be interested to know the odds on extra holes.
Well, they wouldn't be that much because it seems to happen quite a lot at the Amateur Championship. And last time it was here, 2017, we saw Harry Ellis and Dylan Peary of Australia go extra holes. Took them 38 to decide a champion that year.
Welcome back. Pleased to report that I think everybody's okay over there. I think the ball did strike somebody on the bounce, but I think it was a case more of losing their footing, as George mentioned.
Is there a hint of, can we dive into the Ryder Cup a little bit here with US v Ireland? Is there, you know, a little duel going on outside the obvious?
Well, hey, I mean, who's to rule out that this may not be a Ryder Cup singles match in the future? You never know. The roll call of honour in this tournament is quite something. But I mean, before that, Walker Cup in California in September, Cypress Point, spectacular location. I mean, Ethan Fang hasn't quite booked his place on the US team, but it would take something for him not to be involved in that. And Gavin Tiernan, interesting one.
It would be a very interesting one. He wins, he's in. And if he doesn't, he's on the line. Leaves it down to the El Capitan. Second shot on the 8th. Be careful. Be careful. There's a little trap there, but he's managed to get away from it. He's going to have to cover half of the golf course to get to this pin, but not too bad.
Oof, now this is difficult. Tiernan, ball slightly below his feet on a downhill slope as well. High tariff shot, this one.
All right.
Well, that is flirting with that greenside bunker.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be really tough. Clearing that bunker on the front right, you're going to hit the down slope and it's going to be hard to hold it, but if anyone can do it, it's this man here.
And this is where it has ended up.
Almost better to be in that bunker, to be honest.
Yeah, as we pull back, we'll get a sense of what lies ahead for Tiernan.
Oh, he's got a lovely lie. Okay, okay. We're not counting him out because that's no two-putt for Fang as well.
Well, we've got a few moments just to tell you about a few other players. We'll pick out a couple of other players who've been involved this week. So last year's runner-up, Dominic Clemens, he lost in the last 16 here this week. Tommy Morrison, the big American, remember him from the Open last year. He beat one American teammate, Luke Sample, in the last 32, but lost to another, Ben Gregg, in the last 16. We had Jack Cantlay, the younger brother of Patrick Cantlay, playing this week, as well as Ian Poulter's son, Luke, making his way in the game of golf. They both played in the stroke play stages. And Kit Pope, the world's #1 golfer with a disability, he played in the stroke play element of this men's amateur earlier this week. Couldn't defend his G4D Open title in May at Woburn, recovering from surgery. Brendan Lawler, another Irishman, took the G4D Open title this year. But Pope will try to defend his US Adaptive Open title near Washington, DC in a couple of weeks' time. So lots of stories in the field. Conor Graham, the Scot, 18 years old. He won the stroke play element of the Amateur Championship this week for the second year in a row. but knocked out in the match play. I think I'm right in saying the best round of the week, certainly in the stroke play stage, is Tom Haber of Germany, 63. Way back when this tournament began on Monday, would you believe? But these are the last two standing. Only one of these men can win this title. Well, there are birdies and then there are birdies. This would be incredible if he can knock this one in.
And up and over. Back down, needs to sit. And as mentioned, no gimme two putt. Wow. Work to be done.
Tiernan out of the sand then. He's just got that tufty grass as well at the top of the bank of the bunker to get over, but that should be no problem. Uphill lie, perfect lie. Up and out. Controlled it really nicely. Pat on the back from caddy John. Well deserved. What a scene this is.
You just can't separate these two. All of a sudden he's flipped the script and he's in the driver's seat after two horrific golf shots. Lovely touch here. He'd almost be disappointed that hasn't run out. Looks to be playing it slightly into the wind. Right. Just outside the right edge. Huge putt. This impossible deadlock to break. Fang now. This would match the putt of Tiernan on the last. Copy paste.
Well now, Gavin Tiernan may well have thought this putt coming up would be to win the hole. It's now to halve it.
Wow, that was very similar to Tiernan on the 6th hole, wasn't it? Clutch par.
In it goes. And this is getting serious now, these two. 26 holes. Goodness me, neither player has been more than one up in the whole contest.
Strap yourselves in. This is going deep. We're here for some time. You cannot split these two.
They're going to have to somehow, at some point today, split these two. That's nice, a little fist bump between the two players. Lots of respect, camaraderie in the amateur game. So we move on to the 9th hole, the 27th hole of this contest. This hole has changed a lot over the years. And it pinches in, it gets narrower with a bunker on the right known as corsets. It just narrows the further down the fairway you go, so club selection important. Must be agonising for their loved ones following these two. We know that Ethan Fang's dad, Frank, a very nervous spectator. He must be absolutely biting through his nails at the moment. But it's Tiernan to tee off first on the 9th.
don't believe his reactions. A lot of the time he just rests that club and it ends up absolutely fine.
Not sure about that one.
It's so hard to pick the ball up when the undulations are so extreme.
Well, a couple of spectators behind him said good shot immediately, and then a few seconds later there was a bit of doubt.
I like 3-wood here. Feels like a smart play. And there we go.
That's a cracker.
Just no need to play driver on such a short hole.
There's a traffic jam off the tee. There's so many people following this final, which is great to see.
Right, so here we are, the 9th hole. A very quirky finish to your front 9. All the magic starts at the green, but before you get there, you've got to clear that first bunker, which seems to be a non-issue. You take driver, you may find yourself in one of these two fairway traps where Gavin Tiernan may be. And then also the 3-wood seems to be option. But as I said, you come to the green, so many undulations. If you miss anywhere right, it'll run all the way down into that first cut. But then on the left, there is a huge slope which should feed everything into this flag. So one of those greens where you do just want to aim for the heart of it. Anything better is a bonus.
Gavin Tiernan is in that left-hand bunker. His dad is wandering around there looking at it, so that might be a clue. It's a busy period for men's amateur golf. The European Amateur is next weekend in Sweden, the US Amateur at Olympic Club in San Francisco in August, and then, as I mentioned, the Walker Cup. GB in Ireland versus the USA in September. Next year, by the way, the Walker Cup in Lahinch in Ireland, which will be gorgeous.
Yeah, that place is stunning. I think that's in the top 10 of my favourite courses I've played. Absolutely stunning scenery there.
Men's Open at Portrush, as we know, in a few weeks' time. Women's Open at Royal Portrush in Wales, the biggest women's sporting event ever to be held in Wales. And I think tickets still available for that one.
To be more specific, it's actually 6th on my favourite course of all time, Lahinch.
I wish we could put this on screen, but George actually has a spreadsheet he's showing me which ranks his favourite courses. I like that, that's very cute.
Courses that I've actually played though.
Yeah.
Not, you know, been lucky enough to play a few.
Let's get down to Simon and he can tell us more.
Yeah, interesting choice off the tee for Gavin. Took driver. I mean, these traps are 335, so he can't have been imagining he was going to get past them. Fang just a 3-wood, laid it back. So you'd have to think, having just kind of like scraped through the last hole, a strategic mistake from Gavin. He's got 70 yards off a really, really steep bunker face. He is on the upslope. That's his only blessing. But nevertheless, just feel like at that time it was the wrong time to make a mistake. Okay, Fang.
Oh, wow, that had a fiery bounce. It's gone 30 feet past, but as Simon mentioned, for mine, I can't hide my emotions of using driver off that tee. Just doesn't seem like the play for me. The fairway gets narrower, the two bunkers are in reach, especially just after he's wrestled a little bit of momentum back. So Be interesting to see if he's got any sort of shot at all, Simon.
Yeah, he's got a shot. He's got to be thinking, I get this on the front of the green, 2-putt. He had a look at see how far Fang had gone past. Yeah, full swing and release. Front of the green, a chip and a putt or 2 putts, and he won't be penalised for the mistake that he made. I can confirm that on the last hole, Fang actually hit the University of Yale golf coach's wife's bag. He was carrying it, went straight into the side of it, and that's what happened. That was the bang, and it was one of his daughters who he threw out the way. And that's there you go. That's the story. That's the update. We're all safe.
It's a great update. The detail.
And Simon, while you're there, are you feeling more tension down there? It feels as though things are getting to the business end of this championship, and is there more tension?
Yeah, Andy, I think even like you can tell the crowd is like hushed. You know, there's no chat. And it's an interesting. I just felt like after the last couple of holes, for Gavin, pulling driver on this was just like a rookie mistake. There was no way to get past these traps, and being in them, you can see what it's done to him. So he has got magic in his hands. There's no doubt about that, and he's going to need it once more for a strategic mistake, not a bad swing. It's the middle of the fairway. He flushed it straight into a place he couldn't get up on the green. So. Let's see, here we go. Soft chip. Ripple of applause. More magic in the hands of the Irishman.
Every shot counts. Well, every shot counts for most people. 36 holes is a big day, so fair enough to have your cat nap. Good to see he's got his golf spikes on. It's probably the only sport on planet Earth that you can wear what the players are wearing and get away with it. Although I quite like seeing people in full whites at the cricket.
So easily what, 40, maybe more feet. A reminder that Gavin Tiernan played pre-qualifying just to get into the main draw of 288 players, so his whole tally is completely nuts this week. But Fang up the hill and off the left. It's keeping going. I thought it was going to lose pace for a moment then. A pin-high finish, good putt. Conceded.
Yet another long-range putt. Never really threatening for birdies at the moment.
Lots of holes following a similar pattern at the moment. They're not sort of peppering the flag, but they're coming away with pars. And Tiernan badly needs this par now to halve the hole.
He doesn't muck around once he gets over the ball. Tucks the shirt under the right armpit. Another successful up and down. His hands, his wedge is keeping him in this final.
Well, maths was never my strong point, but I make that 3/4 of the way through this final now. And we can still not find a winner yet. Still no closer to knowing who is going to come out on top.
One thing's for certain, we have entered the back nine. After all this, a long, long week of golf, even longer for the Irishman. We are now at the business end of this championship. Who's gonna step up to the party? A few dogs, not many birdies, but much like the golf course, a few undulations shown on the face of that pup. Great environment to have the pets enjoying the spoils.
Just as a comparison from this morning to this afternoon, this morning both players were 2 under in terms of strokes at the end of their 18 holes. They're both running at 1 over in the 9 holes we've had this afternoon. The Eagle from Tiernan on 7, but 3 bogeys in there as well. Ethan Fang a bogey on the 4th and then pars all the way. That's his progress to the final, and that is just the 5 rounds of match play we're showing there. It used to be that this hole, the green was actually located beyond where the green is now. It's actually behind the current putting surface, and you couldn't see the green. It was a blind second shot. They moved the green a bit closer, but it is this kind of upside down bowl shape with slopes pretty much all the way round, falling away from the centre of the green.
Be a tough golf course to be a member at, having to evade these challenges and fight these magical links every week. It's pretty cool, actually. They don't have any club champs leaderboards or history boards in the clubhouse. They only have ones that have had open or amateur champions on the wall, so it would be very special to get your name up there. Needs it to hold on, but should kick left a little bit. Now go on. So. Can work with that with a left pin.
This tee just a little bit more isolated compared to some of the others, so a little bit of quiet here on the 10th. Looking to bring that in from left to right. Beautiful, beautiful from Fang. So 9 holes to go in this Amateur Championship final. Who is going to win?
This is what it's all about. The crowd is in full flow. Are they going to witness some drama? Who's going to make history? Could it be the man from Ireland?
A little bit relieved, to be honest. All the, the hours of practice that you're putting in, and sometimes it feels like they're pointless when you're not getting the results. But this week, it's definitely paid off for me for sure. I was probably maybe 80 or 90 spots on Wagger from getting in, and then got in the qualifier, went to Singports. It's been all uphill from there. It's an amazing experience just playing in this, playing with the best players in the world. This whole setup, like, it's nearly like you're at an Open Championship. You're watching people playing in this, like, oh man, I wish I was there. And then now you're actually here, and it's like, well, you know, if someone beats me and they play really well, sure, I'm fine with that. Making sure that I do all that I can, and once I do that, then I'll be happy whether I win or lose. Playing in the Open would be very special. The exemptions and stuff like that into the majors is fantastic. To get your name on that trophy beside some of the best players to ever play is will be pretty surreal, but yeah, I'm just taking it one shot at a time.
Playing in the Open would be very special. He says that's an understatement from Gavin Tiernan. But he's right. He says that this championship is like playing in an Open. And you can see from the galleries and the way the course is set up and the organisation around it, this is an Open for these guys. We are looking down at the ball of Gavin Tiernan here, just off the right-hand side of the 10th hole. Ethan Fang in prime position in the centre of the fairway after a cracking drive. And 9 holes to go to find a winner. After all of these holes, all of these days of golfing action, comes down to the final 9. So we're looking back from the green here, the upturned saucer of a green. So these approach shots have to be incredibly precise.
I noticed that not only with his putting stroke, but with his iron play as well, he tucks the polo under that right armpit to keep his swing compact. See a few players on tour doing that now, especially on the greens. Pins 5 from the left. So not where you want to go. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, that is long, 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 and left, left, left. He is going to have to pull out his best short game skill. He's been doing it all day, but that's going to test him for an up and down.
What can Ethan Fang do in response? You can see tantalisingly the flag up on the brow of the hill.
Oh no. Oh, that's going to hurt. There's a little bit more wind up there than you think. That flag was blowing back into the face.
There have been so many of those. We could put together a compilation of approach shots from Ethan Fang that have gone short and ended up rolling back towards him.
Yeah, he's just hitting down on the ball so much and creating a lot more spin than his opponent. And so when it does hit the wind, it just stalls a lot for him. So I feel like he needs to pull an extra club when he's going into the teeth. Wow. This is going to be interesting. Obviously a much easier assignment for Fang. But I'm looking forward to unfolding on Gavin Tiernan's ball, which has gone way off planet Earth there. The deadlock has to change here in some way, shape or form. I'm sure of it.
It's the longest day, 21st of June. Beautiful conditions. Nice to see plenty of youngsters out there watching as well. And, you know, we heard Gavin Tiernan say, you know, you watch this event over the years on television, online, whatever, and you kind of think, oh, I wish I was there. And I'm sure some of the young people watching this event many of whom will play golf, of course, themselves, maybe as children, teenagers, what have you. They might think, yeah, one day I'll play in this amateur championship. Right, well, this is, well, 8, 9 out of 10 difficulty, Simon.
Going to be really tough. So he has, in his advantage, plenty of green to work with. The lie is not great. Go, 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 go. See what he was trying to do. Just the lie, couldn't get the hit on the ball that he wanted. Fang, also a really difficult shot. Up the slope.
Fang to go first. He's played a lot of these low runners today with great success. Oh! Immaculate. He nearly put it to bed right there. Phenomenal golf shot. He has become very in tune with the links on his first visit to this side of the world.
Well, this could be the breakthrough George was talking about. If you keep leaving your approach shot short, then if you can pull out a chip like that to follow, you'll be okay. But this now has to go in from tin into half the hole. From way off the green still. And that had no chance right from the moment it left the club face. So, just like that, in the blink of an eye, the American goes one up with just 7 holes to play. Could that be enough for him? I mean, really, although it was Tiernan's chip that let him down, really it was the approach shot going long which put him in that position to begin with. That was the costly error.
Yeah, it certainly was. He now leads the Amateur Championship final. Now look at this again. Surely for a lot of this it looked like it was going in. It starts heading back towards the hole now, and then at the last, look at it, just straight in, just... Oh, he thought that was it. I swear he thought that was it.
I know you did, because you were off your chair, out of your chair, on your feet.
Well, I've been waiting for something to get me off my feet. And that was it.
Well, things don't get any easier because this is a long par 3. Used to be a par 4 one day, a long time ago.
Yeah, one of those holes where you do not want to be distracted by the views. Can play very, very long, can get up to 235 yards at the best of times. The green works its way from the right, so if you can hang it out there, the wind should feed it back ever so slightly, but we saw this young gentleman right here in that greenside bunker. He knows what shot he's got to play. He knows what he did wrong last time, so I expect him to correct it. Might have overcorrected here. Yeah, he has. Wow. Now this is long and left. Slightly easier assignment compared to Tiernan's on the last. But once again, a little window.
Everybody watching in Ireland and back at East Tennessee State University will be willing Gavin Tiernan to make the most of this opportunity presented to him. Hit back straight away.
He's looking up and down. Those eyes are going at it. A little bit short, but he's dancing.
And I was mentioning about all the young people in the galleries and taking up this game of golf, this infuriating but wonderful game of golf. 66 million of us play, and the RNA want to help even more of you take up the game.
Visit golf.golf. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
There you go, for young and old, male and female. Have a little look at golf.golf. Good idea to get a bit of shade this afternoon. That's, if I'm not mistaken, by the halfway house, which is actually by the 12th green.
Yeah, the slightly past halfway house. So you got to earn the right to have a break here, and they've certainly done that. Very relaxed, and if you're not here on course, feel free to follow on socials. Obviously, you're watching on either Sky or the RNA YouTube, but there's plenty of content pouring out of the media tent. So keep in touch with us on all your various platforms. Don't forget TikTok as well. I'm just starting to work out how that actually works. Failing miserably. Evacuation point. Well, to be fair, that's where everyone will probably be soon. Grabbing a nice cold one. They do a fantastic sausage roll in there. They've got their own lager.
You used to be able to get drinks served to you up by the tee on the road, Bay Road, and it meant that the 12th hole became known as either lemonade or ginger beer, depending on which option you went for. Back in the old days, the black and white days. Right, so Ethan Fang with plenty to think about here. He is one up. I mean, just having that lead at this stage of the match, I don't think it will affect the way he plays, but obviously you could start to get a little bit more defensive with your approach perhaps, or you could decide, right, I'm ahead now, let's go aggressive and try and put a couple of birdies together and get ahead.
Yeah, I like that second option. He probably can't do that here, obviously. He's just a foot shy of the really, really thick rough, so he's got away with one ever so slightly. But yeah, someone's going to have to take control, take a risk to separate that one-up difference. And maybe you're right. Maybe if you are one up, you can allow yourself to take a bit of a risk. And I think the next hole's the one to do it, the drivable par 4. They'll both be taking this on again. But right now, it's all about the short game. If Tiernan can lag this one up to a relatively good distance, that'll put a lot of pressure on the American.
Gives it a thump up the hill. It's whizzing by. Not a bad line, but again a bit heavy. Left himself one of those.
The tremendous physique of Charlie Moran, the chairman of Amateur Championships, just blocking our view of the putt there. Better door than a window, Charlie.
Fang from just in front of the tall grass. He's obviously heard you there, my goodness me.
He's heard me, but he doesn't realise he's doing it again.
You're incredible. You're more powerful than you thought there, George. Into the bank.
I'm going to get in trouble after this.
Does it release? Ooh, dear.
Okay, some nervous knee knockers to come.
I tell you what, they're really putting pressure on their own putting, aren't they? So many of these shots we've seen ending up just a bit shorter than they would have liked. noticeable that player-caddy relationship, both of the duos are quite quiet. There's not an amazing amount of chatter. We saw at the women's amateur last weekend, the winner San Pedro of Spain had hired a local caddy, and they did not stop chatting with each other. The local caddy giving her constant advice. But these two duos, much more passive. The players themselves taking control for a lot of the decisions, it would seem.
Wow. These sorts of putts with this much on the line. This could make anyone look like Bambi on ice. These are nervous moments. Huge par putt. And he's missed it left. Tiernan has a chance to get things back to level pegging.
Wow. Fang's second bogey of the round. Could be extremely costly.
It was the tee shot that sent him well past this pin and put him under pressure.
Can the Irishman win this 11th hole with a par? Oh. Those are the moments you'll look back on. Oh, he'll want to take that one over and over again until it goes in the hole. But it's the kind of moment that if he were to lose this contest, he'll be thinking about putts like that tonight. So Fang living dangerously, getting away with one there on the 11th. As George mentioned, we head to the 12th, and this was a hole that both players drove the green on this morning.
Yep. As the crow flies, the direct line is 303 yards across this corner. Not the traditional way to play this hole, but with the rough not as thick and juicy as it traditionally is, there's not a huge amount of danger. And we saw Ethan Fang not only landed on the green, but continue a long way past it this morning. So he's going to take a little bit off this, you get the sense.
No birdies yet for Ethan Fang in this round, this afternoon's round. No birdies either actually for Tiernan. He did have the eagle on number 7, but 4 bogeys as well.
On the back 9 in particular. Wow. All right, be interesting to see how he adjusts from this morning here. Straight at it. No dog leg anymore.
That's running away to the halfway house. The people there sat in the shade on that bench are going to get a close-up view until the galleries swarm down to that green, of course. So a bit scrappy all of a sudden. Is this nerves as they approach the finish line? Is it fatigue, of course, mental or physical fatigue? It's the end of a long, long week.
Absolutely. Their bodies, their backs, their minds will be very tired. Exact same club as this morning. He managed to find the putting surface, and that clearly will not be happening today.
Well,
wow.
we chuckle because he did exactly this morning. He hit a tee shot on here, which he looked absolutely fuming about, and actually it's not turned out too bad at all. I mean, you could argue that's better than Fang's tee shot, but his reaction, that was the biggest reaction we've seen from either player emotionally.
So here it is. I mentioned 303 yards as the crow flies. Almost, as you can see, the cart path down the right. You just go straight at it, but there is a plethora of bunkers lining this fairway. It all slants from right to left, so if you choose to lay up, quite often it runs to that left edge of the fairway and you've just got a tiny wee wedge in. Seems to be the traditional way to play it, but with the wind up their tails, they have clean gone for it on both occasions today. Being in those bunkers, not all too bad, especially the 3 around the green, but with the pin on the front right, It's going to be a tough up and down.
Interesting that both players tried to drive the green rather than just taking iron off the tee and leaving themselves a wedge shot in. It's Gavin Tiernan's dad strolling around in the blue top there in the white Stetson, is that? Not quite.
Oh, a little fist pump. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Didn't see the GT ball marker.
Everybody's getting into this. Halfway packed to capacity.
Yeah, guys, very interesting to see. This lie is Ethan Fang, and he's going to have some real stance issues. That's going to be his problem. I don't see how he can get his feet in the trap and stay on the line that he needs to get on. So that's going to be his problem. Gavin nearly hit the green, so despite his reaction for his tee shot, I mean, just trickled off the side there. He's got a simple chip, and especially with his short game, you'd have to think that Gavin has a big advantage here.
Thank you, Simon. Interesting to see how he's going to manage this hurdle.
Yeah, we thought Fang was down the left-hand side, didn't we, by the hut as well, but actually in this right-hand greenside bunker. I see the right of the bunkers, but down the left of the green, in fact.
Right. That awkward first look when you're so unknown as to where your ball is, and then you feast your eyes on this diabolical scenario. They've practiced this. Well, they haven't practiced that much.
You need to be young and flexible to have a go at this. Oh, goodness me.
Get that. Tiernan's probably further away. But it's going to be very... Oh, look at that. He's tired. Body language says it all. It's such a big week for these young men. If I'm Tiernan, I want to go first here. I've got a little bit of green to work with. He's showing us he's got magic hands. Takes the glove off, will feel. So if he can nip one in here, chuck some pressure on, he's going to force the hand of Fang to go all in. He needs something. Is this his time?
Disrupted by a bit of hubbub going on behind.
Wow, he just keeps doing it all day. All day has he recovered with that wedge. On this occasion, though, that putt will be for birdie. And in all likelihood, it's going to take a miracle shot from Fang to square this hole.
Well, do not try this at home unless you've got good hips and good knees. Is he really going to try and hit this from that stance? I guess he's got to in a way. Now that Tiernan's close, he's got to, because as Simon told us, if he takes a traditional stance, he's got to hit it out sideways. Look at this. Well, you maybe saw the ball just dribble out the top of the bunker.
Well, I thought I was going to see him take one knee in, one knee out type stuff. But not on this occasion. Quite simply, chip it in, or we're out of here.
A more conventional setup this time now.
Gents in the white, please. Thank you.
Remember,
All
Tiernan.
on. Oh, sorry.
So Tiernan on the green for 2, remember, on this par 4. This Fang's 3rd. No. And that has gone. Could be a handshake at this point. I guess. No, I guess they'll press on, because if Fang were to put that one in for 4 and Tiernan misses, then it would be all square. But heavy favourite Tiernan on this hole to get us back to all square in the final.
Yeah, this is when you've got to think. Oh, obviously he wanted to chip that in, so he's gone a long way past. But if you take your time and potentially just chip that dead and force your opponent to putt that in, because remember, he's trailing and he's rushed this. Oh, he nearly made me pretty quiet there, but you know what I mean? You've still got to force your opponent to do the job under pressure, because there's a lot on the line here.
Agreed.
Exciting few holes ahead.
But the handshake has now come, of course, so we are all square after 12. And still no closer to knowing who is going to win this amateur championship title. 6 holes to go, or maybe more. Getting nervous just watching this contest, what it must be like to play in or be a family member. We'll take another look at this, because it was, well, an acrobatic attempt in a sense. I think the average player would take about 100 goes at getting that ball out from that stance. This was the tail of the tape this morning in the first 18, and the thing to notice there is Fang was never ahead. There were a few more birdies thrown in that first 18. This afternoon, both players have found it tougher. Fang got ahead for the first time on the 23rd hole. But the most important thing, of course, is that now, after 30 holes, we're back level. Anyone's final, Cat Downs?
Yeah, there's only ever been one hole in it, hasn't there? And at the start of the day, we were saying, you know, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It's turning into the time where someone needs to put their head down and dash for the tape, don't they?
In the coffee cup thing.
Six holes left in regulation. Looks happy with this one off the tee. Just going to race into the rough stuff down the left.
Should be okay. Fang's turn now, as we head down towards Prince's Golf Club in the distance. He's not sure. He's okay. Absolutely fine. 6 holes to go. This is a shootout now at Royal St George's. Remarkable after the number of holes these two have played this week that we're down to the last 6.
It is, isn't it? But a marker of the quality of both the players that have made it through to this final. Fang, the world number 7 in the amateur rankings, and Gavin Tiernan, 19-year-old from Dublin, who's inspired by his time in the States playing college golf, transformed his game with the help of his coach Aaron O'Callaghan. in the last few months, and playing with the possibility of a date at Portrush at the 153rd Open. Tantalisingly close now. And he's the kind of character who embraces the pressure. Gavin Tiernan loves the one-on-one battle of match play. Quite enjoys, according to his coach, the nerves. He steps up under pressure.
Last year's final, Jakob Skov Olesen won 4 and 3 against Dominic Olesen. We've had a couple of 3 and 2 wins in recent years as well. But this feels like it's going to be tighter than either of those. We are walking down the 13th hole, unlucky for some. It is hole 31 in this Amateur Championship final. And Ethan Fang and Gavin Tiernan are all square. The Irishman and the American cannot be separated. Neither player has been more than one up in this entire final. We started at, what, 8:30 this morning, local time, Kat, and oh, it's exceptionally tense now. Even in the commentary box, I'm beginning to feel a bit nervous.
Well, it's all about who can cope best with the pressure at this stage, isn't it? Who can hold those nerves at bay. Ethan Fang has been here, done it before at big amateur championships, a quarter finalist at the US Amateur. He's played the PGA Junior Championship where he finished 6th 3 years ago, also 3rd at the Junior Players at Sawgrass. Experience right at the top level of the amateur game, and he's a cool customer. And Gavin Tiernan has been working on the mindset with his coach at college at East Tennessee State. He's got a little tattoo on the inside of his wrist. I'm not sure if you've seen that. It says Kia Zen on the inside of Gavin Tiernan's wrist. It's written in Japanese. It means improvement, change for the better. A little reminder inscribed on the inside of his arm that everything is a learning experience for him.
So Fang, having lost the previous hole, would love to make a good connection here. Is he watching that with interest or concern? Again, a bit short. It's been the story of certainly this afternoon for Fang. Just his approach shots always seem to just need another 20 yards, something like that.
He's not getting much run out, is he? I heard Simon talking about the kind of spin he's getting on the ball. It's just not kind of releasing and running up the greens in the way that Tiernan is able to play his approach shots. Little skip forward for the Irishman, then putting on the brakes.
Might be worth cancelling dinner plans, because I've just remembered that the last amateur championship final that was here at Royal St George's went to 38 holes.
That's only 2 extra. When you say 38, it sounds like an awful lot, but by the time they get to 18, they'll have played 36. Can maybe cope with 2 extra, and on Midsummer's Day, there's plenty of daylight, isn't there? They could keep going till 11 o'clock at night if they need to. Hopefully it won't come to that.
Yeah, Gavin played a superb shot there. He was in the semi, he did have a good lie, and you can see him really attacking the pin there. There's a little ridge and he's just stopped on top of it, so, you know, uphill putt left to right, it's a really good opportunity. He's got to start stamping his authority on this. And I just felt like on the last hole, Ethan Fang, it's the first time we kind of seen him play a few loose shots, a little bit rushed. You know, there was no reason for him to have such a go at that pitch shot that he played there. He didn't have to force that. You've got to make your opponent play. Foregone conclusions, and that's a momentum swing. So definitely advantage Gavin as we come late into this final. Aim point express used by both players, just trying to feel that slope with their feet. So for Fang, 30 feet, 35 feet. Fantastic to see how many people have come with us, joined us. Really amazing crowds. Royal St George's, wow, what a host venue. I mean, a host venue for anything. An absolute total bucket list place to play. It's fantastic condition now. Fang comes in. Must be right to left. He has battled the speed. See how he can manage. Sets it up high, it's coming back in. Just a hair low. It's a very good putt, but now from 10 to 12 feet up the hill, this is a nice putt. You can really be pretty aggressive with this one. Left edge. Oh, played so much break. Okay, well, that was an opportunity. Just feel like the next mistake or the next great shot is going to be the decider.
Yes, what you do want, Kat, here, given the circumstances especially, you want this final to be won, don't you, by a fantastic shot or a fantastic series of shots. You wouldn't want to see either of these players throw this championship away with a mistake or a couple of errors.
Well, either way, somebody's heart is going to break, isn't it, at the end of this? They've come so far, they've played so much golf, and there can only be one winner. But you can sleep on it better, can't you, at the end of the day, if you know that you gave it your all and it wasn't a mistake that handed it to your opponent. Fourteenth, the par 5. And Tiernan going with an iron off the tee here. Well, he hates it. Was playing for position, and it hasn't gone very far down the fairway at all, into the rough down the left. It's not a bad lie, but what he gave up in distance he was hoping to gain in accuracy.
Can Fang capitalise? Bit of concern again. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. We've seen the rough not be too penal. That close to the fairway, it's the long grass you want to stay out of. You're okay, Ethan. So listen, we're enjoying the Amateur Championship here at Royal St George's. This time last week, I was here in the commentary box for a thrilling Women's Amateur Championship finale. And the Women's Amateur won by Paula Martin San Pedro of Spain. Great scenes up at Nairn. Up against Farrah O'Keefe of the USA. It was a really, really high standard final. Played in great spirit. And what a moment for San Pedro. And San Pedro will play in the AIG British Women's Open at Royal Portrush. Tickets still available. It's going to be huge, that huge sporting event in Wales. And I tell you what, San Pedro, you know, you can't say for definite, but she had every facet of the game covered. She looks strong in every area. Definitely want to keep an eye on in the future.
It's always fascinating as well to see how these amateurs measure up against the world's very best, isn't it? So often you see them pushing up the top of those major leaderboards, often in the early stages. Let's have a closer look at the 14th, shall we then? This long par 5 right along the furthest boundary of Royal St George's, the fence down the right marking the out of bounds. Then you've got the ditch coming into play along the right, then the Suez Canal. That's what the little ditch across the centre of the fairway at 330 yards is named. A scattering of bunkers to avoid in the fairway, but a big target up ahead, the green, and the pin cut on the right-hand edge today, just above that runoff.
Just another word on San Pedro. You and I are off to Wimbledon shortly, and you spotted that San Pedro is playing tennis this week. No, playing golf, sorry, but with
Rafael Nadal.
Quite something.
He's got into his golf, hasn't he, after retiring from tennis?
Thank you, that's brilliant. Appreciate it. Thanks. See how long it stays like that.
Last year's winner of the men's amateur this championship we're watching, Jakob Skov-Olesen, did make the cut in the Open at Royal Troon. He finished in a tie for 60th in the end, up in Scotland, alongside the likes of Phil Mickelson and Brian Harman, the defending champion, as he was. What a thrill for Skov-Olesen to see his name up on the Open leaderboard alongside those big names.
Long way back here. Gavin Tiernan. Was just hoping to nuzzle it up towards the Suez Canal and then go for the green. Looks like this could be at risk of finding the sand. No, he's managed to thread it through the bunkers. There is one just at that front edge of the green, though. Have to wait and find out if he's avoided it.
I can only imagine he topped his drive a little bit. It seemed to be the lack of distance that made him so angry, because he wasn't that far off the fairway.
It's just a great scoring opportunity, isn't it, this par 5, wind blowing off the sea, pushing the ball along the fairway. You know, we saw both players, didn't we, get onto the green this morning with the wind behind. There's Fang just sneaking on that front edge. He eagled this this morning, the American. Gavin Tiernan will feel like he's let a chance slip here.
Let's show you a bit of interesting info here. This is winners by nationality of this event, so 52 English winners. USA, if Ethan Fang does win this afternoon, will nudge ahead of Scotland. And Ireland there on 6, including James Sugru 6 years ago, who's winning this event. Also got him a place at a Portrush Open. That's on the mind of Gavin Tiernan, no doubt about that. But 45 nationalities represented here, and I'm sure that number will continue to grow. I think there were 5 countries represented for the first time at this year's Amateur Championship. So a properly cosmopolitan lineup, no doubt about that.
Over the Midgey Bridge. Come out of there and bite you on the ankles. Itch for days. So Gavin Tiernan will be able to see where his ball's ended up. We can't quite spot it from this angle. John, his caddy's doing such a great job, isn't he, of keeping him engaged in conversation, keeping him relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in this match situation now, that's, I'd say, the caddy's most important job now, isn't it? I think the player himself is doing most of the decision-making. The caddy's just got to keep you level-headed, keep you optimistic, positive.
Well, the good news as far as Gavin Tiernan is concerned, that the ball hasn't run as far as the bunker tucked to the left.
Yeah, once again, a chip just from below the surface of the green. The bunker here doesn't interfere with his landing area at all. He's got to have to play this, I think, a little to the left and use that bank all the way down. He's been fantastic at this. You've got to think, in this situation, he's got to get this up and down. He's got to assume Fang will two-putt. Absolutely crucial shot now. Perfect lie. Landing area way too short there. Not a good shot. Bad shot. So, wow, open door, massive open door. That's 30 feet short.
Just a first real sign of frustration from Gavin Tiernan. Just clonking the club onto the ground. Bit of a bash with the putter as well. He's done such a good job of dealing with the challenges he's encountered so far today.
He's been angry with all three shots he's hit on this hole, hasn't he? Gavin Tiernan.
It's not the time to boil over.
So this is for eagle, but much more importantly, it's to win the hole. Two may end up being good enough from here. Never really troubling the hole, but should be a birdie, and that might be enough.
He needs to take this on, doesn't he, Gavin Tiernan, and be brave with this. Birdie putt with Fang already in close. Oh, just needed a couple more rotations. And is it going to be this treacherous 14th that trips up Tiernan?
That is not going to improve his mood, is it, Gavin Tiernan? Because Ethan Fang has this short birdie putt to go one up with just 4 to play. And Fang has got his teeth into this final. 4 holes to go. He's 1 up. And that could be enough the way this final has gone.
That's a big blow for Gavin Tiernan. This final has fluctuated all day long, but with just 4 holes left to play, it's the American who's got his nose out in front. And the Irishman will have to push. It's always a dangerous position to find yourself in. Fifteenth hole. Longest par 4 on the course. Got to avoid that hoop of 5 bunkers. Peppers the landing zone. Driver here for Fang as he tries to fly them. This one shaping in from left to right.
Yeah, I saw him, but
Just looks like he's coping better with the pressure at the moment, Ethan Fang. Does Gavin Tiernan have a response? Can he dig deep again here? Feeling the heat, the Irishman. Another miss. And he's making this very tough for himself. Within touching distance of the finish line, it's the American with the advantage. George Harper has joined me back into the commentary box for, well, could be the closing stages here, George. We could be seeing these guys home.
It does feel like the final time. And what a moment to come in with Fang taking the lead. Not much can separate these two. And now he's got his nose in front. They are playing the toughest hole on course. So there is plenty of action coming up in the next half an hour or so. Here we can see the green that they're fast approaching. So hard to hold it up there and get it close to this pin. But yeah, you were just talking about, I guess, the body language, and it's certainly changed, especially for the Irishman, who seems to be building up a little bit of anger. So hard to mask your emotions with so much on the line.
Ethan Fang looks like he's slipped into his own little world, doesn't he? Marching down the 15th here at Royal St George's, in the driving seat of the 130th Amateur Championship. Gavin Tiernan, the Irishman, in the sand down the left-hand side of the fairway here in the rough. Another missed fairway.
He does look in the zone, doesn't he? The American. He smells blood in the water.
I mean, I've seen him in some very dodgy looking positions over the last, what, hour, half hour?
It's been a slug, an absolute slugfest for the Irishman of recent. Crowd trying to get behind him.
And he's done remarkably well, hasn't he, given the positions he's put himself in, just to hang on to the American. His scrambling, his short play has been nothing short of miraculous.
So hard to maintain it over 36 holes. So hard. And all of a sudden, you let this one slip, you're all of a sudden 2 down with just 3 holes remaining. And that is a huge, huge comeback in the context of the way this battle has gone throughout the day. Anywhere on the green is a superb shot. Taking a big divot there. Can he use the slope on the left? Oh, so close. But that's still just fine. Almost putt that through the fringe there. That would have looked mighty fine from his view.
Just looked slightly shaky on approach, hasn't he, the American, leaving some short, some long. It's not all that often that he's got the distance absolutely spot on.
No, such a challenging hole. When you make the turn at the far corner, make the turn back to the clubhouse. There's actually a little car park off to the right here where a lot of the members can park their cars and cruise onto the 10th tee if they just want to play 9 holes after work. All right. Important shot. Just give yourself a chance.
Will it come round? Oh, it's just going to hang on to the collar. So Tiernan, back edge of the green in 3. Fang through the back in 2.
These long and lonely walks along the alluring links, they must be thinking about so much. It's all about keeping that top 2 inches calm. So much at stake here at the 130th Amateur Championship. 3 majors are on the line, with of course one of those being the Open Championship at Portrush in a few weeks' time. This is the big stage. This is the biggest dance for these up-and-coming amateurs. As it reads, not only the Open, but by invitation, the Masters, the US Open in 2026, and then the British Masters later this year as well. So what a fun calendar you'd all of a sudden have. Imagine filling that out on your laptop or your phone. Oh, just block off that week.
The hilarious thing is that even at all three of those majors, they won't feel anything like the pressure that they do right now. No expectation. Just go out and enjoy it, learn, watch the world's best and how they go about their business. But here, there's a career-changing victory on the line. This is the big occasion. And these are the big moments.
Very delicate, maybe too delicate. Oh no. Up and down would go a long way to getting that job done, but no surprises that this game is not over. It's offering so much more every hole.
Almost every time he inches ahead, Ethan Fang. He leaves the door open behind him, doesn't he?
Well, if that door is ajar, if there's one moment for Gavin Tiernan to walk through that door, this is it. We've seen so many clutch putts, especially early on in the day. For me, this is his biggest by far. Oh. That would have been huge. Wow, this is getting intense.
So he has a putt to win the hole and to move 2 up, Ethan Fang. Can barely watch, can he, Gavin Tiernan?
He's lining this up thinking, I've really missed a trick here. I could have been cruising away with a 2-up lead, but now he's got to really work for it. Looks like a relatively flat putt. Be leaking away to his right potentially after what we just saw, but not much in it. Can he take the bull by the horns? This to go 2 up. Ah, dead centre. Huge moment and huge advantage. Ethan Fang, he's 2 up with 3 holes remaining.
Is that the moment that the door slams in the face of Ireland's Gavin Tiernan? Careless off the tee again from the Irishman. And no mistake here from the world number 7 in the amateur rankings.
Showing his class. He's a massive basketball fan and that was nothing but net. Clinical at the best of times. And as you mentioned, he's world number 7 for a reason. You can't see him foregoing this lead from here. What can the Irishman do? He made a superb birdie here this morning. But this pin, this has chewed up many a golfer in the past. Wow. For the first time, we have a 2-up advantage all day. It's been no more than a 1-hole lead. Pin tucked on the right. Don't you go near it. This has got to be centre of the green. And that is perfect. That is all he needed to do there.
And hopefully, for his sake, Gavin Tiernan will have some fond memories to draw on from his previous visit here today. Adjustments in his swing at university in the States. Been working more on the fade than the draw, and he loves a right pin placement, which is exactly where it is here on the 16th. Went right at it this morning, got the birdie. Can he produce the magic again here? Needs it more than ever.
Yeah, just dead centre as well. Slightly double crossed.
Yeah, exploiting.
Yeah, the messages I was getting from Aaron O'Callaghan, Gavin's coach in the States, saying that they've been working on some technical adjustments to his swing, changing his ball flight from draws to fades. And that's given him the confidence to really attack these right pin positions, but just couldn't pull it off. And it's increasingly looking like his race is run, Tiernan. Because Fang just needs to play some sensible golf here. Closing in on his first ever amateur win.
Yeah, both players just prowling, but two very different attitudes, I would imagine. Ethan knows he holds all the cards, and this just suits his game. He's so methodical. He can force Gavin to take risks he doesn't want to take, so this for the win. 30 feet. So, it's a great roll. He's checking it out. Ooh. Again, just got to be thinking, if he'd have held that, he'd have made the task so difficult. Now, left to right. Gotta have a go at this. Oh, looks great. Looks great. Looks amazing. Oh, what a putt. What a putt.
And what a time to pull that one out of the bag.
Got some fire.
Let's see that again. Just when you thought he was down and out, a bit of Irish luck. Look at this, straight in. Charges after it. Fist pump to boot. Dare to dream, folks. Portrush is back in his eye line.
Well, how about that for grit, for guts, for Gavin Tiernan. Ethan Fang had that, didn't he, on the face of his putter. Just a few more inches, he'd have been in for birdie.
Wow, what a turn of events. That's comfortably the longest putt we've seen, I'd say, the last 2 days at least. And Ethan Fang, his birdie putt, wow, it was the right street, just wrong address. So close to making birdie and almost ending this match, and all of a sudden, just one up with 2 to play. How much can the Irishman take from that phenomenal effort when he needed it most?
Shot.
I think he almost revels in these situations, doesn't he, Gavin Tiernan, where his back's against the wall, he's up against the ropes. Finds something deep within himself to fight back.
Great golf.
Two stunning drives. Just one hole in it again. These two young men trading blows on the closing holes of the 130th Amateur Championship. I mean, this is the finish we wanted, isn't it?
Wow. It's been a pretty long and relaxing day where they quite frankly have gone blow for blow and nothing's been able to separate them, but all of a sudden, whiz bang crack. Energy's been lifted.
Looking to add their names to this roll of honour. Bobby Jones, possibly the most influential amateur golfer there's ever been, winner back in 1930. Sergio Garcia in more recent memory. Romain Langasque, the Frenchman, in 2015. And Peter McAvoy, twice a winner.
How about John Bull carving it up? 8 titles. That is super impressive from 88 to 1912. That is a big stint at the wheel as well. Chuck in Aldrich Portgeter, who's doing well on the PGA Tour at the moment as well. One at Royal Lytham and St Anne's. Here is our penultimate hole. Very undulating fairway. It is all over the show. Pimples galore, but it's all about the approach. A big slope at the front of this green. You must get your yardages bang on here at the 17th. There's a tiny backstop which will help you if adrenaline's high, and I'll give you the red hot tip. Adrenaline is high as we speak. 2 bunkers on the right, should not be in play whatsoever, but with the pin on the left, distance control is paramount. Such a hard pin to get at. Who's going to take a good chunk out of that pie?
Pin on the left side of the green here. Just 5 paces on.
Both players, superb tee shots. Ethan Fang will have about 90 yards and definitely the worse angle. Gavin Tiernan has 66 yards to the pin and a much better angle. There's really not a lot to hit at there. Just wonder from how close, how much spin you can get. The danger shot is short. That's the miss. Probably just a hair long and a hair right. But at this point in the match, it's all about reacting to what your opponent does. Your core strategy has kind of gone out of the window. You've got to answer what your opponent does. And for Gavin, he is still 1 down, so he's got to win.
Match play at its purest here. Who can get it closest? With the Amateur Championship on the line. Big mistake from the American.
Wow. I did not see that as an option. Dear me. Tricky up and down to follow. Gavin Tiernan will be licking his lips. This club in his mitts right now, it's been his favourite all week. He needs it more than ever. Nervous but nice.
You can barely believe it, can you? All he needed to do was put it on the green, Ethan Fang. Walk off with a par, and you'd say it's heading off to the 18th. Still with that 1-hole lead.
Yeah, let's be honest, missing left, and especially long left, should never have been an option with a 1-up lead here on the 17th. He will rue that mistake. So much green to work with. He played the shot perfectly on 16 and just got undone by the best putt of the championship, which is fine. But right there, that is an unforced error with a wedge in hand. And the assignment does not get any easier.
When you see it from that angle, look how steep that banking is. Won't be able to see the bottom of the cup. He is a superb short game player, this young man.
Yeah, they've both put on an absolute clinic around the greens throughout the day. But now, when all is on the line, can he do it once again?
Ball back in his stance. Into the banking. And just too cute.
Two putts required to apply massive pressure, but 1 putt to win it. He's gone bang, bang, and the match is all square coming up the last.
Yes, suddenly the putter has ignited for Gavin Tiernan, and the lead evaporates for Ethan Fang.
Is there ever a moment in your life where you want your putter to heat up? 2 of his career best strokes. And that is comfortably the loudest roar we've heard at Royal St George's this week.
Another momentum switch in this tantalising final. Heading to the last with the Amateur Championship title on the line. Palpable tension in the galleries.
It's been bubbling, it's been brewing, and now it's popping off. The crowd respecting their amazing 35 holes of effort. Is 36 enough? We've said it earlier in the day. There is a huge chance we're seeing extra holes, and here's why. Here's his dad charging down the fairways, just on the bottom right of your screen there.
Yeah, Terry making a bolt down the last. On the last tee with the honour, Gavin Tiernan, after 2 heroic putts, back to all square.
Wow. Oh, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Wow, pressure on.
Iron off the tee for Tiernan. It's the 3-wood for Fang. Less firepower for the American. Not such a physical golfer. But 2 good tee shots. 2 almost identical results. The American will come up slightly short. Let's have another look, shall we?
We'd be silly not to. 2 of the most clinical putts we have seen in a long time. This on the 16th from deep, a must make, and it was quite simply glorious.
And then followed it up straight away on the 17th. Flipping this final on its head.
It was dead weight as well. It took such a beautiful turn right at the last minute. My goodness gracious me. There's Terry. Nervous smiles, no doubt, from his father. Horrible sport to go watch and support. So intense and drawn out all day as well. It's not like a game of football where 90 minutes your nerves are either.
It's like a penalty shootout that lasts all day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Look at this. Absolutely nothing separating these blokes all day. It's not often through 36 holes you get such a tight fixture. This is simply incredible, and just when you thought the 2-up lead popped in, it very quickly evaporated. So to be down here on the 36th hole is quite simply amazing, and well, I'm nervous in here, Kat.
I can feel my palms sweating. It's just quite simply no margin for error from either of these two here.
Fang to go first, and he is on the right edge of this fairway. we saw earlier and throughout yesterday as well how hot this ball comes in down 18. Now this pin is tucked on the back right, so once you clear that front trap, you can see the undulation there, that downslope. If you landed on that, you can very easily kick your ball off the back of this green. So one of those holes where centre of the green pin high is actually very, very handy. He loves to fade the golf ball. And he's done it at the perfect time. After all that's been happening, he's just stepped up and delivered a killer blow. What a shot under pressure.
Yeah, that was sublime from Ethan Fang. And now it's all on the shoulders again of Gavin Tiernan. What's he got? The adrenaline must be surging through his body after those two incredible putts to get this match back to all square. Big puff of the cheeks. Pin on the right, that's where he likes it.
There's that huge swale on the left half of this green.
Well, it's going to take some more magic, isn't it, with the putter from Tiernan.
Wow. The stronger is palpable. All of a sudden, how quickly does the momentum switch back to the American? He's got a very, very good look at birdie. What a shot. It's worth watching again. That beautiful baby fade that he's been playing all week. It did catch the top of that mound, which helped it pull up rather than kick on, and that is so clutch. The last three holes from both players have really turned it on for the viewers at home. We'll have fans from Plano, Texas watching, and obviously from Dublin, Ireland. All around the world, all eyes are on these two as they look to book their ticket to the Open and etch their name in history on the Amateur Championship trophy.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, this is a difficult two-putt, but you'd have to sort of feel as though with Kang hitting into sort of 8 feet that this has got to go. It's a huge left to right. He's got to go up over the slope, kind of where he's looking now, and then it's going to feed back down to the hole. He was a little unlucky with his bounce, whereas with Ethan, when he came into that front ridge there, he pitched dead in the ridge, took all the sting out of it, and it just rolled up to the hole. If he lands on that downslope 2 yards longer, he's through the back of the green. So, superb shot to this right flag from a right position on the fairway. Could that be the shot of the championship? Yeah.
Yeah, it was hugely impressive from the 20-year-old Texan. Putting it in close, rising to the challenge posed by Gavin Tiernan with those fight-back putts on 16 and 17. Needs another here.
Pace looks good. That would have been too much to handle. Valiant effort. He's done all he can. But now it all lies on the putter of Ethan Fang.
He thought for a moment it was in, didn't he, Gavin Tiernan? But is this the moment for Ethan Fang? He's handled the pressure so impressively over the last week. 9 rounds of golf in the heat of battle. And now a career-defining putt for a birdie at the last. And the first amateur win of his career. America has its first winner for 18 years. Ethan Fang is the amateur champion. And the Texan punches his ticket to Portrush. It's a hard blow and a bitter pill to swallow for Gavin Tiernan, the Irishman, so close. Such an impressive fight from the 19-year-old. But it's Ethan Fang who'll lift the silver trophy. Who'll compete at the Open Championship in 3 weeks' time. And who will be invited to play at Augusta and at the US Open next year.
What an amazing final display of golf. 3 birdies in the last 3 holes from the respective players, and nearly 18 years to the day since we've had an American champion. What a moment and what a finish to the 130th Amateur Championship. Kevin Tiernan threw everything at it at the end. Momentum was shifting left to right, but a birdie on the final hole, and an amazing birdie at that. For Ethan Fang of the USA has got the job done.
Well, it was going to take something very special, wasn't it, to separate these players after the display that they've put on. It's been nip and tuck all day long, and it was that sublime approach from the American. He has crested the mountain, and what an effort it's taken. 9 exhausting, emotional, physical rounds of golf across Royal Cinque Ports and here at Royal St George's, and commiserations to Gavin Tiernan, but he has marked himself out as a competitor and one to watch, and a big future star for Irish golf. But let's get down, shall we, and hear from our champion. He's ready to talk to Simon Holmes.
Ethan Fang, amateur champion, how's that sound?
You know, it sounds great. You know, that was probably one of the longest days of golf I've ever played, but you know, it feels really good to, come up on top.
Oh, amazing to come out on top. And I mean, he threw a very tough finish at you as well. How have you handled the emotions of this week? First time ever here, first time getting used to links?
Yeah, you know, I didn't really know what to expect coming here. And, you know, he played great. I've been in situations like that before, and, you know, I just hit a really good shot on the last hole, and yeah. That's about it.
That was about it. I mean, do you have any idea what this opens the doors? Have you had a look at that trophy? Have you had a look at what you get?
Yeah. It's a pretty big trophy. And yeah, and playing the Masters in the the Open Championship, that's going to be pretty sweet.
That kind of changed your summer plans?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I signed up for a couple amateur tournaments, and I think I'm going to have to cancel that and go to the others.
You have to go to the Open Championship. So your mum and dad are here. They've been a massive support for you all week. Who else do you need to shout out to?
Yeah, you know, all my friends and family back home, and especially Will here. You know, he's been great on the bag. You know, I put him through a lot, but yeah, I mean, we got it done.
You definitely did get it done. Listen, many congratulations. I'm sure a name we will follow in the future. It was fun watching you play.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Can't wait to see how he tackles The Lynx again at Portrush, and what he'll make of Augusta back on American soil. And Shinnecock Hills, of course, host of the 2026 US Open. There it is, the enormous silver trophy, just part of the prize for Ethan Fang, the amateur champion for this year.
What a day, what a marathon, what a week. Every year this amateur championship offers so much, and when you think a 36-hole final is going to decide a champion pretty fair and square, it's amazing how often you use all 36 holes. Whew. It's exhausting. You can hear it in the player's voice, how tough it's been, and there is your new champion right atop of this amazing list of past winners. Jacob Scott-Vollison, as recent as last year, and then the two South Africans getting the job done. They've been impressive, the South Africans, 3 champions in 6 years for a moment there. But you go back to Harry Ellis in 2017, the last time the amateur was here at Royal St George's as well. So there was drama on that day, and there's drama here as well. Amazing to have countries from all around the world. 45 different countries competed for this amazing championship. And it's the US flag that flies aloft on top.
Are we...
What an amazing afternoon. That last 45 minutes was amazing. And speaking of amazing, Ethan Fang's booked his ticket into the 153rd Open Championship. That is mid-July, just around the corner. And please don't forget the AIG Women's Open. Also following that, tickets are still on sale. Cheap as chips as well, so get along to Royal Portrush, the first time it's in Wales. And then the Walker Cup, I have no doubt our champion will be playing in that, Cypress Point in September. What a calendar, what a year of golf it's already been, both at the top level and now the amateur level as well.
So we're all ready to head back to the 18th green, and the moment has arrived for Ethan Fang. Ian Patterson, captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews, standing by to present the trophy to our champion.
The time has come to present our winner, the trophy, and to do that, Ian Patterson, the captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews. Ian, over to you.
Congratulations, you're the amateur champion. What?
So there we have it. Ethan Fang from the USA is your 2025 amateur champion.
Just going to take a moment for this to sink in for the 20-year-old from Texas, the Oklahoma State University student. Huge congratulations to Ethan Fang, a worthy winner. Proved himself the best under the pressure at Royal St George's, and we'll see you all at Royal Liverpool next year.